Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Council Committee of the Whole meeting of October 10th, and welcome to the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation, Squamish Memo. Please be advised that this council meeting is being live streamed, recorded, and will be available to the public to view on the District of Squamish website following the meeting. If you have concerns, please notify the corporate officer present at the meeting. Council, I wonder if I could have a motion to adopt the agenda before us. I see Councillor French moves and Mayor Herford seconds. Any opposed? Carried. We are starting with some staff report on the 2023 Circular Economy Roadmap update, and we have with us Jen Stone from the Economic Development Department and Shannon White, Integrated Solid Waste Specialist in our Sustainability Department. Please proceed.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. As mentioned, I'm Jen Stone from the Economic Development team, and I'm joined by Shannon White, Integrated Solid Waste Specialist from the Sustainability team. This morning, the objective is to review the rationale and provide an overview of the draft 2023 Circular Economy Roadmap and Implementation Plan and receive feedback from Council, and with this feedback considered, receive Council's endorsement. To set the context for this work, the District's been dedicated to developing a circular economy for many years through its various projects and initiatives focused on economic development, sustainability, climate action, resource conservation, and waste reduction. The directive to develop a circular economy is most notably highlighted in both the 2020 Community Climate Action Plan, identified in Big Move 1 on relating to close the loop on waste, and the 2020 Emerging Sector Roadmap and Action Plan, which identified the circular economy as a key area for future exploration. There's also significant alignment between the proposed 2023 Circular Economy Roadmap and Implementation Plan and the Zero Waste Action Plan 2022. To avoid duplication of effort, the Zero Waste Action Plan is not incorporated into the roadmap, but is considered an aligned piece of work, advancing many of the strategic areas of the circular economy framework and vice versa. The plans are not mutually exclusive, and where appropriate, circular initiatives have been pulled from the Zero Waste Action Plan to give priority within the roadmap and implementation plan. The work also aligns with Council's strategic priority, Prepared for the Future. I'll also note here that in November 2021, staff developed a draft circular economy roadmap, which indicated our intention, providing a framework and thematic areas of focus for developing a circular economy in Squamish, and these elements are incorporated into the roadmap being discussed today. The roadmap visual on the screen presents an overview of the proposed implementation plan with short, medium, and long-term priorities for consideration. The implementation plan proposes a focus on foundation building in the short term, including piloting the Trailblazer program, innovation challenges, the creation of a circular asset map and asset sharing tool, which is supported through the REFMP funding from the province. In parallel, the plan proposes to enhance internal district adoption by activating a cross-functional staff team to support integration and advance circular principles within the social procurement policy and other areas. Economic Development's work to understand the future needs of the Squamish labour force will help to proactively identify the skills and training required to support Squamish's future circular business ecosystem. And in addition, Economic Development's work to advance the local innovation ecosystem will support the foundational needs relating to circular innovation, all short-term priorities. In the medium term, many of the medium-term priorities within the thematic areas rely on the development of the foundational elements such as programming and communication tools. Short-term opportunity identification will add definition to these medium-term priorities, such as the iterative opportunities identified through pilot programs, the labour force development needs assessment, and the results of feasibility studies and ongoing networking and engagement. For this reason, the medium term is considered a transformational phase, relying on the development of partnerships and investment. With regard to the long term, it's proposed that the district review and reevaluate the thematic areas and impact of the work to date, updating the circular economy roadmap to ensure that the work to advance circularity in Squamish remains relevant committed and progressive. As proposed in the draft roadmap that was proposed in 2021, the circular economy framework recommended incorporates 3 core elements and 4 key drivers. The 3 core elements are prioritising regenerative resources, stretching the lifetime and using waste as a resource, and these are fairly straightforward with regard to the circular economy elements within any circular economy framework. These elements identify areas for activation across the thematic areas, which are food systems, textiles, and the built environment. A couple of proposed implementation examples demonstrating the activation of core elements of the framework across these thematic areas include innovation food challenges to find viable solutions for residual food and food waste, which provides an example of the framework's core element using waste as a resource. Another example might be a feasibility study determining space needs and partner support for surplus and repurposed building materials, contributing to a thriving second-hand building materials market, drawing upon the core element of stretching the lifetime. The recommended framework incorporates 4 key drivers across the bottom of the image. These key drivers are collaboration, innovation, policy, and investment. Leveraging the 4 key drivers really enables us to establish the foundations for a local circular economy. Proposed short-term implementation tactics supporting building the foundations for circularity include the development of an asset map to increase public awareness and use of shared circular assets, and an online portal to provide a central repository that will underpin communication efforts for circularity generally, but also specific to the thematic areas. These actions leverage the key driver policy, which does actually include communication, programming, and tools to support the circular economy. A recommended tactic that leverages across some of the key drivers, including policy, innovation, and collaboration, is the development of a tool or app to enable businesses to share resources such as space, tools, and residuals. This is an asset sharing tool. Early in 2023, staff received confirmation of REDIP funding for the Circular Economy Trailblazer program and the aligned projects within that fund. The foundation building elements noted here today are components of the REDIP funded projects, and all of the REDIP funded projects have been incorporated into the proposed implementation plan. Since the development of the draft roadmap in 2021, research and collaboration have been undertaken to review best practices and given the local context, determine high impact implementations for Squamish. Research and engagement will continue as the items identified within the 2023 roadmap and circular implementation plan are actioned. The updated draft 2023 roadmap and implementation plan builds upon efforts to increase community awareness and engage residents and businesses while capitalising on pre-existing foundational knowledge around waste reduction, reuse and diversion. The draft 2023 roadmap and implementation plan identifies opportunities to advance a local circular economy with additional and complementary actions to those identified in the Zero Waste Action Plan and the Community Climate Action Plan. The goal of the draft 2023 roadmap and implementation plan is to advance high priority and high impact actions to set the foundations for a local circular economy, as well as action tactics associated with advancing circularity within the 3 thematic areas. By undertaking the work outlined in the implementation plan, the district will increase the use of circular leverage points using more of the tools available to impact our circular practices, such as the development of bylaws or their update, procedures, policies, programs, grant applications, and more. The intent is to integrate actions enabling a local circular economy into district's operational work while supporting it within the community, demonstrating the district's progressive approach. With regard to budget considerations, 2023 initiatives outlined in the draft 2023 roadmap and implementation plan that require operational budget have been accounted for, including any matched funding needed to support the Trailblazer campaign. Budget associated with other recommendations are included for council consideration in the 2024 to 2028 budget cycle. If additional resourcing is required for 2024 and beyond, requests will be brought forward through the annual financial plan process. With regard to collaboration and capacity, The Sustainability and Economic Development departments collaborate extensively on circular economy work. Prioritisation of actions and timeframes may be adjusted to ensure that the work aligns with the department's capacity. Further cross-departmental collaboration is identified within specific elements of the plan, particularly as it relates to priority area focused on district-wide circular engagement, adoption and activation. Capacity will be a key consideration for the implementation of this action item. Implementation of the Reddit Trailblazer funded work is contemplated in current work plans, and capacity was supplemented through the fund. Thank you for your time today, and we welcome Council's comments and feedback.
Thank you. Council, questions for our staff? Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. I'm really glad to see moving towards circular economy. I think it's an extremely important piece of a very complicated puzzle of what we're doing to our planet. In the report, we talk about the plan moving forward, but I didn't see a lot of how the plan was going to be measured. How will you measure the performance of the plan?
It is one, oh, through the mayor. Still live, right? Sorry, through the mayor. It is one area that is an identified action item actually within the plan to develop metrics. There is some, so in answer to your question, there is a proposal to have a reporting hub, but in order to have that hub activated, we need to determine the metrics that we are monitoring. There are some proposed measures within the report, but the actual metrics associated with those we need to identify. So it is still an outstanding piece of work for this plan.
Other questions, Council? Councillor Stoner.
Thank you, through the chair. It's great to see all the different pieces come together under one work plan. So thank you for all the work. A few questions. Specifically on the policy and regulation side, one of the pieces that we already have in place is the deconstruction bylaw. And I did notice it says that it may be reviewed. And I'm just wanting to poke on that a little bit and see if that is something that we are actually intending to review in terms of its effectiveness and the timeline for that.
Thank you. Through the chair. My name is Shannon White. I'm the integrated specialist, solid waste specialist at the District of Squamish. So yes, the intention, the green demolition bylaw that at the District of Squamish has been in place for just over a little bit of a year. And the intent is to begin looking at the data and how it's been working. And then we will begin reviewing what can be built upon. So there's a lot of other municipalities and local governments who have added on different elements that are appropriate to those communities. So staff will be looking at what are other people doing, and then what has been working well or not with ours, and then we will be moving forward. So yes, it will stay tuned.
Okay, that's great. I know it's an evolving piece that we're not the only ones who are trying to figure it out. So that's great to hear. My other question / comment was really appreciated the connections that were made with our social procurement policy and our folks in procurement. I think that that's a really important tie-in. And I realize we don't have anybody from procurement here or finance, but in particular with supplier training and information sessions, we know that this has been one of the pinch points in terms of adopting our social procurement policy. And I don't actually know, it was about a year ago that we heard from procurement that they were talking about doing some supplier trainings. And so I just wanted to make sure that that tie had been happening internally at the district, that conversation with procurement is, oh, Heather is here. Hi, Heather.
Hi there, through the chair. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, Ms. Boxford.
Excellent, thank you, if I may. So yeah, the social procurement, the supplier training initiative is still on the radar for the procurement department. They have been working with the BCSBI to look into some of the opportunities there to work with them and provide that training that's consistent with what other organizations are doing.
Yeah, so just a flag here that I think that if that is closer on the radar for procurement, that maybe there's an opportunity to incorporate sooner rather than later on the circular economy pieces, if that's something that we're going to start looking at in terms of our procurement policy. My other question on the list of implementation challenges, Ms. Stone, it listed the economic pressure was identified as one of them. And in one of your actions, 1.2.1, it does talk about kind of some grant funding opportunities. I'm just wondering if there is an opportunity to connect in with the grant writing program that we support through the chamber to develop a bit of a library of like, here are the potential grants and funds that would be supportive for our local businesses, and like kind of deviate that to the chamber and get them on board as a partner in that particular piece of work.
I think that's an excellent, through the chair, sorry. I think it's an excellent idea. And I'm already thinking of several ways that we could achieve that. So yes, thank you. I'll take that on board.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. I've lost my ability to put my hand in the app, so I'll have to do it manually for a bit. Just wondering, I was searching for the US spelling, so I wasn't able to find it, but I understand now that this is meant to support donut economics, that sort of broader framework. I'm just wondering if you can speak a little more to how these two things relate, and I guess my perception is that the majority of our focus and investment in achieving donut economics is via circular economy, but I'm not sure if that is accurate. So I'm just wondering if you can speak to that relationship a little bit.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. The way that we view the circular economy is that it's activating the principles of donut economics, and the way that economic development apply donut economics is that donut economics lens is applied to all of our work, not just the circular economy. And so the donut economics considerations for social, environmental, and economic implementations or impacts are considered broadly beyond the scope of the circular economy. With regard to how the circular economy activates, it's funny, in a lot of the circular economy presentations that I participate in, there's reference to the donut economics model without actually referencing it directly. They reference the concepts of the model, and so they're very closely tied and interrelated in terms of the outcomes. And I think the social element is one element maybe that we should highlight more in our own work here. Perhaps that's not elevated enough in this plan in considering your question. But it is certainly tied in there, particularly as it relates to food systems. But I think I could probably do some more work and elevate that within this piece of work. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Mayor, did you have a follow-up, Councillor Pettingill? Thank you. Mayor Herford.
Thank you. And thank you for your work on this. It's really, very interesting. And there's so much opportunity here. And I think it should be quite clear this is a direction we need to go in. And when I looked at the implementation challenges area, one was that jumped at me is a bunch of these are pieces that we don't have as much direct control over. It's public understanding and education engagement, but the regulatory challenges I think is an interesting piece. And I'd like to we talked briefly about the green demolition bylaw as an example of one of our pieces. I'm curious if sort of where those other pinch points are, both so the things that are in our direct control, we can sort of get out of the way of the circular economy, as well as the areas that need perhaps support in from other orders of government that we could be part of that advocacy work. So just where does that, and how do you sort of get there to those understandings? So internally and externally, regulatory pieces, what can we do?
Through the chair, I think that with regard to policy, especially with regard to the built environment, there's already a lot of work being undertaken at a local level to ensure that we're staying contemporary in that area. With regard to the other areas, and even to the comment that you made about there are areas outside our control, we do work closely with the province and provincial bodies to discuss what role they play. And actually, as part of the circular economy conference in Toronto, we participated in the intergovernmental table discussing the various roles of government. And so there is some discussion around the federal, provincial and local government levers, if you like. And so we do have ongoing conversations with those bodies to influence what they can, to provide the area or impact the areas of influence. And in other areas, for example, in Oregon, the state of Oregon actually ran a campaign for textiles, circular economy work that could be implemented by any of their local governments. So it's that sort of work that we encourage the province to do. So things that would be suited to some of that, particularly some of that resident messaging or consumer messaging.
Thank you. And just to add on to Ms. Stone's responses, a couple of items that staff have been doing around circular economy and the regulatory challenge. So staff on behalf of the District of Squamish have been participating in provincial and federal consultations around plastics, around extended producer responsibility, and all sorts of kind of matters in this element. And so throughout those consultation feedback, staff have been providing support for circular economy. So there's been this advocacy piece that's been happening, as well as a regulatory challenge that exists that is out of our hands is the piece about what we can and cannot do under the community charter. So supporting one business over others. So that's whereas we're working to support the entire economy as a system, like from a systems point of view, instead of just saying one business over the others.
Yeah, just thank you. I think as that work continues and different pieces or cruxes come up, I'd appreciate an ongoing updates or understanding of that. So when we contemplate advocacy work as a group, we can perhaps find the appropriate spot to push on, because I think it's really important. So I went focused a lot on these challenges and trying to wrap my head around what we can do to remove those if we can. So thank you very much.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. I spent maybe too much time on this over the weekend. It's close to my heart. I'm passionate about it. And I'm just realizing this morning that there was one report that I missed. It's the, let me just get the name of it. CCRI, Roadmap Recommendations. And it was one of the attachments. And when I clicked on the link, I got a note that said website error. There has been an error. So I'm wondering, is that particular report available? I didn't look very hard to try and find it. Can you make my life easy and tell me where I can find it quickly and easily?
It's actually not publicly available beyond the link, so I'll try and fix the link for you. I apologize.
Okay, so this is the only way to access it. Okay. Yeah, thanks. That's appreciated. And was also, I wanted to ask about what I perceived as a fairly big gap. So the number one recommendation in the accelerating the transition to a textile circular economy report is the creation of a Squamish textile circular economy resource portal. And so that recommendation supports the 4 recommendations that follow in that particular report. And then the recommendations in that report differ significantly, in my mind, from the recommendations in the roadmap implementation plan. So I wonder if you could just address that. What happened there?
Through the chair. A couple of the reports were undertaken through MyTax funding. MyTax is a fund that supports, it's a federal fund that supports student reporting, student and business integration, if you like. So students are put forward to support business issues. It started as a science-based initiative and moved on to business. We use the business stream for our MyTax projects. Because it's student projects, the results of the projects are somewhat variable in their quality and the outcomes. I think fundamental to the issues that we had with this particular project, one of them was the quality of the research at the start of the work. And so we found that the resulting recommendations weren't as strong as they could have been and weren't as relevant to the local context as they could have been. And so we drew on, for our recommendations, we drew on what we knew of the local context and the learnings that we'd had through other engagements.
Okay, that's pretty much the answer I was expecting. And I'll just reflect on that particular report. I recognized from the beginning that it was to students. And I felt that it had shortcomings, but also felt that for what it was and who it was coming from, it was helpful and definitely contributed to the work that we're doing here. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, with circular economics, so much has to do with identifying and maximizing synergies, right? And I'm just wondering what tools or tips the district has for connecting local industries in town or companies in town with each other to maximize these synergies.
Through the chair, one of the foundational building blocks for the circular economy that's in our framework is collaboration. And in terms of activating that collaboration, one of the elements of the REDBridge funded projects is the asset sharing tool, as just one example. This tool was originally developed with regard to food systems, but it was quickly identified that it would work more effectively and more in alignment with the circular economy if it was developed to be sector agnostic. And so the asset sharing tool is one example of the collaboration. Another example is the innovation work that economic development is doing and the collaboration that the network piece that will be presented to you on October the 24th. Sorry, I realize I'm speaking ahead of myself here. But the network piece that is associated with the innovation roadwork implementation plan is another building block that will support the circular economy. Again, sector agnostic, but one of their foundational elements, and really relying on collaboration and networks. And then another piece that I would highlight is that economic development's emerging sector roadmap and action plan identifies cluster development as fundamental to the development of our local economy. This, although it is sector specific, that the development of those clusters will enable us to better work cross-functionally, if you like, across those sectors. So, yeah.
Councillor Hamilton. Oh, Oh, please do excuse me. Sorry about that. Please go ahead, Councillor Greenlaw.
Because I will go on, but oh, no worries. The other part of it, this is a little bit tangential, but you know, as well with the synergies, obviously another incredibly important piece is education, right? And I know you mentioned textiles a lot in this roadmap, and specifically kind of the RecTech textiles. But obviously, textiles in general is a huge piece of our environmental issue right now, and I'm wondering if there's any education going out to the youth about like the detriments of fast fashion and the impacts of synthetic fibers on the environment, like microplastics issues, and also like the importance of slow fashion and mending and stuff like that. Like it's a little bit tangential, but it's still tied in.
Thank you through the chair. Yes, textiles are incredibly important opportunity that the District of Squamish faces. And to date, our education on the matter has really been about what can you do, and here's the location, and what can you do to reduce. We're really aiming at the reduce piece, but we haven't gone into the kind of slow fashion, fast fashion, that arena. We would have to work with the communications team to see if that is something that the District of Squamish can communicate through our channels. That being said, the District of Squamish does, so we are supporting several events. So for example, the clothing swaps that we're now hosting like twice a year, and our Reuse It Fair, which has a large, or a significant, I should say, textile portion to it, as well as mending workshops and the repair cafes. So we're really taking that approach of how can we provide skills and opportunities. So the idea with the clothing swap is potentially setting up a template that then people can roll out clothing swaps at their individual level, not just the District of Squamish hosting them. So that's the approach that we've been taking thus far, but perhaps there is opportunity to kind of expand on, excuse me, the communication piece. Stone?
Through the chair, the only addition that I would make to that is that this is a really good example of how the Zero Waste Strategy and Action Plan and the Circular Economy Roadmap work together rather than across each other. So we left the resident communication piece really out of the Circular Economy Roadmap because we feel that it's being addressed within the Zero Waste Action Plan.
And so specifically, is there any focusing on youth? Like I'm just thinking of ingrained habits and creating habits that they grow up with, right?
Thank you through the chair. Yes, youth is one of the focus groups of Zero Waste Action Plan actions across the board.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. And maybe it's the Zero Waste Action Plan that this question is really meant for. So I was interested when I read this to see the choice of textiles, building materials, and food waste as the key areas for circular economy. And maybe I'm thinking about a circular economy in a slightly different way, because I'm thinking if nothing hits the landfill, it must all be circulating, right? And so I looked to the waste composition and combined garbage stream from our 2022 report, and organics takes up 30% of that waste stream still, right? Even though we have an organics program, plastics take up almost 20%, paper coming in at 10%. So those are the three biggest pieces of divertible waste hitting our landfill. How are we addressing these big pieces in our circular economy? Yeah.
So the way that we identified the three thematic areas was back in 2021. Sorry, through the chair. Was in 2021. The textiles piece was identified because there was a community issue at that time with regard to the bins, the textiles bins, and there was a lack, and there still is a lack of infrastructure, a lack of availability to recirculate textiles or to donate textiles. On top of that, there is an issue with textiles to the landfill, a compounding issue. But one of the areas of consideration for us when choosing the thematic areas was how palatable the concept is to both the business and resident community. So food systems and textiles, we selected as food systems being a globally adopted, very well supported circular economy area, but textiles also being a community issue, but also something that residents and businesses can both understand, you know, like the concept of circular, everyone uses textiles, everyone goes through that life cycle, the purchasing process. And then also with RecTech being one of our, performance apparel and design being one of our emerging sector clusters, those two things align. And so that became one of our thematic areas of focus. And that was kind of the rationale for selecting the textiles piece, which I think is the one that falls outside of your list of categories. In the roadmap, there's a recommendation to review the thematic areas in 2027. However, the timelines are considered fluid, and if plastics is definitely one of the other areas that many levels of government are focusing on, it may become a focus area for us. Shannon, I don't know whether my colleague Shannon would like to comment on how that's being addressed through the Zero Waste Action Plan currently.
Thank you through the chair. So I would just say that the thematic areas for the circular economy were chosen, as Ms. Stone elaborated on. And then for zero waste, there are actually also some key thematic areas which do align. And so they're durable goods, the built environment, food and organic waste, and then single-use plastics. And then we have a significant amount of tactics associated with each of those. So you can see the crossover between those two. While zero waste has 5 or 6, there's 3 with the circular economy, so that there can be that interrelationship between them. So, and the zero waste strategy is really focused on some of those, like the organics. So wood waste is captured under the term organic waste in our waste composition audits. And so we're doing some work on the wood waste. So there's this kind of that interconnection between the two plans and how the thematic areas have been chosen. That helps.
And following up specifically on the plastics, do I understand correctly that, so we in our waste audit reports, there's sort of this depot drop-off opportunity and things that could have been diverted through depot drop-off versus in our total waste composition, something's reported as plastic. The only thing I can think of as a residential user that I'm able to drop off but not put in my recycle bin are soft plastics and styrofoams and that sort of thing. So that seems to be a big chunk. If that's 20% of our waste, roughly 20% of our waste that could be diverted, but isn't being diverted because people aren't taking it to the depot. Do we have any plans, or is there anything to be gained by examining soft plastic recycling either at the curbside or some other form of soft plastic recycling?
Thank you through the chair. Great question. So sorry, there's a couple questions in there. So currently, the District of Squamish is not evaluating the option of offering soft plastic collection at the curb. That being said, our and apologies not to deviate from the circular economy piece and dive into solid waste. However, Recycle BC is the one who runs the soft plastic, the plastic programs, the drop off, et cetera. And they are piloting streetscape or curbside collection in different communities. They just ran one in West Vancouver. They're looking at how potentially they can increase the collection of those materials. So while we are not individually looking at it at doing it ourselves, we have been raising our hand and saying, hey, if you're looking for test communities or, something that would support our residents in further delivering that material into the Recycle BC collection program, staff are doing that. And then just to elaborate on are we doing anything about them? Piece in the industry support, unfortunately, the District of Squamish is quite small in creating a new plastic industry, recycling industry. But that being said, I would say anything is possible. So I don't know if there's more you want to say, but I think I would leave it at there.
I have a question of my own for staff. I'm going to refer to Appendix 4 in the report concerning the built environment. And there's a section there, 4.2, develop and promote the secondhand economy to support a circular built environment. There's two items here that I have a question about, and I'll cite them. 4.2.1. Facility infrastructure required for storage and resale of surplus and repurposed building materials. Determine feasibility, space needs, and partner support. The second item is create public-facing information. This is 4.2.3, relating to buildings slated for demolition at building permit application stage so that salvaging companies can contact homeowners, deconstruction, or demolition companies for potential moving or salvaging opportunities. The question I have applying to both of those proposed projects is that the time frame given is medium term. I wonder if you might be able to elaborate on what that might mean in terms of time frame, and what considerations staff have in proposing medium term as opposed to short term or long term for these important initiatives.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. The medium term is a somewhat broader band. We've given it 2025 to 2026 as the medium term range. The short term, all of the things identified in short term are 2024 and therefore had budget implications. And so that's really why they sit within that timeframe. Also, we're very aware of capacity in the short term timeframe and so have limited our actions in the short term. A bulk of the initiatives are in the medium term. And the flexibility there with regard to the timing allows us to align budget and capacity too across that time frame. And so really they were the determining factors in allocating short, medium and long term.
Thank you. The motivations of staff and intent to address building demolitions is quite clear. I just hope, and I know that many in the community hope, that we aren't going to see more unnecessary building demolitions in the meantime. Council, do we have final feedback comments for staff before we consider the staff recommendation? I'll start with Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. I think circular economy is very important. It's really important not only that we look for these big things, but also that we look for all the little pieces that we can clean up along the way. And my feedback would be that for a final report or a final work plan, I'd really like to see a list of measurable deliverables, measurable performance indicators that can tell us whether our plan has actually been actioned and had an impact on whatever it is. Either, my simple mind is to reduce the amount going to the landfill, but I understand it is more complicated. Thanks.
Mayor Herford.
Thank you. I really like I appreciate the answer we just heard around the sort of what was the medium term not importance, but realistic when that would happen. And I think that this being the review of sort of everything around that green demolition, and I think, but I do think that piece is something that we have. As I look at this and some of the comments we heard is like, well, we are a small place and we're unlikely to start affect the global secondary economy for plastics or something like this. But we do have the ability with that a little bit more direct control with with that, the policy around the green demolition. So I think that piece carries a lot of weight with me, and a lot of these things are big, and this is a big piece of work and really changes. To really realize all the goals here is a change in lifestyle for a lot of our community. So it's big things, but we don't have control over all of those, and we can set the table for them as we do. But on the ones where we do have more direct control, I think it's important that we push on those. So I appreciate the explanation of the timeline, but if there's any, I would recommend, or I would welcome a discussion about accelerating that work. And I will be looking for areas of specific advocacy to other levels of government, so we can work on some of the regulatory challenges of actually realizing these goals that I agree do need to be measured, to Councillor Hamilton's point. But thank you for the work, but I'll leave it there.
Councillor Stoner? Oh, excuse me. Thank you. Councillor Pettingill, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I got my hand back. Thanks for that. So very pleased to see this report. It is really critical work, great opportunity for our community, and I'm glad to sort of see that this is cutting across so many policy areas, and it suggests to me that we are sort of thinking big picture and paying attention to how everything relates, and so that gives me some confidence that we are on a good path. I do think it is worth maybe not being afraid to highlight donut economics and the relationship there. I think in terms of which you mentioned, the some of the societal impacts and staying not just within planetary boundaries, but doing so in a way that meets critical societal needs and equity and so on. I think that will tie together basically all of the work we are doing. And when I think to the decision making we'll need to do and the metrics we choose and so on, and our prioritization of these things, making sure we have that additional context could be really useful. And I think too, it's easy to confuse donut economics and circular economy, and so being very clear in how these things relate and why they're both important is useful. And then I'll just add to some of my colleagues, let's not forget, things like LMLGA and UBCM are good points for us to advocate. And so if we have some indication from you of what the opportunities are there regulation changes at the provincial level in terms of plastics and so on that we need to move the dial on some of these things better, then love to be able to have that to bring to those venues and advocate for those things. But very pleased to see this, so thank you very much.
Councillor Friend?
Thanks, Chair. And I think I'll start my remarks by sharing that some around me have accused me of being a slow fashion master. I have clothing that I still wear that dates back to the mid and even early 1980s. So that takes me to my next thought of how education and communication really is ultimately what is key to success in this area. And I think that District of Squamish staff have done an excellent job in the past of educating our community and communicating our strategies, what we're up to, and what needs to be done. And then I also believe that there's room for significant improvement in that. And the stats show that out, with organics sitting at 30% of what goes into our landfill. And in an ideal world, that statistic would be 0, because it's so easy to turn that material into soil and circulate it around. So I'm looking for and hoping for new and innovative education and communication tools as we move forward. And I'm also pleased to see and confident that we'll continue to see regional and provincial coordination, because in so many of these areas, scale is really important. When I think about the demolition of a home that has copper wire, an individual home doesn't have a ton of copper wire, but if we recycled all of the copper wire in all of the homes that are demolished in the next 10 years, in Squamish. That is a significant amount of copper spread out over that period of time that has real value, that can be reused. And I think this is an example where regional and provincial coordination is important because of the scale aspect of materials like that. So I'll just close with, I think that this report is excellent. The direction that staff is suggesting we take is appropriate, and I support.
Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, briefly, I too will be very excited to support the motion once it's on the floor. This work is really critical to the direction that we know we need to go for the future, and I really appreciate the amount of integration that it's proving across the various departments. It's also work that we can't do alone, and I think that this work plan and it being co-led by sustainability and economic development really helps to showcase that. It's not up to the district to change all of this. It's up to a societal shift. So that requires bringing on different partners. It requires changing the way that businesses think. And so I think that this work plan gets us there. And I think it's also a really great example of how phenomenally our staff have been able to take the policy direction that we provide and leverage it for funding, and then find ways to action it and empower others within our community. So I just want to thank you for doing all of that work. I think the 3 thematic areas are important, they're timely, and they're really specific, I think, to where our community is at and where they might be able to be good opportunity for us to take advantage of it. I know that there's lots of opportunities within this space, and sometimes that can feel overwhelming. And I think that's where the balance between where we can act locally versus try and do some regional collaboration is really important. So things like, we know that Recycle BC is trying to figure out how they actually are going to manage the soft plastics piece, and the opportunity of scale there is really important to make it viable. Whereas I think the 3 thematic areas that we've identified, there is real opportunity to leverage at the local level. So just wanted to voice my level of support and reiterate that for me, the only changes I'd like to see or highlights are that stronger connection with social procurement and any policy changes that need to happen there to make sure it's well integrated. That connection to the chamber grant writing program, and agree with some measurable performance indicators, while also recognizing that that will be really challenging to do because this actually shifts the way that we want to try and measure success. So with a little bit of flexibility to staff there, that they may not be perfect the first time around.
Thank you. A couple of comments of my own. Firstly, with respect to the project to assess the feasibility of a storage and resale site for surplus and repurposed building materials, I'd like to just voice that I hope I trust that we will be mindful of our private sector partners, and that includes local societies. There are a couple of active and proposals for recycling sites, diverse ones, including by a local society, but also other entrepreneurs. There are well-developed visions and people with experience that they're drawing from elsewhere. I recall the first recycling depot in Squamish was the Brackendale Fire Hall at Depot Road. So our local societies and our local entrepreneurs can be taking the lead, and we should let them and not be stepping on toes without being mindful of this. That's just offering that observation that we be mindful of what they're doing out there, and we don't need to duplicate them or compete with them. Secondly, there is reference to the embodied carbon guide for BC communities and encouraging wood-based building materials. Other jurisdictions take a step further in a report like that one to give attention to the wood-based materials manufacturing sector. We can be an exporter of carbon-friendly building products, not just for in encouraging their use, but we can be an exporter. And there's also another section of the report in the appendix, employment, land, and space projects. Those manufacturers or potential manufacturers do need attention with respect to how we can foster that sector of an export economy concerning carbon-friendly materials. Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt the recommendation of staff? I'll go with Councillor Hamilton moves and Mayor Herford seconds. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much to staff. What is particularly impressive to me is the integrated picture, not only of themes, but of departments working together. Thank you very much. Mayor Herford?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Anderson. I've just, during the meeting, I've been communicating with our staff around, we have external folks joining for our next session, and they are okay to delay the start of that next section as late as 1 o'clock, but it'll be at the discretion of the chair as to well, how, it's up to you how much time we have and how far we want to bump, but it does have a knock-on effect. But I've gone as far as the next one, but yeah.
Thank you for that communication, Mayor Herford. And it will be a long afternoon, and we want to be properly fueled for it. So may I suggest that we return then at 1 o'clock?
I would suggest we
Or
go shorter.
Shorter, okay.
Yeah.
That would be fine for me. So if there's a consensus about starting again at 12:45 after half an hour lunch. Very good then. We'll call a recess. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're reconvening the Committee of the Whole for October 10th, and we have before us the 2023 Transit 3-Year Expansion Memorandum of Understanding. I understand Dora Gunn, our Transportation Planner, will take the lead and introduce our other guests. Please proceed, Dora.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Dora Gunn, a Transportation Planner with the District of Squamish. With us today online, we have Rob Ringma, Senior Manager of Government Relations, and Aaron Sparks, Senior Transit Planner, both with BC Transit. Rob and Aaron are going to provide most of the presentation today, and I have a few slides at the end. I'll just get the presentation loaded.
Dora, could I just get a verbal confirmation that you can hear me?
You're just fine, Mr. Ringman.
Excellent. Thank you. I saw a thumbs up. Appreciate that. So yes, Rob Ringman, Senior Manager of Government Relations. Glad to be back in front of Squamish Council today to provide a transit update and speak to some of our transit service expansion options. I'm joined by Aaron Sparks, who you remember is one of our senior transit planners for the Squamish and Sea to Sky region. Please, next slide, Dora. We're just going to go over quickly a quick ridership update. I'll talk a little bit about transit expansion planning. Aaron will get into a little bit more of the planning pieces behind the South Squamish study, Alice Lake, and our frequent transit network update. And then I will end with a quick update on the free fares for 18 under. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide here, you've seen it before. Again, bit of a gap in the data from 2019 before we started to get strong APC data collection. But what you'll see in 2019 in red is that drop that happened in ridership due to the COVID pandemic. You'll notice kind of successive returns of ridership in the years from that, albeit for the one gap that you see when the 2022 transit strike was in effect last year between February and June. Just along the bottom, I just want to clarify weeks of the year. Week 1 would be January 1st. So you just have to do a bit of divide by 4 math to get to where we are, but you can see along the top, the 2023 ridership has been very strong, the return to ridership has been very strong, where we're actually looking very positive in terms of exceeding 2022 levels, right up until the last couple of weeks where we've been kind of flirting with 2022 levels. So BC Transit as an organization announced about 2 weeks ago that we feel we have reached 100% of pre-COVID ridership levels. That's kind of been our benchmark that we've been really trying to focus our efforts on regaining ridership based on those pre-COVID numbers. And we did announce just several weeks ago that we feel across the province we've reached that 100% level. And that's been led, to be quite honest, by quite a few systems like the Sea to Sky corridor, including Squamish, as well as the Central Fraser Valley. So it's just been great to see a rather quick return to ridership post the strike, and that has continued on with strong ridership through this year. So we really appreciate council and obviously the citizens' efforts to regain that ridership and have people riding in the city. So much appreciated. Next slide, please. So today I'm going to present a little bit on our transit improvement program. We affectionately call that our TIP process or TIPS process. That process does start in April. We would have been in front of council prior to go through some of our expansion initiatives to have a discussion with council and with staff to further refine those expansion items. And then we put those into a transit improvement MOU. And that MOU is basically a letter to local government that outlines the next 3 years of proposed expansion initiatives with costing so that our local government partners can obviously budget and discuss the financial implications of those expansion items. Through this MOU, we do seek a financial commitment to the year 1. So I'll just remind council, I will go through year 1 as well as year 2 and year 3 But really for the MOU, you're signing off on the commitments for year one. And that then, once we have that confirmation from the local government partner, we sum up all of those transit requests across the province and submit those into our service plan to the province to secure their portion of the funding. And as you most likely remember from our last presentation, our expansion priorities are determined by initiatives that we maybe have not implemented in the past. Obviously, our transit future action plan is really important. And then we go one level deeper and look at your local initiatives and priorities and OCP plans for the region and try to incorporate those into our plan. Next slide, please. So here is the transit expansion initiatives for 24-25. So that's next fiscal for conventional transit system, or your conventional transit system, apologies. So what you'll see here is two initiatives. We've broken them out. The first one being a 4,500 hour and 3-bus expansion to add additional frequency to the number 1 and number 2 and improve our weekend service on the frequent transit network. And the real goal of this is to target getting to that 15-minute frequency during weekday peaks on those key routes 1 and 2. The second initiative is an 800-hour expansion, which will not require a bus at this time, and that would be to deviate the Route 3 to provide seasonal support to the oceanfront developments. So that oceanfront expansion that we've proposed here will provide seasonal service, so that'd be mid-June to about Labor Day, to the new oceanfront park via the Route 3. Obviously, kind of a first phase of what we hope to build out for the oceanfront development site as we move forward. I will just say before we go to the next slide, on the far right-hand side of the slide, you'll see the estimated annual net municipal share. So that is the District of Squamish share of those costs. The 4,500-hour expansion being at around $430,000, and the 800-hour expansion without the bus being $51,599. Next slide, please. We also have some custom or handy dart transit expansion items marked for next fiscal. What you'll see here is again, we've kind of broken them out into two different categories. One being a 520-hour expansion to expand handy dart morning and afternoon peak capacity. So currently right now, we have one bus that goes out on handy dart at around 7 o'clock in the morning, and it runs till 1:30 in the afternoon. The second bus leaves at about 9:30 and goes till about 4:30. So there's an opportunity by adding hours and not adding any additional buses that we can add in hours in that peak morning and afternoon time where we are seeing increased users and a lack of capacity. So that initiative, again, net municipal share around $20,000 would help us expand the capacity of the system, which is definitely needed. And then the second initiative, the 410 hours at $15,844, that is to expand our evening service. So currently the service ends at 4:30. Obviously, there's lots of riders that have afternoon and evening appointments, and we're looking to move from 4:30 till 5:30 in the evening, as well as add holiday service levels. So currently there's no holiday service provided in the handy dart system, so a bit of a gap to our conventional system. And by adding that holiday service levels, we'll add over 12 additional service days for the handy dart system. So some good and needed improvements on the custom transit handy dart side of things as well that we're proposing here today. Next slide, please. Looking beyond next fiscal, so into fiscal 25, 26, and 26, 27, that would round out the 3 years that I had mentioned before. And again, you're not making a financial commitment on these today, but we put those out there just, again, for discussion, as well as just for some long-range budgetary planning purposes for staff. But right now we have 2 initiatives for year 2. One being a 3,500-hour expansion to improve service to South Squamish. I mentioned some additional improvements to the oceanfront service and some off-peak improvements. And Aaron will be speaking a little bit more to our South Squamish study and some of the options and deeper details there. Second one for year 2 is a 1,500-hour expansion to potentially introduce seasonal service to Alice Lake. Again, Aaron will provide some additional information on that initiative. And then lastly, for year 3, this would be a fairly large expansion, but one that I think is a good priority in terms of really moving into that phase one of our new frequent transit network, and that would be basically supported by the corridor study that we're currently undertaking with your staff and a consultant. So, and again, Erin will speak to most of these items as she's going to present a couple slides next.
All right, thank you so much. And like Rob, I'd also appreciate a verbal or a visual confirmation that you can hear me.
Yes, we can, Mr. Parks.
Thank you so much. All right, so as Rob mentioned, I'm just going to be providing a little bit more information on some of the future expansion priorities. So in 2025-2026, we're proposing introducing service to Alex Lake. This is outlined in the 2021 Transit Future Action Plan and was estimated as requiring 1,500 annual service hours for seasonal summer service. So this would be sort of similar to what is provided on Route 5 South Parks. This would be service to Alice Lake Provincial Park. These resources would go towards approximately 15 trips a day, 7 days a week. Trips would operate outside of peak periods. So if peak service is of interest, we would look to adjust that vehicle requirement because it would require a vehicle if we were looking to add peak service. And I will also say that it is possible to, as Rob mentioned, because this is a year 2 initiative that we're proposing, we can make some adjustments to the service levels and subsequently the resources required as part of next year's TIPS process. Just because in signing an MOU for TIPS this year, you're only financially committing to that year 1 package. Next slide, please. And then just providing a little bit of an update on the South Squamish service. So again, this is an initiative that's proposed for 2025-2026. Service is proposed for Squamish, the waterfront landing or sea and sky development area, as well as Redbridge once that site is occupied. The specific service design depends on the outcome of the South Squamish study, but we will be looking at 3,500 hours and 1 vehicle as outlined in your TIPS MOU. I'll note again, as Rob kind of alluded to, those hours are for both South Squamish as well as other off-peak improvements. So the specific number of hours that would go towards South Squamish would be determined as a result of the ongoing study. This project is expected to be completed in 2024, just because we have to have a conversation with Squamish First Nation just about that, the Squamish piece of the service puzzle. And then as part of this study, we are also looking at digital on demand, as I think we mentioned previously, though the costs of what that option would be would still be confirmed, need to be confirmed through the Kelowna pilot, which is scheduled for next year. Next slide, please. And then lastly, just an update on the FTN corridor study. So as you're all familiar, this is a priority that was identified in the 2021 Transit Future Action Plan. The purpose of the study is to identify the preferred routing for a frequent route between downtown Squamish and Garibaldi Village. In subsequent phases, we will be looking at FTN service between Garibaldi Village and the Highlands, as well as into Brackendale. There was a little bit of a project delay just to ensure that we had alignment with some transportation master plan modeling information, but we are looking to be completing that study in the next few months. And we are proposing implementing this corridor FTN as part of the 2026-2027 fiscal year with a cost of 5,000 hours and 3 additional vehicles. Next slide, please. I'll turn it back to Rob, actually. Thanks.
Thank you, Erin. So yeah, just a quick update on the free fares for 18 and under. So the last time we presented to council, council did make a directive for BC Transit to work with staff to assess the impacts and feasibility of potentially implementing a free fares for 18 under. We love acronyms at BC Transit, so I've coined it FF18U. So basically, this is this will be a good project to work on. We're starting to work on this project currently. What we want to do is we're going to analyze, obviously, the potential revenue loss that would be associated to this program, but we also need to analyze the potential impacts to operations. So we know that if we provide free fares, we're more than likely to see an increase in ridership, and we really need to tie that back into basically these expansion initiatives that we're speaking to today, and make sure that that we won't impact operations in a way that would make the service less desirable. So we want to make sure that we're being very calculated in how we look at those, and then analyze if any of our current expansions are adequate to support what we may see as a bump up in ridership. So we have to kind of look at it from two different lenses, and we are currently working on that. The only thing that's kind of causing a bit of a delay would be the implementation of UMO. So again, UMO being our our modernized fare technology, our electronic fare payment system, which is currently targeted for a December launch of this year. So there will be some public engagement that we're working on with staff currently for November, with a full launch of UMO in December. So that's pretty exciting, but it is, again, a big project that we're all really kind of putting our weight behind. But I just want to make sure council is aware that we are working on the free fare for 18 under, and we're targeting to have a report back to council by the end of Q4. So that's March of 2024. And that actually will align very well, if you remember one of my original slides, with our discussions around transit improvements. So if we do identify any gaps in service that may need to be addressed, we can address those in our transit improvement program discussions as well as that time. So yeah, looking forward to completing this project and getting a report back to council. As mentioned, we should have that report at the latest by Q4, end of Q4, so that'd be March 2024. And I think that is it for our presentation, but I think Dora might have a couple slides tacked on. Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Dora.
Great, thank you so much. So moving on now to budget implications, and this is just for the MOU portion of the report. So the final budget commitment for the MOU does happen through both the municipal and provincial budget processes. Municipal obviously underway for 2024, provincial wraps up in February 2024. So all the conventional expansions that are in the MOU, as well as actually ones past that are in the Transit Future Action Plan, are in the 5-year financial plan. The Handy-Dart expansion that's in this MOU is not yet in the 5-year financial plan. It's anticipated to start in January of 2025, so it will be put into the financial plan next year for the 2025 budget. And then once implemented, once fully implemented, once all the budget is in the budget, that will happen in the 2027 budget year. And the annual net increase for the local government transit costs is 1.39 million for this MOU. And the last slide is the recommendation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gunn. Mr. Ringma, Mr. Sparks. Council questions. Starting with Councillor Stoner, followed by Councillor French, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you through the chair. Always great to see you folks from BC Transit, and thanks for addressing some of the questions that I had listed in advance through your slides. A few follow up though, on the free service for those under 18, Mr. Ringma, you mentioned projecting the revenue loss, and I just want to make sure that we're going to also account for the addition of provincial funding that's now being provided for those under 12. So that used to be a cost that we used to bear, but we are no longer doing so, is my understanding. The province is now doing that. So I just want to make sure that we're offsetting those costs accordingly.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Stoner, for your question. Yes, so currently you are getting a monthly a stipend or payment from the province to support the free fare 12 and under. That's what the province currently supports. Obviously, going from 12 and under to 18 under, what we need to try to calculate is the difference. So anybody who's 13 to 18, how much revenue they may be providing to the system. So that's what we will be focusing our study on, is that 13 to 18 portion, because the 12 is under 12 is already accounted for.
Okay, that's helpful. I just want to make sure that we can also bring back the numbers of what it did previously cost us when we were covering the under 12 because that was a decision that we had made previously that we were okay to bear that burden. So just be interesting to compare those costs when we come to make that decision. I was wondering if somebody could remind me, what are the weekday peak hours?
Through the chair, Councillor Stoner, just for clarity on the Handy Dart system that I
No,
mentioned,
sorry, on the
or,
conventional system.
yeah, I might defer that to Aaron.
Sure, through the chair to you, Councillor Stoner. So peak hours tend to vary based off of the system, just based off of how people are commuting. But for Squamish, it's roughly about 7:30 a.m. until about 9:30 or 10 a.m. and then in the morning. And then in the evening, it will be sort of around school bell time, so around 3 o'clock-ish until the early evening around 5:36.
Okay, that's helpful. I knew that they varied depending on community. I just couldn't remember what our peak hours were. And then my last question was just with reference to an element that's in year 2 of the MOU is the introduction of service to Alice Lake. And that's one that has been batted around since it showed up in the Transit Future Action Plan. There have been a lot of discussions and comments around the council table that there's some trepidation around that, and I realize that there's still opportunity to change that. I think one of the things that I have advocated for and heard some support with my council colleagues is to try and find a cost share model with BC Parks if we're going to explore that. So I just wanted to get an understanding from BC Transit and staff where those discussions are and what opportunities there might be to put a bit of a caveat within this MOU that perhaps we wouldn't explore that unless BC Parks comes to the table.
Through the chair, I think I can start the conversation. So I have reached out to BC Parks to talk about the timing of potentially having service out to Alice Lake and to gauge their interest in supporting it. I was just speaking to one staff person, and they are very excited about having transit service out there. They have a potential interest in supporting it financially, but the mechanism is to be determined. So they cannot commit yet. They did look to just see if there was anything kind of available easily and immediately, and the answer to that was no. But they are going to continue to look into that.
And so I think just the flag there being the timeline, we know how slow our budgets are, let alone provincial budgets. And so I'm just curious how we get those conversations rolling to a point that we can have an answer when the second year this MOU comes to pass. But I will think about that. My last question was just on the Handy Dart system. And I'm just wondering what sort of engagement has happened in terms of expansion of that service. Because from what I remember, it's not included in the Transit Future Action Plan. And so I just want to be clear that we've done some targeted engagement to make sure that we're making an informed decision on expansion there.
Yes, thank you through the chair, Councillor Stoner. So again, I got a bit of COVID brain, but I think it was 2 years ago, maybe even last year, Dora, please correct me if I'm wrong, where we actually did a focused custom Handy Dart survey. So we surveyed all of our customers of the Handy Dart service. That helped us along as working with the operating company and talking to drivers and obviously their dispatch to find out where we had, our peak capacity and where some improvements could be made. We started to put together some of those initiatives. And again, we are also, another piece is we are implementing a additional survey coming up next year, where we're actually going to do a custom Handy Dart survey across the province. But instead of just a provincial-wide survey, we're actually going to go into specific communities. So I think we have a good base of knowledge right now from the survey we already conducted, kind of pro bono between staff and myself. And then I think this program that BC Transit is rolling out next year will give us even additional information that we can help to tailor our custom transit expansion options as we move forward.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. I'm curious about reserve vehicles. And I feel like this has probably been answered in the past, but I'm feeling the need to ask it again. Are there actual individual buses sitting idle in Squamish ready to go if needed, or are reserve buses more of a regional floater system between Squamish, Whistler, and a shared resource?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor French, for your question. Yes, this comes up all the time. So it's a great question. Although provincially, BC Transit does manage the total fleet of buses where we can interchange buses from system to system. What we try to do is we try to maintain a certain spare ratio within each individual system. So what we're trying to do is find the fine line between running the most efficient services possible with not a whole bunch of buses parked, not out in service, with the need that if a bus breaks down, we need to put another bus into service right away to be able to maintain our service levels. So BC Transit has preset spare ratios for all of our systems across the province. Usually that spare ratio is around one bus for every 4 buses that we have out and available. You need to remember buses also need to come in for scheduled preventative maintenance at kilometer intervals, and then there can be breakdowns. So to answer your question, Squamish itself would have its own fleet of vehicles with a contingent of spare buses, as again, not a large amount, but a certain amount. And what happens is when we do expansions and we add more buses, when we hit certain thresholds, we need to add in additional spare bus resources so that we can be reactive to any issues within the community and make sure that we maintain those service levels on a daily basis.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I did have a second question based out of my reading of the staff report, which was answered in this report today. I noted that there was no mention of UMO in the staff report. So I just did a little bit of my own independent research and discovered that the app is downloadable for anybody that wants it. So I have it, I'm ready. And I'm looking forward to December when hopefully that target is met for UMO to be introduced.
Through the chair, thank you for the free plug.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. Through the chair, I'm very happy to see transit expansion happening and happening as rapidly as possible, in my opinion. I really have a question about understanding the 3-year MOU that we're signing, and I think this is my newness coming in. Mr. Ringma mentioned that we are committing to this first year, but in the note to council, the report to council, it says we're signing a 3-year transit expansion plan. So do we have this conversation again next year where we're solidifying for the year 1, but making an agreement for years 2 and 3?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, so the 3-year MOU comes back annually. So we're somewhat firmly committing to year 1, but and then there's flexibility in years 2 and 3.
Councillor Pettingill to be followed by Mayor Hurford.
Just a couple clarifying questions. We talk about deviating Route 3 from Valleycliff to Oceanfront. What exactly does that mean? Does that mean adding extra stops, or does that mean pulling some stops from Valleycliff to serve Oceanfront? I'm just wondering if you can clarify what that exactly means.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Pettingill. Yeah, so that would not mean removing service from Valleycliff. It would mean just extending existing Route 3, I guess sort of southwest of downtown.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of the Handy Dart, I'm wondering if we know the incremental cost to add additional hours in the evening, and I guess the part B of that is, do we know what the demand is? Because looking at the expense relative to other things, it seems like a very low cost expansion in theory, but maybe it's not worth it if the demand's not there. So I'm just wondering if you can expand on that a little bit.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you, Councillor Pettingill. So what we know is, as I mentioned before, we know that we have some compression of ridership or a lack of capacity in those morning and afternoon peaks. The thought process there, and exactly to your point, is by simply expanding our service hours, we don't need any additional service vehicles. So really the cost is just the service cost, the operational cost to provide that additional hour of service. And what the intent there is that hopefully it'll spread out some of that demand that we currently have in the afternoon by even providing that one additional hour. Somebody who has a social appointment or shopping needs, we're able, it just gives us the dispatch team just an extra hour of flexibility to schedule some of those appointments. So the hope is that it'll help disperse some of that ridership and that lack of capacity that we have in the evenings. But yes, you've hit the nail on the head. Without having a vehicle requirement, by just expanding the hours of current service, it actually is a quite affordable way to expand that service.
Okay, and so just so I can clarify then, is there a reason why we didn't consider extending till 6:30 in the evening, for example?
Yeah, I think, sorry, through the chair, basically what one of the kind of key principles that we're always looking at when it comes to handy dart service is to try to increase the parity between our conventional transit system and our handy dart systems. That's a kind of the American Disability Act kind of sets that as a very high priority achievement that we try to work towards here as well in Canada. Currently, the Squamish handy dart system starts quite early, 7 o'clock in the morning. And again, what we're hoping to is in increments continue to increase the service. So in this proposal, we put forth the extra hour. Again, depending on the amount of requests we get, and again, some of the survey work that we do, if we find that that is not adequate, then we'd be coming back to council in future years for additional expansions to the span of service.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, it's maybe a combo for staff and BC Transit. If I understand things, what's proposed in terms of operational expansion is in our 5-year plan, but a maintenance facility, the capital and so on is not. And we also have found within our existing landmass and so on an ability to store an extra 6 to 8 buses. So I guess my two questions are, when do we see that capital piece come into our 5-year plan, and when do we hit a wall where we can't actually execute on our operational plans until we do that maintenance facility? Like, you know, when do those two things hit?
Through the chair, so the maintenance facility actually is in the 5-year financial plan. I believe it's actually in 2028 now. It was adjusted just based on where we're at currently and the timing for the federal funding. And so I would have to go through the numbers again, but I know that all the expansions in this MOU can be accommodated given the space that we have available. And I'm not sure exactly what year it is after that we hit a point where we get into trouble as far as vehicle storage space, but it might be possible even at that point to find additional storage space in a different location than what we have so far.
Okay, thanks. I misunderstood. I thought the expansion was in our capital plan or 5-year plan, but glad to hear it is. So thank you.
Mayor Herford.
Thank you. And thank you to Councillor Pettingill for getting me one of the questions off the list, which was just understanding the impacts to Route 3. That's, I think there was some, on one of those slides, triggered a question, it triggered that clarity. But I'm curious, in the report, it speaks to the infrastructure not being included, and Councillor Pettingill just sort of hit on the big pieces. But along our system, we know that there's a need for more covered shelters and all that stuff. Where does that stuff live, just for all of our knowledge?
Through the chair, so things like covered shelters and small improvements to bus stops typically occurs through the Community Works Fund budget. We have an annual budget of $100,000 for transit stop improvements, as well as there's a BC Transit Shelter Program that we've been able to make use of for the last number of years. You know, a small number of shelters per year, but we are moving forward with that. So that's for all the smaller things. And then there are two bigger pieces that are not yet in the financial plan, and they are the Garibaldi Village Exchange and the Downtown Exchange. And both of those will be cost shared with BC Transit and have the potential for federal funding as well. We just don't have cost estimates for them yet, so we haven't been able to include them in the 5-year financial plan yet. And in fact, the Downtown Exchange probably wouldn't fall into the 5-year financial plan yet, but the Garibaldi Village one may.
Thank you. On the smaller pieces of transit infrastructure, I've had some conversations recently, actually with our youth council that met for the first time. I think it was just last week, and a lot of the conversation reinforces the need for us to take these actions as outlined, which is nice to hear that we're in the right direction and that there's that's essentially what they're asking for. But there were some smaller improvements, like one that comes to mind is ensuring that the bus stop's lit. And we talked about having a little workaround where the driver had instructed the riders to turn their camera or their light on their phone to signal that they need to be picked up at the stop. And that strikes me as something that I just wonder if those types of improvements, making sure there's a street light or light of some other sort available, and like those pieces, it's not necessarily like, is that captured in a bus transit stop improvements? And because I think there's a lot of little refinements that can actually be quite impactful to outcomes here. And how do we sort of bring all that together?
Thanks for the question through the chair. So those types of smaller improvements could be captured in that same $100,000 budget. It's not a large budget. Another thing that will really help that particular type of work is there's a proposal for a staff position in the 2024 budget, sustainable transportation coordinator, and that person would be responsible for overseeing any smaller bus, amongst other things, any smaller bus stop improvements. So we're really looking at getting some staff capacity to help implement some of those.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, comments for our presenters? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the staff recommendation. Councillor Stone, please go ahead.
I'd like to propose an alternate motion that reads that council authorize the CAO to sign the 2023 3-year transit expansion initiative MOU with BC Transit. This is the change, and I will email it to you, Melissa, with a caveat added that the 2025-26 introduction to Alice Lake service only be pursued if a cost share model can be agreed to with BC Parks. And if it's seconded, I'll speak to it.
It's seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Everybody's clear on the motion? And go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. I'm putting this forward as a more explicit direction to staff to continue to pursue the conversations with BC Parks about a cost share model. If we look at the expansion of our transit, which I am fully supportive of, but we're going to basically double our operating budget in 3-4 years' time. And that doesn't include the capital cost to making those expansions happen. So to me, that means that we need to find all opportunities to cost share the impact of this expansion. And to me, this is a huge value to extend our service to BC Parks, Alice Lake. It's also a huge value to BC Parks to have transit buses going to Alice Lake, because right now parking is a huge issue for them. And so I don't think that this is a burden that we need to bear alone. I think BC Parks needs to come to the table. And if they don't, it will be unfortunate to not be able to provide the service, but we know that there's demand for our core transit network and to establish closer to 15-minute service for the core transit network. And I think that that needs to be our priority, not necessarily extending our service to further afield places unless it can be at least cost shared, if not paid for by external entities. So that's the reason that I'm putting this motion forward. And I just want to make sure that staff and BC Transit have clear direction from council on that.
Thank you, Councillor Stoner. Further comments? I'll just add the observation that in support of Councillor Stoner's motion is that this is an important dialogue for the future services for our 3 parks south of Squamish as well. So we have the motion clear. Oh, excuse me, Councillor Pettingill, please go ahead.
Yeah, a little bit torn on this one. Still thinking about, I think one of our rationales for thinking about Alice Lake was understanding there was demand and helping not just with youth, but other people as well, getting them used to using transit. And that was part of I think the thinking to maybe go a bit further. And so I guess that's the tension for me is that amount worth the return, the presumed return on investment, which we're not really sure about. To my colleague's point, though, if we're already seeing strong demand for 15-minute service and so on, maybe that is the better investment in the way to sort of build that behavior. So I guess that's what I'm sort of trying to consider in the 5 seconds before we go to a vote. And just one other comment I will make, because I neglected to ask it as a question, but I would hope, I guess, in our conversations with Squamish Nation, that there is some conversation about the desire or the possibility to have stops in or at least 2 different reserves. And I'm thinking Wewakam and Brackendale and so on. I'm not sure what level of conversations we're having, but want to make sure that's not just totem halls and Stotmas we're thinking about, but all the areas are hopefully part of our conversations. Otherwise, very happy to see, it's a really exciting and ambitious plan, as we said before, and glad to see us pursuing it. Thank you.
Mayor Herford.
Thank you. I'm excited about this, and I appreciate the sort of the additional language around BC Parks. I think this is an important discussion to have with BC Parks, and the motion also, or the process also recognizes that this is going to come back to us this time next year to see how far those conversations have advanced, and perhaps there's some creative solutions that will facilitate that service happening. But this isn't something that we should be fully going alone on. I agree with that sentiment. And I'm excited to see the inclusion of Squamish in there, but I want to. I think that's just one piece of the puzzle, and that's likely to highlight the other, needed connections to make sure that really works for our friends at the Squamish Nation. But I do think it's an important step. So that'll be something I'll be looking for, as we move our way through the plan. So yeah, thank you for the work on this.
Then I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Pettingill, did I capture you as being in favor?
Yeah, I'm convinced for now, so I'm voting in favor.
Thank you for that. Then I'll just thank our presenters, Ms. Gunn and our guests from BC Transit. I find that your clear presentation of the decision-making processes and the evaluation processes ahead of us to be very clear and very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much for your time.
We'll shortly be joined by Planning Department regarding the Cemetery Master Plan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Elaine Naseby, and I am a park planner with the District of Squamish. We also have some consultants with us whom I will introduce. And this afternoon, we are presenting the Cemetery Master Plan for endorsement. We're just setting up the presentation. It has taken time to bring the Cemetery Master Plan back to Council. Because this is a master plan with a 30-year time horizon, the overall direction, expansion plan, and recommendations have not changed. A master plan is a high level and acts as a guiding document that sets priorities, staff work planning, and capital upgrades. Staff monitors interment capacity and demand, and that will inform when later phases of the plan are initiated. During the time that the master plan has been developed, staff has actioned some of the draft recommendations in the course of staff work, such as improving software and systems for sales and record keeping by adapting district IT systems for finances and asset management that are already in place to incorporate cemetery services. Also establishing budgets for cemetery capital upgrades in the 5-year financial plan as described in the draft cemetery master plan. And the consultant did provide staff with updated cost estimate in 2023 to account for inflation and rising construction costs. I would like to speak to the name of the cemetery briefly before we begin. So the District of Squamish humbly and respectfully acknowledges that the Mount Garibaldi Cemetery is located on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Squamish Nation, who have lived in this area since before recorded time. Recently, Squamish Nation formally requested the province of BC change the name of Mount Garibaldi to the Squamish name Inchikai. The Squamish Nation have called the mountain Inchikai for thousands of years. Staff suggests that if a renaming of the Mount Garibaldi Cemetery is considered, for it to be a process involving Squamish Nation. Let's begin. I'd like to introduce our consultants, Urban Systems. We have Anita Chambers in person, and she will provide the presentation, and she can speak to any financial questions. We also have Catherine Barris online, and she can answer any questions related to interment service options, the master plan concept, and proposed capital expansions. Welcome. Oh, maybe you don't. You might just have to press it once.
Thank you. As Elaine had mentioned, my name is Anita Chambers. Thank you very much for having me here today. So the purpose of this cemetery master plan is that the district of Squamish is growing rapidly and the Mount Garibaldi Cemetery is nearing capacity. The cemetery master plan will guide the expansion of the cemetery, include opportunities for new service offerings, review the financial model and goals, and it identifies implementation actions. So the district does not have a cemetery master plan currently. To create this master plan, we met with stakeholders within the district in the early stages of the project. We prepared population and cemetery needs projections. We prepared options and a preferred concept plan for the cemetery expansion. We also conducted financial analysis to identify the extent of funding shortfalls and to provide funding model options for the district consideration earlier in the process. We conducted a community survey and engaged with Squamish Nation. Through this process, we took into account key interment trends. So cremation is increasing nationally and is currently at around 85% in BC. Higher cremation rates are leading to the provision of additional service options, such as scattering gardens. And we're seeing an increased demand for green burial in BC. A little bit more about the trends related to green burial. So what green burial looks like is that remains are returned as naturally as possible to the earth. Remains are buried in a biodegradable shroud or a casket, so there is no embalming and no vault or liner. Vegetation is typically planted and the area is allowed to naturalize. And names are generally interred on an individual or a common marker. There are some cemeteries in the region that are providing green burial. The most active is Royal Oak Cemetery in Victoria. They are attracting out-of-region burials. And they say that every green burial generates 1 or 2 sales from people attending, so generating a lot of interest there. 1 out of 5 burials that they perform is green, and many customers that are purchasing green burial plots are in their 30s. There are 3 funeral homes in Victoria that are catering to green burial customers, and locally here in the Lower Mainland, Chilliwack and Coquitlam are among municipalities that provide green burial. So we're beginning to see this more and more. This is just a picture here of an area that is a scattering garden and a green burial area, so you can see a little bit more of that natural vegetation. And here is a green burial casket. So this is a wicker casket that is used for green burial. So you can see much more natural than a typical full burial. When we last presented the cemetery master plan to council, council requested input on GHGs as per the Community Climate Action Plan. And so when taking a look at these, the highest GHGs come from full burial, largely from headstones and vaults. These have the highest impacts. There are moderate GHGs from cremation. So burning has the highest impact when looking at cremation. And then we see the lowest GHGs with green burial. Less work goes into that and more natural processes. Moving on into some of the other elements. So we did conduct a community survey at the January 2020 council meeting. When we were last here with Mayor and Council, there was a request for staff to proceed with a community survey. And so that happened between March 12th and April 22nd in 2020. There were 20 complete responses and 11 partial responses received. This is a fairly low response rate, so it makes that the survey difficult to use as a key planning tool, but it did provide some good insights about residents' interest in green burial and scattering, which are two of the new proposed services. All respondents from the community survey live in Squamish. 52% of the respondents expect to be cremated and 16% expect to be buried, which includes green burial. And the most frequent comment that we received through the survey was a request to allow 4 sets of cremains in a full burial plot. Briefly, I just wanted to share a few of the highlights from the survey. So to the question, the following are the cemetery services in order of preference, which respondents are somewhat or very interested. And so you can see there was very high interest in green burial with a group marker and green burial with an individual marker, both at 61%. Also, when asked about cemetery features that respondents would like to see that they are somewhat or very interested in, you can see there was a high response and interest in a walking path, trees in a new area, more benches, outdoor gathering space, and washrooms. District staff did engage with Squamish Nation, as Elaine had mentioned, and so the cemetery master plan was referred to the Nation, which resulted in 4 recommendations from the Nation. And those were to do an archaeological assessment, to engage an environmental professional to assess the area for old growth, to consider retaining trees on site and burying in between existing trees, and to leave a very limited space for burial of caskets and leave remaining space for cremated and eco burials. In response to these recommendations, an archaeological assessment was done and 3 culturally modified trees will be preserved. A registered forest technologist did a timber cruise, and an area of the trees that had previously been identified as veteran trees will be preserved. During detailed design and construction, trees will be retained as possible where they are located in areas designated as open space, so not areas where there will be plots. And finally, Squamish Nation recommended prioritizing low GHG emission interment options. And the district can do public education around the interment choices to educate the public in their decision making. So now we move into the population forecast that was prepared for the cemetery master plan. This population forecast has a time horizon of 30 years, which is the time frame of the cemetery master plan. The population is projected to grow by 1.9% annually to reach approximately 36,500 residents by 2048. And residents aged 65 and over are projected to increase over this time period. I did want to add a note, these projections were prepared in 2019 at the project outset, and while we know new information is available since we prepared these estimates, we know that the population of Squamish continues to increase rapidly, and so we expect that there will be that continued increase in demand for services. Based on that population projection, there's demand for approximately 2,800 interments at Mount Garibaldi Cemetery over the next 30 years. And this is comprised of 575 burials, including green burials, and 2,215 cremations. The current services provided at the cemetery include full earth burial, cremains in cremation plot. When I say cremains, I mean cremated remains. Also cremains in columbarium niches, which are operated by the Squamish Funeral Chapel. And additional service options that are to be added through the cemetery master plan, and the plans in it are green burial and scattering gardens. A look at your current fees right now. So the cost for residents for a full plot is $850, and for a cremation plot, the cost is $325. This is for the right of interment, as well as the perpetual care fund. Non-residents are paying $5,400 for a full plot and $2,000 for a cremation plot. And then on top of that, open and closing for a full plot is $1,550, and cremation plots are $385. At the January 14th, 2020 meeting with Council, we presented 3 funding options for consideration. Council approved option 3 as the preferred option, which is reflected in the cemetery master plan. But I just briefly wanted to review these as well, just as a refresher. So the first option that was noted is the status quo. This didn't include any costs for capital expansion or capital upgrades. and this was based on a 2% annual fee increase. And with this would result in the elimination of the subsidy of operating costs after 22 years, and there would be no funds towards capital expansions in that option. Option 2 is based on a 25% fee increase. So again, in this option, not anticipating any funding from cemetery revenues for expansion and capital upgrades. And through raising fees 25% initially, followed by 2% annually, this would result in eliminating the district subsidy of operating costs after 16 years. And option 3, which was the preferred option by council, this results in raising fees 75% initially, followed by 2% annually, to eliminate the district subsidy of operating costs within 10 years, and to fund some capital improvements. So we did anticipate capital expansion and upgrades in there. And so when we're talking about eliminating the operating subsidy within 10 years, that's not fully funding the capital costs, but there would be some funds available to put towards the capital costs. I wanted to add a note here, prior to January 2020, when we came to council, 2% annual increases are what we were kind of expecting annually for inflation. That was kind of a base estimate. Since then, we've seen higher rates of inflation, certainly. And so moving forward, we would suggest that with this option, you'd maintain the 75% fee increase initially, and then you would be reviewing costs annually and updating rates based on the rate of inflation, which would allow you to keep up with increased costs for operating as well. Just a comparison here of resident fees. So you'll see on the top here, these are the total existing fees for full burial for Squamish, 2,400 and 710 for cremation, which is the total of the right of interment and open and closing shown on the previous slide. And then with option 3, that initial 75% fee increase would set your full burial rates at 4,197 and your cremation rates at 1,242. And so these are your right of interment, so the cost to purchase the plot, as well as your perpetual care fund allowance, the amount that's charged to upkeep the cemetery, and an open and close fee to actually perform the interment. If we look in a few other communities that are nearby Squamish, Whistler's full burial cost for a similar option is 4,200, so just above where Squamish would be sitting at. And the cremation rate is 2,100, so higher than what the proposed rate for Squamish cremation is. And if we look at West Van, we see that their fees are significantly higher at over 7,600 for a full burial and over 2,300 for cremation. In addition to preparing the population projections and conducting financial analysis, we also assessed the current conditions of the site in order to prepare a concept plan for the expansion. So this is an image of what the site looks like currently. And from there, we prepared a concept plan. This was developed in consultation with district staff. And you'll see the portion on the left there, which is white, that doesn't show up super well on this screen, indicates the existing site, and the remaining portion, which is the green area there on the right. Sorry, did I say white? Right? That white area is on the left. The green area on the right is the expansion area. And these are the areas that are expected to be developed over the next 30 years. So I realize there's a lot of information on this you can't totally see. So I just wanted to highlight a few things. In the middle on the left, in between the trees there, that's the main parking area. And as you move towards the green area, there is some anticipated new seating areas, benches, a table. In the new expansion area, the trail along the outside, that is a granular path. And the roadway in the middle is a one-way loop road for vehicles. The new green burial area anticipated is kind of middle south, just above the building there at the bottom, as well as there is a scattering area and a structure within the middle circle there. My arrow's mixed up. There we go. So with these cemetery improvements, there are recommended capital upgrades in 3 phases over the next 20 years to meet the anticipated demand. As Elaine had mentioned, these cost estimates were revised in 2023 to reflect inflation and rising construction costs. Just a caveat that costs are always changing, and so as this work would get a little bit closer, there may be some additional tweaks to be made there just based on current construction costs, but these have been updated from 2019. So in phase one, we expect estimated capital costs of approximately $290,000. We expect this would occur in 2024, and this would include grading the site, paving the parking area, and landscaping and furnishing the site. In phase two, at a cost of approximately $1.35 million, we anticipate this would occur in 2025. This phase includes clearing the forest, excavating burial plots, building roads, pathways, and a seating area, landscaping and furnishing the site, preparing the scattering site, improving the maintenance yard, and building washrooms. And in phase three, value this phase at approximately $600,000. There's no set timing for this. It would be based on how intermittent demand occurs over the next number of years. This would include clearing more of the forest, excavating burial plots, extending pathways, and landscaping and furnishing the site. So these three phases together and the capital costs associated with those would reflect that entire concept plan shown in the previous slide. Finally, in the cemetery master plan, it included action items that are identified for implementation. And so these include adjusting service delivery to address improvements noted in the cemetery master plan. This includes things like recommendations related to staffing roles and record-keeping technology. Also includes expanding the fee structure to include the new services and adjusting fees. Includes revising the cemetery bylaw and establishing budgets for cemetery upgrades in the financial plan. Also conducting detailed design for each phase of cemetery upgrades and expansions prior to planned construction, and undertaking capital development projects by phase as specified in the cemetery master plan, which is what we were just speaking about. With that, I'll turn it back to Elaine.
Thanks, Anita. So the motions this afternoon are that the council endorse the District of Squamish Mount Garibaldi Cemetery Master Plan, that staff amend the fees and charges bylaw to increase cemetery fees and add interment options of green burial and scattering garden, and that staff amend the cemetery bylaw to add interment options of green burial and scattering garden, to define resident, to add a clause to address affordability, and to allow 4 sets of cremated remains on a burial plot. Thank you.
Thank you to our presenters. Council, questions? Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. I'm curious about scattering remains. So there's a cap on the number of scattering events that can take place. I'd like to know what's the logic of that, and how does one go about ensuring that the cap is followed?
Thank you for your question. Through the chair, are you referring to the 4 sets of cremated remains in a burial plot?
No, when remains are scattered in a scattered garden.
Right. So if I understand your question, I think you're asking there's kind of a set number of remains that are scattered in a scattering garden. How do you manage that? So there's no set number of remains allowed in a garden. It's scattered and all mixed together. So that's just the nature of a scattering garden. And so there is still a right of interment fee for scattering, which is fairly typical. Staff still come out, oversee that. And so that would be charged on each actual scattering of the cremated remains.
Okay, great. I must have misread, because I thought I saw somewhere that scattering events were limited. So I'm happy to hear that. And I'm wondering about analysis on the proposed non-resident burial fees. Of course, they're high. And was any work done to determine if those proposed amounts would basically result in no non-resident burials, or are they in a price range where we could expect that there would be interest from out-of-town folks?
Through the chair, I'll answer, and then I'll invite Elaine to add anything if she would like. My understanding is that there were higher resident fees imposed a few years before we started this master plan, or it was perhaps even a year, because there was significant interest in the cemetery and burials from non-residents, which was using up space at the cemetery. And previously, I believe that there was the same rate for residents as non-residents, and most communities do have a higher rate for non-residents, recommending that a municipal cemetery is primarily providing service to residents. And so through this process, we didn't do any financial analysis on non-resident fees in other communities. And so we moved forward with that 75% increase to both of those sets. My understanding from previous conversations with council that happened before this was that there was interest in making sure that the cemetery primarily met the needs of residents, and that if non-residents wanted to be interred, it costs extra. Elaine, did you want to add anything about the resident kind of definition from the previous discussion?
Through the chair, just that work was done before the cemetery master plan to increase the fee of the non-residents, exactly as Anita just spoke to.
Councillor Penningill.
Yeah, a couple things. As I understand, green burial, it still sort of permanently takes up a spot in the cemetery, a plot. Is there an ability or a movement at all towards combining scattering gardens and green burial of sorts, where it's sort of low GHG impact, but you may, over time, there's maybe multiple people interred in the same location, almost like a scattering garden?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, I'm going to defer that question to my colleague, Catherine, who's on the line. Catherine, are you able to respond?
I am. Hi, Mayor and Council. Nice to see you. Yes, it is absolutely possible to do scattering in a green burial area, and a Royal Oak Cemetery, the one that Anita mentioned in Saanich, does do that, in fact. So absolutely possible, yes.
And sorry, just for clarity, I mean, I don't mean doing both, but combining the concept where, you know, allowing over time multiple green burials in the same location.
So with the green burials, because they are in a casket, they still have to be a minimum of 6 feet below ground. Some cemeteries are doing double depth, and in fact, in BC, Mountain View Cemetery and Coquitlam actually have gone to triple depth green burial. Given the rocks that you have on your cemetery site, and assuming you have as many rocks in the new expansion area as you do in the existing area, it may be very difficult to do that, but it is theoretically possible if the ground conditions are suitable. But you really, in North America, it's unrealistic to think that it could be more than 3 deep. Are you talking also about potential grave reuse over time? Am I hearing that?
I think so. I'm trying not to use indelicate language, but I think that's maybe what I'm talking about.
So grave reuse is a separate type of service, which can happen actually in full burial, traditional burial plots if there's no liner or vault. That would have to be over quite a long period, let's say typically 35 years or so. And the challenge with that in a green burial area would depend on what vegetation you're establishing. So if, for example, you're going to be encouraging a forest to grow above green burial plots, then it isn't really that realistic to go back in 35 years, because you'd have to be removing those trees. If it's a meadow, then yes, you could. And so there are a lot of factors there to think about. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And the other topic I wanted to understand is just this clause about affordability, and I guess maybe I'll start with, if you pass away, maybe you're a resident, but you have no money, maybe technically your estate is bankrupt. Is that the sort of level of support we are thinking about here, or are there provincial programs to help that sort of thing, or what are we talking about in terms of maintaining a level of affordability and access?
Through the chair, that comment came up at the committee of the whole, and staff is proposing that the details of the bylaw amendment be brought forward at the time that we amend the bylaw. So we heard that comment and we will bring forward a proposal to ensure affordability when that bylaw is amended following this work.
Okay, thank you. And just then a note on that, I'm also sort of interested about how we are defining resident for the purpose of this. I think we've talked too about someone who, is forced to move out of community due to, available seniors care and so on. And so maybe when they pass, they're not technically living in Squamish, but they've been a lifelong resident, and just understanding the nuance of that might be useful. Thank you.
Councillor Greenlaw.
Oh, thanks. Through the chair, I was actually going to ask about the burial reuse as well, but I was wondering if you could speak to the dollar amount that the cemetery is currently being effectively subsidized by the district annually.
Let me just bring my notes up here. Sorry about that. So when we did the initial financial analysis if we're looking at option 1, this is approximately 26,000 per year in subsidy that this would be requiring for those 22 years. I don't have that exact number in front of me at what it was currently, but it would be, I believe, similar to that because we based the analysis on the historical operations costs and the historical revenue coming in. So it would be a similar subsidization value, I believe, at the moment. And then for the, if that's what you were, I think that's what you were getting at. I actually had that number somewhere else and I don't think I had it with me.
Yeah, I was wondering like right now what the subsidization is, and then moving forward what it's anticipated to be with the new rates that we're proposing.
Mm-hmm. So with I'll speak first to the new rate. So with the 75% fee increase option, we're expecting, we say cost recovery of those operating costs within 10 years. We're expecting that would actually occur around year 7. And so for those first 7 years, there would be a requirement for $9,000 annually to subsidize operations and maintenance. So that doesn't include any funding of the capital costs. That's just the operating costs. So staff, equipment, all of those sorts of things. So that would be $9,000 per year that would still be required for about 7 years before you achieve cost recovery. And then you would start, some of those revenues could then be allocated towards the capital costs. I'm sorry, I did have the percentage in front of me, but I believe, Elaine, I don't remember if you recall, I believe the current level of subsidy when we looked in 2019 was about 58%. It was pretty high. And so part of the work that part of the reason we were helping with this project, there was that question around, a high level of subsidy and a request to look into kind of what does varying that level of subsidy look like, and do we want to achieve a cost recovery model over time, which is why we had prepared a few of these funding models.
Thanks.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, picking up on a similar line of questioning, in the report, there's the cash flow projection table that does break down the subsidy required operations versus capital. But it doesn't seem like the capital costs are annualized after they hit the budget. And so I'm just curious why we wouldn't try and smooth that out and cost recover it through operations.
Thank you for your question. Through the chair. So when we look at an operating budget, that would generally be different than a capital budget. And we were really curious about isolating the operating costs from capital. If you wrapped the capital in, you would have a really hard time getting to a full cost recovery, even with that option 3, because those costs are so high. So instead we showed there's going to need to be an input of funds in those years that capital costs are required to occur. And then you're still subsidizing even just operations costs. So we felt it was clearer to show it that way. And certainly when we had provided the 3 financial scenarios to council previously, there wouldn't be funds available with the previous two scenarios to even fund a portion of the capital because you would just be looking at O&M. So just a way of showing it. However, Squamish would want to balance the books and fund that. Certainly with option 3 and the 75% increase that council supported previously in principle, that gives you the ability after about 10 years to start funding some of those capital improvements.
Yeah, I guess my question would then be, how much would we have to increase the fees in order to start covering the cost of capital? Because once the capital debt hits our books, we annualize it and we're paying for that as a district on an annual basis. So that's just an outstanding question in my mind. And then that's tied to my second question, which is, where is the perpetual care fund and why are we not using that?
Through the chair. So the perpetual care fund is not considered revenue, and the perpetual care fund is a reserve fund required by the province, and that is to be saved for once the cemetery reaches capacity and there's no longer any revenues coming in. So the district could choose to use the interest earned on the perpetual care fund towards operations and maintenance. I believe that it hasn't previously. And really the goal with that perpetual care fund is that it increases enough over time that you can fund the ongoing maintenance of the cemetery after it reaches capacity using just the interest. Therefore, it operates as a true perpetual care fund. So you couldn't use the total fund right now. You could choose to use the interest earned on it annually.
Okay, that makes sense. A few other questions. It seems like the fees that we are proposing with a 75% increase for cremation are still very low relative to neighboring communities. And so I'm just curious why we haven't explored a higher fee increase for cremation to bring it in line with other municipalities.
Through the chair. So as part of this work, it wasn't within our scope to do a detailed review of fees compared to other communities. And so we didn't do a really detailed analysis about kind of the breakdown of those costs and where you might want to be in the region. We were focusing at a little bit of a higher level of costs are really low. What about if we took a more streamlined approach to just increasing those? And so I think there is that possibility if council wanted to explore that further, to conduct additional work to consider those costs more fully, if that's a desire.
Okay, and then one other question, if I might, Chair. The staff cover letter in response to some of the feedback that we received from Squamish Nation delicately says that we can't actually direct people how they choose to be insured. We can provide education on the different impacts thereof. But if we do limit the supply of the number of casket spaces, that in some ways limits the number of people who can be interred in caskets, does it not?
Through the chair, yes. I think it would depend on what direction council wanted to set and what options they wanted to provide through the service. Certainly, if you decided that you were no longer providing traditional burial, you could set that out by bylaw. We haven't seen any communities do that yet that I'm aware of.
And then just one additional question on that line. The footprint of the expanded area in the master plan, is it double what we currently have? Like, how big is that additional area?
Through the chair, it is in the master plan. I could have a look for, or Catherine, do you have that off the top of your head?
Yes, so through the chair, first of all, I wanted to point out that the area anticipated for 30 years is about a quarter to 1/3 of your entire expansion area. So you are incredibly fortunate to have a lot of land available. So if you can see, it's probably a little bit hard for you to see, but the area where plots are laid out on this plan is the entire 30-year capacity. So at an eyeball view, I'd say it's maybe a little bit more than half of the size of your existing cemetery. So you have way more room beyond that available.
Mayor Herford.
Thank you. I was curious around the concept of sort of along the lines of how we fully recover the costs or understand or even fully understand what subsidy looks like here. Where does the concept of cost recovery come in versus just where we sit in relation to, I know this wasn't part of the scope, we've had that answer, but that's fine. But as far as like understanding what actual cost recovery looks like, which is generally the concept that we operate under for other areas of our work. So how does that work here? Because I'm still trying to struggle to understand how we get there. And I suppose we can subsidize, but we can't step over the step further. And I'm having a hard time understanding exactly where that line is. And that's usually fairly well defined in other ways. So can you speak to that sort of general space?
Through the chair. So if I understand, you're asking a bit about kind of what are the principles around cost recovery when we're thinking about cemeteries versus perhaps some other services that the district is providing where the goal is cost recovery. Traditionally, municipal cemeteries have not been cost recovery. There's often a level of subsidy that happens because of the nature of making sure that services are affordable to residents. And we often see that communities aren't necessarily updating fees annually. So a fee update happens, and then perhaps it's not looked at for 10 years, but operation costs are increasing annually. So we see that trend happening with a number of communities. When we're thinking about cemeteries, we also often don't see, Catherine might know if there's any instances we know of, I don't know of any off the top of my head, where they're totally cost neutral when we take into account operating costs as well as capital improvements. It's, I think, easier, if I can say easy, more achievable perhaps, to get to full cost recovery for operations costs, but it is tricky to also include the capital costs in that. So the district is certainly not alone in currently providing a level of subsidization. I think the alternative to a municipal cemetery where you're trying to provide a service to residents at a reasonable cost that you're hopefully not having to subsidize a lot for is the private cemetery route, which there are significantly higher costs. The service that individuals receive tends to be a bit different. And so there's kind of those two different models. And when you're looking at a municipal cemetery and working towards cost recovery, I think that's a good approach. And that's an approach that more municipalities are considering, but you're certainly not off the mark with not having a current full cost recovery model.
I have two questions. Firstly, I wonder if our presenters could speak to the recommendation for phase 1 of paving the parking lot. What is the rationale for that? Is it to do with servicing the facility? If you could speak to that recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. I'll pass that one to Catherine to answer, please.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. I think it was feedback we got partly from staff that it's difficult to maintain the surface as it is, and also just from the community that they want to have the cemetery be a space they feel more proud of and that they would like it improved and cleaned up a little bit. And that was part of that being that first area. Another is that the gravel is migrating. It's not a well-defined parking lot, and that by paving it, we can probably help to define it better and maybe make it smaller than it appears right now. So those were the main reasons. And also we aren't affecting stormwater because it would be sheet drained to the surroundings anyway. And so it's not intended to be a curb and gutter, I don't think, if I recall right. A curb and gutter type parking lot. I wanted to add one thing, if I may, to the last question about fees and especially in relation to affordability. So one of the challenges you have right now and that many cemeteries have is that if you're only offering full burial and then cremation plots because the funeral chapel is doing the niches, and also if you're not allowing many cremated remains, if any, per plot, your opportunity to offer affordable products are very limited. But if you're adding scattering, and especially by adding 4 cremated remains allowed per full burial plot, you're significantly increasing affordability by offering those options that are way more affordable than what you have to offer today. So I just wanted to add that on as part of the rationale for that.
Thank you, Ms. Barris. I'll, before turning over to Councillor Hamilton, have another question, and that is, we have in the feedback, and granted there were relatively few, but one of them represents an organization, and namely the Diamond Head Royal Canadian Legion branch. And this is, has been a subject of conversations with council and with councillors over the past couple of years. So my question is, how do we go forward with the request registered by 3 participants in the survey of allowing 4 cremations per plot? What are the next steps in evaluating this?
Do you want me to go for that one, Anita?
Sure, go ahead.
I would say that through the chair, it's a best practice, and some cemeteries allow as many as 8 cremated remains per plot. So the next steps are to change your bylaw. That's all you need to do, and since it's a very common activity or you know practice, it would not be difficult to change the bylaw to allow for that. If anything, I think my own feeling is the more the better, because we're talking about, you know, use of precious land space, and the more dense it can be. It's kind of just like our communities. We often draw the analogy, we're making cemeteries more dense as we are making land more dense to get the most use out of it. So I don't know if that answers, hopefully that answers your question, but let me know if it doesn't.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Barris. Now to Councillor Hamilton and then to Councillor Pettingill, and I hope we can wrap up and move to the recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And you actually covered my first one, which was why the limit of why the proposed limit of 4 on the number of cremated internments per plot. My personal feeling is that moving that to 8 is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. Having said that, distinguishing my personal beliefs from the beliefs of our community, one of the things that is that we need to be very considerate of are the religious beliefs of the folks who are residents of Squamish and hoping to be buried here. And one of them that I find interesting is the direction of the burial plots, being a part of several religions. Is that considered in the diagram? I see there are certain directions for the burial plots, but are you considering that in the overall planning?
I'll let you answer that.
Okay, I thought so, through the chair. There are some religions that prefer an east-west orientation. Our current plan is showing some east-west and then more north-south, which is what you've been doing in the newer part of the cemetery. So we followed the trend, but it's very easy to flip that. So if during the design stage you find out, you know, you're getting more demand for east-west burial, we can just rotate those all 90 degrees. I also want to go back to the last comment for 1 minute. The challenge of having too many cremated remains per plot, so let's just say 8, is the memorialization. So if that's done, you don't want to have the whole ground covered with monuments, because then you have this hard surface rather than a beautiful grassy or naturalized surface. So you would need to take that into account in the bylaw and the way it treats memorialization, and perhaps they all have to be accommodated on one upright, or anyway, you just need to figure that out. But so that's just one challenge with going to too many.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. So on this very topic, is there something that staff would need from us, or does the resolution would already accommodate this to, you know, look at the ability to consider 8, 16, 24 cremations per plot, assuming the memorialization was worked out, and so I'm just, you know, it's not clear to me why we would limit things if the people being buried there, you know, wanted that option. And so I don't want to suggest what the right thing is, and I'm sure it's a different answer for different people, but I'm just wondering if there's a way we can sort of explore that flexibility a little more, and there might provide some affordability. And so because as I read the report and the resolutions that stand, we would sort of hold things at 4, go from 3 to 4 right now, but I'm not sure. And maybe I'll let my colleagues weigh in, but to me, the 4 seems like a somewhat of an arbitrary limit that I don't know if we'd want to hold to necessarily. So
Through the chair. Sorry.
Yes, sir. I guess my question is, does the current resolution allow that flexibility to explore that, or would need to change something to go beyond 4 at this point?
Through the chair, council could give specific direction at this time, or that third motion could be amended to read in the bottom, allow additional sets of cremated remains on a burial plot, and then staff will do research in the details when we bring back the bylaws for review.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question, just paraphrasing a bit, I heard that we have lots of space to expand. My understanding, though, is that we don't actually have any more land. There's Crown land, which I think we're presuming is available to us. I just want to confirm the certainty to which we have that there is additional land, or are we just sort of assuming that the Crown land is available to us?
Through the chair, the current footprint of the cemetery is large and will accommodate needs for a long time. And further, through the real estate facilities master plan work, the district has identified to the Crown our desire for the Crown land to the south to serve long future cemetery needs.
Councillor Stoner, did you want to propose a recommendation or? Very good.
Thank you. Also, just for clarification before a motion gets put on the floor, the second element or the second component of this motion says to amend the fees and charges bylaw to increase the cemetery fees. Is that as proposed in line as the 75%, or does staff need further direction if we propose to go above that?
Through the chair, it doesn't specifically say 75%. That's what we would have come forward with. But if council wants different direction, then they can provide it now, or we can come back with options.
Council, I'm concerned about our time. We have a heavy agenda before us still this afternoon. I wonder if we're ready to call the recommendation for Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I'll move the staff recommendation with a small change to the third bullet, the third point, as recommended by our staff, to allow additional sets of cremated remains in a burial plot. And I'll speak to it if I'm seconded.
Councillor French seconds.
Thank you.
Mayor Herford.
Thank you. I think I appreciate all the work on this file, and it's one that's we often don't think about until it's until we experience the loss of a loved one. So, and I'm happy to see the sort of the modernization, as you will, of the overall facility, and I think the additional sets of cremated remains makes a lot of sense for all. And originally the motion had 4, and the challenge is being actually marking that. But I think that there's a path through this with the and I look forward to seeing what is the appropriate the right number, which I suspect is more than 4. But I think this does strike a good balance with cost recovery and providing a service and all those things that we're delicately weighing. So thank you so much for that, and happy to support.
Other speakers, Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. Speaking in favor of this motion, I just have a few additional thoughts that I'll leave with staff. In what I see with this plan, less fencing, more landscaping solutions, I would support. We'll ask ourselves the question, do we really need a fence in that spot? And could some form of landscaping, whether it be a hedge or rock formation or split rail fence as opposed to metal be a better solution. And I'm also thinking out loud about memorial amenities that could potentially be paid for by community members who would like an additional bench at the cemetery and would be willing to fund it. I noted in the report there was mention of overhead power lines. I'd rather see those buried. And I also support incremental annual increases in the fee structure so that we're eventually catching up to our neighbors to both the north and the south with our fees.
Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment to the second that clause such that it would read that staff amend the fees and charges bylaw 2007 to increase cemetery fees to get as close to cost recovery as possible and in line with neighboring communities, and add interment options in green burial and scattering gardens.
Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding that motion? Just speak to further, Councillor?
Yeah, I'll speak to it briefly. I want to give staff the opportunity to explore how we might even be able to push, especially the cremation fees a little bit higher up, because they do seem like they are out of line with those of neighboring communities. And while I appreciate that this is a service that we are trying to ensure is accessible and affordable for the majority of our community, we know that we have a lot of pressures on our budget, and a $1.5 million capital cost in the next 5 years is going to be really hard to start to manage. And so I think being clear with our community as well about the cost of this service is important, and trying to get as close to cost recovery as possible. Thank you.
Further comments before I call the question? The amended motion. All in favor? Any opposed? And that motion carries. Now go back to the main motion as amended. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. May I pass on a comment to our staff regarding the naming policy? And I should have jumped in earlier because it was raised specifically. In January 2020, it was not council that asked if the cemetery name could be reconsidered. I recall that Mayor Elliott posed not even a suggestion, but a notion for consideration. My response in January 2020, the January 2020 meeting, was that suggestion should be considered as part of a general heritage strategy. And I continue to believe that, and I think we should be careful that this is a large landscape of naming and culture, and that it should properly be considered in a general strategy. I'll leave my comments at that. And thank you very much to all of our presenters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair?
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I just didn't want to let that one go. I guess I'm not sure we're all of the same perspective there, and so I'm not sure if we need a follow-up discussion. But I think with the renaming request for that specific geological place, there maybe needs to be some discussion there. I wouldn't necessarily want to hold it off myself. I think it is an important thing to discuss sooner rather than later, but maybe it's a follow-up discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Pettingill. I do believe that we have a heritage strategy coming forward to council later this fall, but your comments are noted, no doubt by staff as well. Thank you. We'd like to move on now to our, our real estate and facilities master plan. Now, council, would you rather take a break at this time? We are over time, so should we take a 10-minute break? 5-minute break, or shall we proceed with this report? Let's do that then. Good afternoon, Mr. Bragg, Mr. Stoner. We have from you forthcoming is a presentation on a real estate and facilities master plan and general projects update. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Just one moment as we update this one here. Okay, thank you for your time this afternoon. My name is Cal Bragg. I'm the Director of Facilities Planning and Construction. This is an update for the third quarter of 2023 of projects within the Real Estate and Facilities Master Plan and also other projects that we're working on currently. This includes Fire Hall Number 2, the Public Works Facility, Brennan Park Recreation Centre, and also works on the fields and lands. The Civic Block, which includes municipal office, covered structures, Valley Cliff Childcare, Squamish Adventure Centre, and the Junction Park washrooms. So an update on Fire Hall Number 2. We're currently on budget. We are on time. Last time we came to council, it was for the Q2 update, and we're looking at finishing around May next year. That's going to be very, very close. It's going to be touch and go. It might be a month or so out, maybe 3 weeks out. We've just got some issues with material items. There's a shortage of what's called is a switch gear. So we're working on that one. So we'll basically finish the project and may have to do some parallel works on this one. So to make sure that we keep on time here. But the budget's $15.8 million. The current works, windows have just gone in. I'm not sure if anyone's driven past. We're getting some pretty good movement on site right now. The scaffolding's starting to come down as well, or the formwork's already starting to come down. The interior framing's already started to work, and we're preparing for roof pour, which is what we call a topping out. So we're working forward at a pace that's quite fast right now. And there's also work at the rear of the facility to bring the backyard up to the flood construction level. So the next steps is to pour the roof, continue the interior framing, and there's a focus coming into winter to focus on the interiors there. And as noted before, the main hurdles that we're experiencing are some material delays. The Public Works Facility, we've adjusted the timeline and a focus on budget with this one because the costs were creeping up. So we've done a bit of a pause on works. That's not to say the work stopped, but we've been focused on the design and the function side. The budget currently is at $37 million. We're trying to reduce that as best we can currently. At the moment, there's preload sitting on site. And the project team's working pretty hard on the plans and the function side to reduce scope of work whilst keeping it functional for operations. The next steps is to come back to council in November for an update, and this includes a cost update and a scope update on what the product's going to be. And as noted, the hurdles we're experiencing currently is construction costs. For Brennan Park Fields and Lands, this is the pre-development work in Q2 this year. Council approved this work, and that was to support bringing the lands and fields in with the retrofit works that's happening at the building itself. The architects that are working on it have focused on making sure the retrofit work is up to speed, which they have, and now they're about to come and focus back on this pre-development work. We're expecting an update of about February or March next year. And at the moment, they're looking at preliminary concepts, and they're just linking items such as the splash park and how that relates to the building itself and the parking and the traffic control and all the items on the outside of the building there. So the next steps will be coming back and looking at locations and details and working out a community plan as well and how we involve the community on moving forward here. We haven't had any hurdles on this one so far. So the phase one of the retrofit works at Brennan Park is underway. It's a $16.3 million project. It's grant funded. It's on time, on budget. We're looking at starting construction at around Q1 next year. We've just completed, or the project team's completed a validation report. And what that is a report from a combined from the architect, the builder, the consultants, the plumber and the electrician and the main participants within the construction. And they create a very detailed report very early on in the process. This is a little bit different than the normal construction management process where you wait a little bit longer to get it. What this does is we do a lot more hours and spend a little bit more money up front. And then we resolve where the costs are, work out any mitigation strategies where we think that the cost could go. And it's just another step to make sure that we can stick to our budgets. So at the moment, the validation report's complete. We'll be looking to come back to council in November to update that validation report and show what's in there. We also have a contract with the rest of the team, which is the IPD team, which is the Integrated Project Delivery Team. And that's just the way that we set up the contracts with the architect, the builder and the consultants and some of the main trades. And the hurdles at the moment is it's an old building. You know, it was built in 2 stages. It was built in the late 70s and also the early 90s. And, you know, anytime the construction happens on an existing building, there's a lot of unknowns. So we've identified them as best we can in these early stages. And we focused on knowing there's a BC building code updates coming up. In December, there's a new code coming through. Also making sure that the building is brought up to code. We've got some electrification items that we know are very difficult to price at this early stage, and also seismic items as well. But as noted, we'll be coming back to council in November with a full validation report. Sorry, October. So the Brennan Park and the fields and lands for the works outside of the building itself, the splash pad and playground. We've delayed a little bit with getting the RFP out into market. We're still aiming for construction completion of mid-2024, and we have a budget there of about $1.8 million. The pickleball courts are almost 90% complete currently. They'll be finished shortly. The dog park is about the same. It's about 95% complete. And the Soccer Skills Bike Park is managed by Soccer, and they're telling us that they'll be finished by the end of the year as well. For the civic block, which is a focus on the municipal office, it's on time. Currently, the consultants are engaged. Their reports are due in 2024. There's a budget of $420,000 on this one, which includes the industrial park consultants' scope of work as well. Staff currently are working on milestones and a program over the next few months here and what's required for this report with the consultants. And the next stages are looking at the partner opportunities and feedback from partners, and also a community engagement plan. The covered structures, and this is the $100,000 structure, or just shy of $100,000 structure in downtown, just at the farmers market. We've just completed the request for pricing, and we're going through some parking redesign options. And the next stages here is finishing up the design and going through approvals and starting construction. We're aiming to start construction between now and the end of the year. Ballycliff childcare has been temporarily delayed. This was because of archaeological items we had to work through. And also we're under a little bit of budget pressure at the moment, but we're aiming to start in Q1 in 2024. Budget at the moment is around 2.5 million, but we're reviewing that currently. And the next stages here are getting the partner agreements resolved, resolving the final archaeological requirements, detailed design, updating the budgets, and then also working through building approvals. The Squamish Adventure Centre, the construction side is 95% complete, 98% complete. What's not complete is the graphic side, which is the actual finishing and the aesthetics of the interiors there. It was done on time and on budget for that portion, but it's the graphic side that we're working through currently. The Junction Park washrooms have been delayed. This was because of costs. We couldn't get the market to line up with our budget. So we've looked at other options of how we created same product there, but doing it a slightly different way. And a renovation is one of the areas that we've focused on. There is a planner engaged that we're getting as-built drawings done, and then we'll be working through a scope and budget and then going out to the market. We're aiming to get this one done over winter. So overall, from a sustainability side on all projects, just a bit of a snippet here on some of them. So fire hall number 2 is our main and greenest project that we've got running currently. Its goal is to hit net zero energy and also achieving a 90% reduction in landfill waste. It is a concrete frame, which is not good from the carbon or greenhouse gas emissions side, but we've done that because it is a post-disaster building and also allowing the possibility of a build out above. The public works facility is currently under review, and the Brennan Park Stage 1, the new construction, is going to be net zero energy as well. That's what it's getting designed for. An update on the grant side. The approved grants is the Brennan Parks Phase 1, $16.3 million project, and that's $4.5 million is funded by the district. The other approved grant is the $98,000 covered structure for the farmers market. What the district has applied for and is awaiting approval or non-approval is the Brennan Parks Phase 2, and we call it the ISIP grant, It's from Clean BC, and that's a $14 million project, and that's a focus on enhancing the envelope or the walls of the of Brennan Park in order to decrease the amount of greenhouse gases that it utilises. And we're expecting an announcement any day now. Fire hall number 2, there's an FCL grant, and again, that one's actually, we haven't got an approval on that. We're hoping to get that one in summer. It's moved through the process and it's gone through peer review. So again, we're waiting for an announcement on that one. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Bragg. Questions, Council? Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. The splash park and playground projects in the staff report, it indicates added additional playground near North Yards. And I didn't hear any context around that in this presentation today. So I wonder if we could get a bit more information about that particular park. And I understood that there was going to be a playground at Brennan Park. So is this a playground at Brennan Park and one at North Yards? Could you just clarify that?
Through the chair, a good question, because it was a bit of an overview. I didn't get into some of this detail. When we have work of the same nature and we can get the same managers or the same sub-trades or the same contractors to run the work, we try and do it through economies of scale and get them done at the same time. This is a good example of this, where we had one department saying, hey, we're building a playground in North Yards and we're looking at building a playground in Brennan Park already. So we said, look, why don't we go out for a combined request for proposals, and then we'll get a better economy of scale when we've got one participant managing them rather than, you know, one department not talking to another. We just get better returns here.
Excellent. That sounds great. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. That is helpful context. I had a additional question on the playgrounds. Do either of them consider accessibility features?
Through the chair, yes.
Great. That's fantastic to hear. And then on the splash park, I saw design in 2023, construction 2024. When does public engagement happen?
Through the chair, good question. We're working on that with the overall public engagement for Brennan Park, and this is one corner of that. So I don't have any a specific statement of when the date that's going to happen, but we're working through the planning of that, so it's coming.
Okay, I'm sure that our community will be excited to hear about it and likely have a lot of input on the design of a splash park, for better or for worse. Can staff just speak a little bit more to the continued delays on the reviewed scope of the Public Works facility? So it's been a few months now since we last heard about that, and I hear that there's an update coming in November. We have some fill on site, but can staff just speak to the challenges there? And I guess the weighing of the costs of delay versus where we're at.
Through the chair, it's a large project, so there's lots of levers to pull here. What happened through COVID is the price escalation went up so quickly, and we had a building that was allowing for a lot of future use. So overall costs kept creeping up, and they actually crept up past what the budget was allowing for, which is why we actually moved and kept moving the goalposts for the budget. So what we did was we put a stop to that, noting that the escalation has significantly reduced compared to what we're going through COVID. You know, we're experiencing between 10 to 15 to 18% through COVID, and now we're back down to 5 to 6. So at the moment, there's a bit of a pause to allow us to redesign the building. So we've looked at that and said, look, how much of the future allowance do we need to build into this building now compared to how much do we build into down the future? How much are we willing to put into this as far as the level of sustainability is concerned? Because there's a cost involved in there as well. We've also looked at increasing the height of the yard to allow to impact any climate or mitigate any climate impacts, particularly from flood, as we're focusing on strengthening our buildings and making sure they can handle the climate catastrophes a little bit better. So when you look at that in a combined area, we said, look, we're going to pause this and relook at the project itself, relooked at the product that we're using, relooked at the size, relooked at the functionality and the options that we've got for moving some things off site as well. And we thought it'd be better for a feasibility standpoint to pause works, relook at what we've got and see what we can do and get a bit of a value for our money here.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I have two other questions. The one is on the Junction Park washrooms. Appreciate the one RFP that we got was over our allotted budget amount. And I heard that you're talking about, or you're considering renovation and work through the winter. I didn't see any increase in budget requests for 2024. So the idea is to keep it within the existing budget envelope. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. We're looking at focusing just on the core functionality of the bathrooms and that side of the building. We've had an engineering report and it's actually in relatively good condition. It's better than we thought initially. So we're aiming to hit within the budget that we've got and not increasing anything at this stage.
Okay, and then the last one that jumped out at me was the addition of the covered bike park. So this is the first time that I've seen this added to the real estate facilities master plan. I'm curious if council will receive an update on these discussions at some point. I know that some of the infrastructure servicing costs are being contemplated in the 2024 budget, but I was a little bit surprised to see it in this list of projects. And so can you just speak to the process here and what's driving that timeline?
Through the chair, I want to clarify, that was the Sorka bike park. I may have had differing information here. So my focus is the Sorka bike park, which is the open BMX sort of pump track and the jumps just right next to Brennan Park there to the actual building. Councillor Stoneham, you may be referring to the actual indoor covered bike park, which we're not ready to bring to the committee or council just yet. We're working through that with a couple of proponents.
Okay, there are both listed in your report. So just so you're aware, both the Sorka and the covered bike park are in here.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. Just on the Junction Park washrooms, I know the plan had been that sort of separate from the washroom piece that the current Squamish Arts building was going to go away. And I'm just wondering if there's any opportunity to reconsider any of that as part of the rethink about the washrooms themselves.
Through the chair, are you referring to the building next to the washrooms there at Junction Park, correct?
Yes. Yeah, it's sort of an attached building.
Yeah, the focus for this project was the washrooms, and it was a functionality of the washrooms. We haven't focused on the arts, and that was the reason that the budget has stayed the same, or we're not focusing on the arts side at this stage. We've spoken to Squamish Arts about this, and we're looking for opportunities to rework that. But at this point, we're just focusing on the washrooms and getting them up to spec for the community.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. And thanks for the update. There's a lot of projects and a lot of things going on. So I tend to focus on the bigger ticket items first. And so on the Brennan Park, the green initiatives, the 16 million budget, that seems to have stayed at 16 million for some time now. I haven't seen that budget target shift. When was the last time that was priced?
Through the chair, we're constantly pricing that one. When we know there's additional work that goes on beside that, which are other projects for Brennan Park, as you note, it hasn't moved for a long time. We will be coming back to council with a full information of additional work that's required at Brennan Park to bring it up to speed, which includes the 16.3 grant works. We'll be coming back in, I think it's October. I forget my dates at the moment, but yes, in October.
Okay, and my second question is about the other grant for the Clean BC grant for Brennan Park. And that's a 14 million grant, 3.5 or 4 million of it would be coming from the district. And the motive for that is to reduce GHG emissions. One of the things we see in evolving building code is step code speaking to low carbon emission versus high carbon emission buildings. Have we looked at the cost of simply converting Brennan Park into an all electric building, or the feasibility? Would that cost significantly less than $14 million?
Through the chair, it's a complicated answer to a very simple question. the way that the grants go, they're very specific in what project they get attributed to and how they get attributed to in the project, and then how the calculations go for greenhouse gas emission reduction. So for clarification here, these grants that we've got, it's not like we can go and build a pool or an ice rink. We had to fit them in with what we had here. And they also have to fit in with a real estate facilities master plan about what's a priority as well. So I'm trying to answer this in a very succinct way, and I'm not sure if I'm going to get you the answers. What we've done with the validation report is had the consultants come in and say, the greenhouse gas emission calculation needs to be X. What is the best bang for buck that we can get as a community to put into this building to do that, whether it's going to be envelope or whether it's going to be mechanical. And then it also has to fit in with the grant. And this particular arena, the way that it's slotted together was mechanical, and we focused on that. So we are changing some of the gas units to electrical. The one main one I think I've noted before is the pool unit is relatively new and it's gas, and changing that over is a significant cost. To answer your question, I don't know what the cost is to change it over, but it's a very expensive unit to do so. So sometimes it's better to let them run out for their life cycle, and then we change over to electricity a little bit later. So the focus is to electrify the building as much as we possibly can, but to do it in a cost feasible way.
Questions, Council? I have one of my own. Under the Brennan Park Recreation Center master planning, building and lands, pre-development works is under next steps, review satellite recreation locations scope of work. My question is, does this refer to, or how does this relate to, the Parks and Recreation Master Plan review that is proposed in our budget, which, according to the planning department, may focus on neighborhood hubs or satellite facilities?
Through the chair, it's a good question. What specifically that does is it lays the foundation or lays the base work for the Parks and Recreation Master Plan update that we're proposing to have next year. The idea of this is that we have the architect who's working on the phase 1 work, that's working on the overall master planning at Brennan Park, and they have a very good knowledge of the project, and then obviously recreation as well. And we can use that information to leapfrog off that goes into the Parks and Recreation Plan. That's the strategic direction here.
Thank you. Further questions, Council? Other feedback? We have a recommendation before us to receive the Q3 2023 Real Estate and Facilities Master Plan and General Projects Update Memo for information. Moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Stoner. Any discussion? Councillor Stoner.
Just briefly, I just want to reiterate how useful these quarterly updates are. I know there's so much work going on, but it's really a helpful way for us in the community to understand all the work that you're doing. So just want to say thanks for the update.
Mayor Herford.
Thank you. I too appreciate having these sort of all bunched together, although I know there's specific discussions to be had on specific items, but it's good to see sort of the overall picture of the work that's underway and that is yet to come. And I do appreciate the efforts in a very challenging time, not just our fiscal constraints of the municipality, but with the cost escalation and everything sort of supply chain and so on. It's been remarkable to see so many of these green statuses here of on time and on budget, which is really remarkable. So thank you for all the work. I look forward to the specific discussions around some of the required decision points on these projects coming up. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. I also find the quarterly reports immensely valuable, even just reminding me of what projects are going on, because they're not all in my head all the time. One thing that I would love to see is more detailed planning and reports on the major projects, like the Public Works and the Brennan Park, things like architectural drawings, the details, so that we can have conversations where we actually dig into the details, and so that we can come away from the conversation with confidence that this project is, well in hand and well understood in terms of its budget forecasting, so that we don't come into a situation in a year's time where we're 2/3 of the way into a project, or we just put our shovels in the ground and we have to double our budget, right? Thanks very much.
Are we ready for the question, Council? Then I'll call the question. All in favor?
Chair.
Oh, apologies, Councillor Pettingill. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just wanted to thank staff again. There's a rather terrifying amount of work in terms of actual jobs that need to be done and the cost of it all. And so I really appreciate the staff taking on the challenges in such a diligent and calm way. It's still intimidating, but glad to see us working through it. I would comment that I don't want to lose, I think our sustainable focus is really good. A dimension we shouldn't lose sight of, in my perspective, is the perpetuation of fossil infrastructure. It's not just immediate greenhouse gas numbers. And so I hope we're sort of considering that as we're trying to weigh all the options. The other piece, having gone through another season of events around Junction Park and seeing that current Squamish Arts building being just critical to facilitating all of that. I know it's not part of the Junction Park bathroom project, but just encourage us, if there's any opportunity as we are rethinking things, to consider if there's any synergies there. That'd be great. If not, then so be it. But I just wanted to flag that, and appreciate all the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pettingill. I'll call the question again. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Council, I'll propose a break, and I wonder if we could return at 3:05, and in the meantime, we can check in perhaps with our planning department, whether they may be ready at that time. Thank you. We'll recess until 3:05, nearly 15 minutes.
My connection's getting choppy.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to reconvene our Committee of the Whole meeting from the afternoon of October 10th. And we have before us a presentation from the Planning Department on the Redbridge Land Development Agreement and Bridge Amendment. Thank you.
So good afternoon, Chair, Mayor, and Committee. My name is Carrie Hamilton, Planner for the District of Squamish, and I'm presenting to you today the proposed amendments to the existing Redbridge Land Development Agreement. All right, so the Redbridge development has a long history with the district dating back to 2006. You can find a detailed summary of that history in attachment 3 of your report. And the LDA was first adopted on October 14, 2014, almost 9 years ago. It was later amended to add the 2018 rezoning edition of the motel property, and then slightly amended again to account for some phasing changes as part of the South Site development permit. All 4 phases of the South development have been sold and are currently under construction. DP issuance and servicing agreement have been extensively complex for this project and have taken several years to resolve following DP approval. A pre-application meeting to first explore a bridge design change was held in February of 2022, and a delegated DP for the bridge was submitted in August of this year. So the proposed LDA amendments before you this afternoon can be summarized under 4 separate categories: park purchase date, phasing, Schedule C and D, and general housekeeping. You can find the complete revised LDA under Attachment 1 and a track change version of Schedule C and D under Attachment 2. This proposed amendment for the parkland dedication is to Clause 11B4 to amend the option date to purchase parklands from October 20th, 2023, which is just around the corner, to May 20th, 2026. This is a time-sensitive amendment for which staff recommends Council provide approval. This option date was designed to ensure a park dedication was received over the waterfront lands along the north phase. By the option date, the district was supposed to receive a remediated parkland, or if not, a letter of credit securing a remediation plan. As remediation is proposed with the north phase construction, the letter of credit option is the only option in this existing timeline. The developer did submit a remediation report, and staff did pursue a peer review of that report. The peer review recommended that the district wait to secure a letter of credit until remediation questions and concerns have been resolved. As a result, this action has run out of time with the option date proposed in this agreement, and staff are recommending changing the option date to give both the district and the developer more time to conclude a remediation plan. A May 2026 date is in line with the proposed north phase building permit issuance development timeframe. So for phasing, Clause 16 includes language on phasing timelines and expectations in connection with the amenity and works benefits delivery. Amendments proposed to this section include the removal of references to the servicing agreement. As there is only one servicing agreement for the site, staff believe it to be clearer to continue to hold amenities to occupancy rather than the lesser of both, which is how it's proposed now. And this section also includes amendments that reference the bridge and kayak launch amenity that I will describe shortly. So there are several changes proposed in the amenity tables in Schedule C and D. A copy of the track changes again can be found in Attachment 2 to outline exact text changes proposed. But generally there are 5 categories for amendments, which includes the bridge location, Valley Cliff Trails, public art contribution, lower and upper Clark Drive changes, and trail wording changes. So the largest change proposed in these amendments are related to the pedestrian bridge. In 2014, the bridge location was proposed in the LDA at the north phase parcel spanning across the upper Mamquam Blind Channel to Rose Park. This is indicated on the slide by the blue line. At the time of the 2014 rezoning, 3 different bridge locations were discussed and reviewed amongst key stakeholder groups. The location in blue was proposed to help complete a desired recreational loop through Smoke Bluffs and Rose Park, while also increasing active transportation across the channel. The location was conditional on future district and senior government environmental permits. The bridge was proposed to be supported on a single row of steel pile steel piles, but upon further review in 2022, the piles and machinery needed to install the piles would have significant environmental impacts to the site, jeopardizing environmental approval. As a result, alternative bridge construction types were explored, including a cable suspension bridge. When explored, the cable suspension bridge design had some challenges as well, which included not meeting the BC Hydro clearance requirements because the bridge is spanning underneath a BC Hydro right-of-way, and as well that they could not create a design that didn't result in a pathway that didn't move. It was at this time a revised location was explored, as noted by the red lines. This location change does move away from the recreational design previously desired, but addresses a significant seasonal snow clearing and steep grade barriers to the corridor trail along the existing highway bridge and its current connection to Rose Park. The change in location was less environmental impact than the original proposed piles, but does require land negotiations with the Squamish Inn landowners. A delegated DP application was recently submitted to review this proposal. In order to review this application, LDA changes have been proposed to Schedule C and D to remove location and design language and allow for the delegated DP process to determine the final bridge location and design. Given the extensive review process to establish a location and design for the bridge, the development project is no longer on track to provide the amenity within the required Phase 1 amenity deliverable timeline. Phase 1 occupancy of the south site is expected in fall of 2024, with Phase 4 expected in late fall of 2025. Provincial and federal environmental permitting and Crown tenure applications are taking several years for review, with some Crown tenures taking 3 to 4 years. You can see a detailed letter in Attachment 4 from their environmental consultant detailing these expected permit timelines. Staff are recommending an amendment to the amenity phasing delivery of both the bridge and the kayak launch amenity to account for these permitting timelines. However, we are recommending a 2-year timeline for construction rather than a 3-year timeline, as recommended in their letter. Staff see the 2-year timing as reasonable given recent experience, and because these permits do offer priority processes for municipal infrastructure projects, which this would be eligible for. This timeline will also help to encourage the applicant to move swiftly on permitting following Council's recommendation. As a result, staff are recommending to not support further building permit issuance of the north site until construction of the bridge has commenced, and to secure a construction of the amenities by latest October 17, 2025, which is about 2 years from now. As the Crown Land tenure application is expected to be the longest permit timeline, a provision for these delays has been written into the LDA agreement to try and prevent the need for future LDA amendments. However, should other permitting challenges arise, the applicant may need to come back to Council to ask for an extension for this particular date. It is expected that completing the bridge prior to Phase 5 occupancy is achievable, and an LDA amendment for that is not expected. To capture these changes, the LDA has proposed amendments in Clause 13, 14, and 16. So given the delays in the bridge delivery and other extended timelines, the developer is offering an advancement in the Valley Cliff Trail cash contribution to Phase 1 instead of Phase 4. They are also proposing to increase the cash value amount with the construction price index to account for the increased time of amenity delivery. The contribution is now proposed at $145,625 instead of $100,000. With Phase 1 delivery expected in fall of 2024, this will allow for the funds to be reviewed in the 2025 budget. The other cash contribution was for public art. Given this was secured in 2014, staff have encouraged the developer to increase the cash contribution from $50,000 to $63,127 to account for inflation since 2014. So as part of the Scott Crescent development upgrades to Clark Drive were proposed subject to servicing agreement to address southbound traffic volumes to the site. Originally, volumes were split between Lower Clark Drive and Upper Clark Drive, but as part of the detailed civil review, it was discovered that significant improvements would be required to stabilize and widen the Lower Clark Drive to allow for the proposed vehicle volumes and safe active transportation improvements proposed. The access would also require the removal of 41 conifer trees along the road right-of-way. Civil and transportation consultants for the project have recommended a change to the design to restrict use of the Lower Clark Drive for development traffic and design Upper Clark Drive to accommodate all southbound traffic generated from this development. As a result, some changes to the language used in the amenity offer have been proposed to change, including increased text to support pedestrian and cycling safety at the Clark Drive and Berner Drive intersection. A community open house was held on this change to discuss it with the local residents. Improved paving, line painting, and signage are still proposed for the Lower Clark Drive as originally proposed. So to account again for the bridge location change and phasing amendments, some other trail-specific edits are proposed to Schedule C and D. And the map on the slide shows what is still proposed as part of this amenity package and how it intends to connect with the existing network. Some minor housekeeping and editing amendments have also been proposed to make the document clearer to adhere to and includes updated language to match current agreements. So after the bridge change in location pre-app in 2022, it was recommended the developer approach the same community groups who were originally consulted on the bridge location to gain their feedback before exploring alternative location and bridge designs. As a result, an engagement meeting with food was held with key community stakeholders to present the revised bridge location for discussion. The revised location was generally supported option, given the active transportation challenges along the Highway 99 bridge, and it was recognized that the revised location would reduce some of that recreational value of the bridge, and as a result was not supported by some of the members in attendance. Once construction started on the Redbridge, surrounding neighborhoods were reaching out to the district for more information regarding road changes. And given the traffic volume changes proposed, the district felt it was prudent for the developer to host an engagement meeting with the local neighborhood to review the proposed servicing agreement and frontage changes. Generally, but not surprisingly, Lower Clark Drive residents were supportive of the news, and Upper Clark Drive residents had some concerns, which solutions were discussed at the meeting and have been explored and included into the servicing agreement. Some residents were new to the community and were not aware of the upcoming changes, and the meeting was generally well received and helpful with the community expressing appreciation for consultation prior to construction. So as next steps, there are two motion options for discussion and council's consideration today. The motion approved today will be directed to be approved in the regular meeting on October 17th, 2023. So following council's direction, senior government permits could be applied for as soon as possible, and staff will continue the full review process for the delegated development permit for the bridge and the kayak launch details. And active transportation budget could expect some additional funds in 2025 to support Valley Cliff Trail improvements. So one of the staff recommendation is to execute all of the amendments discussed today and as written in the attachment 1 to this report. Or alternatively, staff recommend supporting the park option amendment only, given the time sensitivity of this amendment, and provide a list of changes to explore prior to other amendments being supported. That concludes my presentation for this afternoon, and welcome committee's feedback.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. Questions, council, beginning with Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much, Chair. I have a question. So first of all, on the general, no, I'll just ask the question first. A question on a clause in the LDA that it's not part of your proposed changes, but was brought to me from a property owner. And that's section 11B5, which speaks to an access easement in relationship to a foreshore pathway easement. Could you speak to that section, 11B5, why those two things are connected?
Certainly. I actually prepared a slide to speak to this, so let me pull this up. Okay. Sorry about that. There we go. All right. So Clause 11B5 was created in 2014 to capture a three-way benefit and exchange, which came out of the Redbridge 2014 rezoning engagement process. And the three-way benefit is that Redbridge would receive a rezoning approval to develop the south and north site. The owners of 1585 would be secured a driveway easement across those north lands to ensure their land is not landlocked. And then the third one was that the Smoke Bluffs Committee, at the request of the Smoke Bluffs Committee, the district would negotiate an easement across 1595 for pedestrian access across the site, connecting the new development trails with the existing Smoke Bluff trails. So that agreement was all kind of wrapped into one clause. And so as part of the DP issuance for the south site, staff did reach out to the property owners at 1595 in 2021 in order to prepare legal agreements as directed by this clause for their driveway. And at the time, the owners expressed concern regarding the way the clause was written and did not want to move forward with negotiations unless the Smoke Bluffs trail access conditions were removed from the LDA. So at this time, a temporary driveway agreement has been secured for 1595 with the condition that a north phase development permit be revisited, that clause, and the Smoke Bluff connection at the time of the north phase development permit. So until the bridge location is secured, staff have recommended no changes to this clause until a north phase DP application is made and further engagement with Smoke Bluffs Committee is initiated, as removing this condition would basically remove the condition that Smoke Bluffs wanted in the original 2014 agreement.
So just to be clear on my understanding, the property owners their access to their property is in jeopardy because of this development, because their access is not on their property. Yeah. And so as a condition of the district negotiating driveway access for their home, we have requested an easement across the front of their property in front of the water. Is that correct?
Through the chair, correct.
Okay. What would be the consequences of removing the last portion of clause 1B5 stating, if at that time the owners of 1595 Scott Crescent have not conveyed to the district a statutory right-of-way for access across the foreshore of 1595 Scott Crescent? What are the consequences of removing that portion of the clause today?
So through the chair, that the consequence of that would be to disregard the Smoke Bluffs Committee request as part of the rezoning negotiated in 2014.
And could you speak to that request? That request is, what is that request?
So through the chair, in 2014, the Smoke Bluff Committee expressed a desire to have a connection of the existing trail, which you can see on the maps there, to connect to the new trail system that's going to be part of the Redbridge development. And in order to get that, there's a piece of the missing piece of that connection is across the 1595 property. And that was considered kind of the exchange of movement. So if you were to remove that component, we would then remove that ability to meet that request from Smoke Bluffs.
When this comes to a time for a motion, I'll likely just give my council colleagues some fair warning that I will likely be requesting a motion to remove that part of the clause 11B5.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Now we'll go to Mayor Herford.
Thank you. And I'll save the discussion for that till if or when we arrive at that part. So I'm curious, the Upper Clark Drive, I was happy to see that sort of thought evolve as we get into detailed design there. And when I think about the volume of traffic, which was sort of which is a driver for all these designs, I think about other parts of our community where we've been asked to come in and do some traffic calming. And I just wondered if you could speak to, like, if this is the time, or how the sort of safe movement there was really considered, just so that I'd like to avoid where we facilitate or something getting built out and then we have to go back again and slow everybody down there, and or narrow the roadway, all those things. Could you speak to sort of how those design principles were put in, hopefully at this point in the puzzle?
Sure, I'll bring my colleague Dave Merrill here to answer that question.
Good afternoon. Dave Merrill, Director of Major Projects. Through the chair. It's a good question. The decision to originally direct traffic along Lower Scott Crescent was made due to public input from residents in the area, as well as input from the transportation engineer that was working for the developer at the time. As we proceeded into detailed design, or the developer's engineer proceeded into detailed design, they started looking at the slopes that were there, the stability, the steepness on the downhill side of the road. They looked at existing infrastructure, stormwater locations, water mains, et cetera. And those all factored into the decision not to proceed. However, the big one was that there's a sort of a pinch point at the south end of Lower Scott Crescent, and the engineer identified that there would have to be a shared lane with both north and south traffic, in addition to sort of active transportation walking trail beside the lane. And the engineer would not sign off on that design. It wasn't a standard design. It didn't meet MMCD, the standard engineering design principles. So basically, just due to the design constraints, when it came time for the engineer to look at the detailed design of it, they wouldn't certify that proposed design that was contemplated at the time of rezoning.
Okay, but where we did land, that's I appreciate the process, how we got to here, and this is safer, but how do we ensure that we don't need to go back into this and add traffic calming measures? So are we building that in at this point? Is that where the thought process is?
Through the chair, apologies for not addressing that. Yeah, so based on this information and the need to change the design, the transportation engineers looked at the rerouting. The civil engineers come in and done their redesign with the idea that there's now going to be more traffic on Upper Clark Drive. And there's been a lot of thought. We've worked with our active transportation team. We've talked with the engineer for the development, and sort of looked at lane widths, looked at driveway accesses, looked at active transportation facilities, steepness of the slope, and all those components. And essentially, the engineer that designs the project, the engineer of record, signs off on it, saying that it's going to be safe. The speeds are going to be acceptable. The active transportation facilities are acceptable and are going to be safe for users. So based on that engineer's certification, as well as staff's review of that, we're confident that the sort of orientation of traffic flow in that area will be safe and won't need these future add-ons for traffic calming.
Okay, thank you. My next question is a similar theme, but I don't know if it falls to us or not. And this is the 99 intersection. And as we're contemplating the location of the bridge to sort of augment the active transportation there, it strikes me as we're still focusing people at that highway intersection. Do we have any input into that design, or does that all fall to the province? And I'm just really concerned about active transportation movement through that area. And a separate bridge is a good step forward, but then it also drives potentially more traffic there, which is great. But are we directing people towards something that's dangerous? And I'm not clear on that yet.
Yep, through the chair. Good question. It is the province Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure that does approve the design for that intersection. With that said, staff have worked closely with the developer's engineer to try to inform that design. The ministry has very particular standards for different types of intersections. We worked with the engineer to help try to propose some sort of minor outside of the box design components that would help with pedestrian safety and user movements north-south through that intersection for the corridor trail connection. Some of our proposals were rejected by the province, one being a flashing beacon that would be pedestrian or bike activated for users that were crossing there to notify northbound highway users that are exiting the highway that there's people crossing there. They said that volume of use on the trail didn't warrant a flashing beacon. However, some components like sort of the island refuges in the middle of the intersection, we were able to help sort of massage their standard design to make it more safe for users of the corridor trail.
Thank you. And the reason for my question is at this time with that is really if we need to add any criteria around that, or if it's appropriate to add any criteria around that intersection as we're contemplating this bridge location. So I appreciate that. It doesn't feel like that's the case unless you have something to add to that.
If I may, thank you, through the chair. We have, with the developer's engineer, designed some sort of an alternative intersection design and a bit of an alternative design for the the western portion of Scott Crescent. That could be implemented with MOTI's approval if the bridge location is adjusted. So essentially, we've approved a design for what's currently contemplated with the corridor trail as it is now. If this bridge design changes, we have the ability to go back before any of that work is constructed. The developers on board and the developers engineers on board to potentially propose some alternative solutions that could just make things a little bit better, a little bit safer if we did have that major corridor trail connection there.
Okay, and you feel that that's sufficient? We don't need to tie that into these amendments.
Through the chair, it's relatively minor in its scope, so I don't feel the need to include them. Yes.
Councillor Greenlaw, to be followed by Councillor Pettingill.
Thanks. I'll be honest, I'm deeply concerned about the road access design for this project, and frankly, I think it will result in a lot of accidents. Has there been any consideration given to creating additional highway access to the community? And has there been any kind of conversations with the province allowing this?
Through the chair, and Ms. Hamilton might have some more to add. Yes, staff has advocated with the province for several years on this project for an improved intersection at Scott Crescent. The province will not budge for many reasons. The proximity to the bridge is a big one. There's no room for an acceleration lane turning right out of Scott Crescent or a sufficient one. There are many challenges just with the location that would preclude the ability to have a left turn out of Scott Crescent.
It's just interesting because they're going to be accelerating, turning right out of there either way. But
yeah, through the chair, I just wanted to add that those negotiations were approved with MOTI at that rezoning time, and so that time to negotiate that has passed too. So this is any changes the LDA wouldn't impact that at this time.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just wondering if there's any change or what changes. I'm not clear in terms of the cost of the different bridge options. Like there's a proposal for something that's wider than what is sort of where we're using the existing highway bridge. I'm not sure what the requirement specs were from the original proposal to what's proposed now. So I'm just wondering, trying to get an understanding of what the cost differential is or design requirement changes, if any, And sort of related to that, is there any reason to think why the bridge could start north of the river where it does now, but land on the south side of Scott Crescent? So it's hopping the river and Scott Crescent, or is that just, you know, orders of magnitude too much more expensive to think that that would be an option?
Yeah, so through the chair, I'll just direct you to attachment 2, which highlights the track changes. And if you look at Schedule C and number 1, it highlights all the particular changes that were made, which includes the value of the bridge that was changed. So back in 2014, it was expected that the bridge in its location currently proposed was going to be about 110 meters long, and that with the steel piles and the wood construction, that it was going to cost about $475,000. And that this new bridge, and I'll just specify that the width of that was secured at 4 meters to accommodate both pedestrian and cycling movement on that trail as kind of like a multi-use pathway design. That hasn't changed with the new design. The width is the same, but the cost is significantly more because they are proposing a different material in the design. And they are proposing this going to be $500,000 to bake this bridge now. And then in terms of your other question, just around changing the bridge design, we have to be cognizant that this was a secured agreement, and right now, we are trying to negotiate changes in that agreement, but they have to be kind of reasonable within what was already agreed to back in 2014 and 2018.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question was just, if I understand, there's a lot of details here, so I apologize if I've missed something. Tying the bridge to phase 5 and 6, like it has to be delivered before 5 and 6. Is there any consideration or reason why we might not look for a cash security of some sort? You know, in the case that 5 and 6 don't go ahead, the developer can sell and occupy phases 1 through 4, so presumably would have cash in hand. Or, you know, I guess what makes us feel comfortable that the security on occupancy for 5 and 6 is sufficient?
So through the chair, yes, a cash contribution was discussed. Its cash contributions are for bonding to ensure that it gets built is helpful. However, staff have felt that we wanted to attach this to the phase 5 because we didn't want to support any more people coming to the site or potentially buying properties and investing into the site without some assurances that the bridge gets built. And so we felt that that was a better place to hold that agreement rather than bonding, which potentially could result into another future amendment like this where we come forward and phase 5 and 6 has been sold and we're still pushing the bridge delivery.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. My first question is, I'm wondering if staff can help clarify the new proposed language for the option date. So to me, it's very confusing because it shifts depending on whether they have attained building permit or whether they have diligently proceeded with construction. So can you just explain what the new draft language means in terms of the option date for the park purchase? It goes 2026, 2028, or 2029. So when do we actually purchase it for $1?
So through the chair, I believe that the purchase date, so the timeline of that is May 20th, 2026. We can purchase it sooner than that date. The intention is that that's the cutoff date. And I think the intention with the lawyer drafting it this way is to ensure that they're diligently proceeding on this work and that both of those options are considered. They also had in the previous agreement, let me just read this one more second. Yeah, so in the previous LDA, there was also an option that if they were diligently proceeding with the construction, that timeline could change. So basically what they're doing is just changing both of those dates in the same fashion that the LDA was written in the beginning. Sorry if that was unclear.
I'm just curious why that would be in there. Like that so for folks who are following along in the agenda, this is page 2 of that staff report in the full council package. It's page 176. So for the purpose of this section 11B, option date shall mean May 20th, 2026, provide that section sub 6. If the developer has obtained a building permit for or has commenced construction in the Northlands prior to May 2026, then the option date may be May 20th, 2028. And 7, if the developer has diligently proceeded with construction on the Northlands during the period, then the option date may be May 20th, 2029. So I just don't understand what the rationale is for that language.
So through the chair, my understanding is that that's the language that was originally approved in 2014. And it was to accommodate that, should construction be proceeding, then that date could be moved dependent on those construction timelines. I hear you in your concern that these construction timelines, these option dates have not been met. And so it kind of feels, the intention with these regulations were to support kind of that flexibility, but because we haven't even achieved them, they're further getting pushed down the line.
I guess another way to frame my question, is that flexibility in favor of the district or is it in favor of the developer? Who benefits from it? And we can come back to this if need be.
Yeah, so if I look at the intention of the clause, and if it's related to building permit, and if we look at our processes, we would not be supporting construction on a site without a proper remediation plan and a contamination plan. So it potentially is a bit mute that we wouldn't need these clauses because we wouldn't be proceeding without having that agreement in place around the remediation, which is the whole reason why we're extending this date and time.
Yeah, it seems a bit convoluted to me. I'll ask my other questions. I'm curious why the kayak launch is also being delayed. So I understand the rationale for the bridge, but we're also moving the delivery of the kayak launch to post phase 5, and I'm not clear what the rationale is there.
So through the chair, the kayak launch also requires senior government approvals, and they're all captured in the same application. So they're still subject to the same amount of timelines. They wouldn't have to have a Crown Land tenure as the bridge has to have, which is the one that is a bit of concern. But as staff have highlighted here, that we've pushed for that two-year timeline, which we feel is quite doable for those other senior government approvals. At this point, it's not expected that the kayak launch could be even supported at an earlier timeline other than 2 years.
And you said they've sold out to phase 4?
Through the chair, correct.
And if they don't have to get a Crown Land tenure, appreciate that they still need permitting, but they have failed to apply for that permitting up until now. So we can still tie it to the end of phase 4, occupancy of phase 4.
Through the chair, sorry, just could you reframe that question?
Can we tie the delivery of the kayak launch to the end of or occupancy of phase 4?
Through the chair, potentially we haven't discussed that with the developer. So we'd have to bring that back, and it could be something that you add to the motion and we consider before October 17th.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 others. I am curious, the language I think it's maybe just a housekeeping amendment, but the car share program, it says it's limited to strata residents for use. And I'm just curious why that is. Line 10 of Schedule C.
Yeah, through the chair, this is again old language that was approved back in the 2018 agreement, and I think the intention was that they were going to offer car share for the residents there, given the lack of maybe street parking that's offered in this particular development, but no intention. That's all I can probably provide in terms of context and history on that.
Okay, and then finally, they've updated the cash contribution amounts in a few of the revised LDA amounts, but they haven't updated the cash in lieu of critical amenities. And so I'm just curious why that hasn't been proposed, or if staff have breached that conversation with the proponent.
So through the chair, the two amenities that were proposed to increase were costs that or amounts that would come to the district related either to building something on the land, like the Valley Cliff Trails or the public art component, which we felt was important to account for inflation. However, that critical amenities was agreed and approved to in the 2018 rezoning package. That was the reason why we added that. It was to do with the increased density that was proposed with the additional motel site. So it's all secured as part of that rezoning, and it isn't. It wouldn't be something you would apply retrofit after the fact, or not something we've historically done.
We are seeing a delay in the delivery of amenities, though, and so to me that signals the developer has already received cash, and the community is not receiving the benefits of the amenities that it was negotiated in the time that it was expected. And so that, I think, there's an expectation that that would come at a cost to the developer.
So through the chair, the critical amenity contribution is related to the amount increase in residential square footage. And so that calculation of that price is related to the increase of that residential square footage amount. So I don't know how we would, it's not related to inflation or cost index. It's related directly to the increase of residential density.
I'd like to ask a question on my own before returning to Councillor Greenlaw. As a bit of a preface, well, I'll give you the question is, what kind of criteria can we consider in looking at how the Valley Cliff Trails contribution dollars might be allocated? And I'm wondering whether this might exist in an active transportation master plan or something of that nature. And I do see in the staff report that it's proposed that this can be considered in next year's budget process. A little bit of background, this project first came forward to the community in 2006, that's 17 years ago. The residents of Valley Cliff and Hospital Hill have been advocating for a safe, convenient pedestrian route to schools and downtown for even longer. And as I look at the figure 4 map where issues regarding trails are highlighted, and the Valley Cliff Trails contribution is discussed on page 5. The issue arises for me, how do we direct these dollars? What kind of a process in decision-making process will we put forward? On figure 4, the map shows regrading to support access, and that would be up near the Beckham property on the northerly end there, where we have a switchback, formerly Hunterlands, which the district purchased in 2012. And that's very rough patch there, certainly for seniors or any kind of stroller. It's a difficult patch of trail. So that makes sense to address that. Then further down, we have upgraded access to burgers and fries. Not quite yet formally into the park, but eventually it will be, presumably, a recreation access, in other words. And then we have the Valley Cliff Trail Phase 1 cash contribution indicated for a trail that was substantially upgraded in 2017, 3 years after the land development agreement was conceived of through the work of our engineering department. They did a wonderful job in upgrading that trail in the course of the water main project from Maple Drive to nearly Scott Crescent. So the world has changed since the LDA was conceived in 2014, and we still have the steep slope. My question is, can we look at criteria for allocating monies? Do we prioritize recreational trails? And I guess you can hear my concern. I think that we should prioritize a safe pedestrian, convenient pedestrian route for students for seniors, for the residents of Valleycliff and Hospital Hill. And this has been a persistent concern for commuter trail users, if you like. So can we address criteria for allocating those dollars and weigh the recreation users, the Smoke Plus Park access with the needs of Valleycliff and Hospital Hill?
Thank you for that question. This is one of the reasons why we have negotiated to try and move the phase 4 amenity amount and increase it and then move the amenity from phase 4 to phase 1 in order to address some of those concerns around timeline, which you speak to. And I just want to highlight that, the LDA currently gives the money to the district, and it is up to the district's discretion to make those conditions and work with the transportation planner who oversees those active transportation budgets around those conditions. So I would say that the LDA is not the place to detail those conditions, but rather we hear you and we'll take those comments for staff to bring it back later in the budget review for 2025.
Thank you for your answer, Ms. Hamilton. I'm sure that many other listeners will be comforted by your guidance on that and clarification as to where we are with the LDA. I'll turn it over to Councillor Greenlaw. I think we had a follow-up question.
Thanks. I just wanted to ask a couple questions about the bridge. Just for clarification, you mentioned that the original bridge design was costed at around $500,000, right? Like 476 or something. And the current bridge is costed at around $500,000, right?
No, through the chair, the current bridge is 1.5 million.
Okay. And then I was wondering with this cost, I was wondering if we can encourage the proponent to address some of the drainage issues that we have on the existing trail leading up to the bridge, at the very least, in the interim of waiting for this bridge to be constructed. Like, we get a lot of feedback about that giant puddle that freezes over in the winter and is kind of a pain. Is there a means of encouraging them to work on that?
Through the chair. That's a great question. I know some previous work that was done for another development attempted to alleviate that problem within the confines that were there, and it wasn't entirely successful. Absolutely, they have a servicing agreement. We've issued a servicing agreement for all of the development work, which includes that trail. So we can definitely have a conversation with them to see if they can advance some of that work prior to this winter to work on drainage in that area. We'll have to take a look with our engineer to see what can be done in an interim fashion, but that's a great point that we can take back to them.
Thanks.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. The significant changes at Clark and Scott are going to push significant amounts of traffic up to Burner and Clark Drive. And I think in the early days of this project, the thinking was that the Scott Crescent traffic coming out of this project would go down Clark to meet at Burner, and we're ultimately redirecting all of that traffic up to the upper Clark and Burner intersection. So I'd like to know if there's any contemplated improvements to that upper intersection of Clark and Burner in light of the increased traffic demands that intersection will see.
Through the chair, great question. Absolutely, there will be more traffic routed to that intersection. We have been working with the developer's engineer for quite some time on both the design of that upper Clark Drive portion and also the intersection itself. It is a unique intersection currently with the telephone pole in the middle of it. Some unique challenges, primarily with BC Hydro infrastructure. So we do have a design that has been proposed, and staff is accepting of the design. However, there are some potential improvements that could be made to make it even better. But essentially, it sort of reorients the intersection into more of a typical almost four-way intersection, avoids the hydro pole in the middle of the trail. One of the challenges there is the proximity of the high voltage power pole that we have to work around, and the other one is just the infrastructure, the above ground hydro infrastructure that is extremely difficult to move. But the engineer has proposed a solution that mitigates a lot of the existing challenges and will make it a safer intersection in the future.
Ms. Hamilton.
Sorry, through the chair, I just want to quickly add that we did include an amendment in Schedule D to account for these upgrades to the intersection, which includes some additional language to the intersection improvements to address better pedestrian and cycling safety at that intersection.
Okay, and so I take it that ultimately means that these upper Burner and Clark intersection improvements, costs associated would be picked up by the developer?
Through the chair, correct.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. It's just looking for some clarification because my colleague indicated he wants to move an amendment with regards to 11B5, I believe. I just want to understand, as I read this agreement or this clause, it sort of allows for an option where the property owner in question either does or doesn't allow a right of way across their property. So it sort of handles both cases. So one, is that correct?
So through the chair, the way the clause is written is that should the landowners not agree to negotiate an easement over their property, then they would not get secured a driveway access over their land through the district negotiations. And just to be clear, the district does own the section of land between the development parcel and the property as well.
Okay, and if I understand correctly, although this is a legal agreement between the developer and the district, it is essentially the result of a four-way conversation at the time between the developer, the property owner, the Smoke Bluffs Committee, and the district, and then it was enshrined in this LDA. Is that correct?
So through the chair, yes, there were a number of different separate agreements, I believe, and I think that's where some of the concerns have stemmed from, is that this clause encompasses a number of different conversations. We do have a letter from the landowner back in 2014, signed and approved that they would be willing to negotiate a land access easement across their property in exchange for the driveway, in which we used that letter to the lawyer used that letter in order to put this information into the clause. And so that's where I think there's some disagreement around that component. And we really do suggest that this is once we understand what the trail is going to look like and where the bridge connection is, that should be the time in which we're having those conversations with the landowner. We currently don't have a north phase development permit or a full plan yet. And we feel that without that, we can actually properly engage with understanding what those connections look like and what that impact could look like as well.
Okay, thank you. And so I take from that there hasn't been a recent four-way conversation about what else would we like to do, because we're waiting to see that that sort of updated north section development permit to come in.
Through the chair, correct.
Councillor Stone.
I'm sorry, can you just clarify what the current access is to the property and how a private property owner might develop access if it's not through a specific development? So if they don't have a driveway easement through this development and they lose their driveway access because of this development, how do they connect to their property?
Through the chair, the intention is not to have them lose this access. The way this agreement was done is we they've done a lot of work with the developer and with the district back in the rezoning to secure this access. It's important to have access to properties, especially just for emergency services, but also legally, the district is to provide access to these properties. So it is important to allow for that, and we don't intend to, by pushing this down the road, we're not. We're intending to have conversations around that and to discuss those opportunities. The Smoke Bluff Committee has been very strong in their opinions around wanting that access and the importance of that access for the larger community. And so the district does, feel like they need to consider all of those options, and we should probably do that in a more collaborative and a different process so that we can ensure that we're getting multiple sides of the story as well.
Thank you. I'll just advise our gallery that we need to be calm and focused for our discussion here, and we haven't got a public hearing, and there may be other opportunities in future and hopefully for dialogue. I just wonder who has the next question, otherwise I do. And maybe I'll pose it at this time. I have a question. It's probably for our engineering department and our transportation planner. While we are waiting for a resolution and for investments in the bridge solution and other investments, can we address some safety issues on the road trail approaches to the bridge and on the bridge itself, which is of course under the jurisdiction of Miller Capilano? In the wintertime, the water pools because of poor drainage on the bridge and probably on north and south sides. Can we consider as part of a package that we're under consideration here or otherwise in our active transportation budget addressing the ongoing safety issues of that corridor trail? With some drainage solutions, I could get out there with my hammer and start working on it myself, but I'm just wondering if I could pose that, please. Can we address some interim solutions for safety on the corridor trail above and below and on the bridge sidewalk?
Thank you for the question. So if it's actually on the bridge, I would have to get in touch with MOTI. Regarding that, it would not be something that we would be able to do. Off the bridge, there's a chance, so I can speak with Public Works about that. I think it's something I'm going to have to look into a little more and get back to council on.
Thank you, Ms. Gunn. I guess I'd expected it might be Miller Capilano, but you'll know your contacts there for making that inquiry. And if I may be able to follow up on a related question that, or related to your bailiwick, if you like, the middle section of Clark Drive, I call it the middle section because there's a further upper section as well. What we're calling the upper Clark Drive in our present presentation, it has some challenges. The property line is in midair. It's on a mud slope. There has been a landslide below it on the Lichty property, formerly Harley property, so it is challenged. And so my question is, we're considering a pathway for both pedestrians and cyclists. Are we considering potential future bus use, a heavy bus vehicle for that portion? And are we taking this into account in our engineering review of the Upper Clark Drive situation?
Thank you. So a lot of the agreements related to this road design happened quite some time ago. Actually, not sure the date, but I'm going to guess around about 2006. They did not, the design of the road does not allow for buses to travel up and down where that hairpin turn is. The hairpin turn is too tight and the road traveling widths are too narrow. So the intention is not to provide bus service up and down that part of the road. Redbridge would receive transit service off the highway through the roundabout down low and then back to the highway.
Thank you, Ms. Gunn. Any further questions at this time, Council? Councillor Greenlaw?
Yeah, I just had a quick question about the sense of land access that they would have for this new proposed bridge. Have they spoken to the landowners, and is that going?
Yeah, through the chair, we have been in discussion with the hostile landowners, Squamish Indian landowners, since I guess 2022, so over a year now, and we are in the process of getting appraisals done of the land impact. So there's impact on the trail component that would have to impact their land, as well as a temporary crane that would have to be on the site through construction. They're expecting about 3 to 4 months for maybe 4 to 6 months for bridge construction. And so they are looking at those amounts to ensure they're properly compensated for any of those elements. And then we'll pursue further negotiations on that.
Thanks.
Sorry, Councillor Stoner, Councillor Hamilton, questions, or do you wish to put forward a motion at this time? A clarification. I'll let Councillor Stoner put that forward then, her request for clarification.
So before a motion gets put on the floor, which is going to ask us to support the change in language to the option date, I want to go back to my earlier line of questioning about these changing dates. And I feel uncomfortable voting on it because I don't fully understand the rationale behind it. I think it is in favor of the district, but I'm still not entirely clear. So I don't know how we resolve that, recognizing that there's a time sensitivity here, unless staff have had a light bulb moment while we've been talking.
So through the chair, maybe I'm going to attempt to try and clarify it again. So that when we have an agreement right now, and the option date is October 20th, 2023. And in that agreement, in the existing LDA, which unfortunately is not part of your attachment package, so you have it? Okay. It says that those extend to 2025 and then 2028, right? Okay. So that package, basically what the lawyer has done here is it completely copy and paste that exact clause that was already agreed to, and just change those dates in relation to this revised date, which is now the May 2026 date. So I don't believe that there is any concern from our end if our lawyers have reviewed this and have reviewed it on multiple occasions with multiple amendments, because we actually did amend this in 2018 as well. But hopefully that provides further clarity.
Mr. Valeniskis.
Just wanted to add that it is completely understandable how confusing this document is. This is the most confusing land development agreement we've ever had. Every time we look at it, it's impossible to understand it. Sometimes, no matter how many times you look at it. So in this case, we have to trust the lawyers that they have done their due diligence, and we're on, I think, a second lawyer on this file. So yeah, I just want to support Kerry's recommendation to trust our legal process that we've gone through.
Councillor Hamilton.
So I would like to put forward an alternate recommendation. Who am I echoing with? Oh, there we go. That the District of Squamish authorize mayor and corporate officer to execute the amendments to the land development agreement as described in the report dated October 10th, 2023, with the following changes. The removal of clause 11B, the portion of clause 11B5, the last portion of it, which states which blanket access easement shall contain a provision that it shall be discharged prior to commencement, etc., to the end of that statement, the foreshore of 1595 Scott Crescent. The second being that the use of the car share program be not limited to strata residents. And that the third change is that the kayak launch delivery is at occupation of phase 4. And if that is not possible, an increase in the cash in lieu of community amenities with cost of inflation.
Councillor Hamilton, before I ask for a seconder, I'm just going to ask our minute taker if we have a coherent version of your proposed motion.
Can I get the portion about the kayak launch again?
That the kayak launch be delivered at occupation of phase 4. And if that's not possible, that an increase in the cash in lieu of community amenities with the cost of inflation.
Councillor, are we satisfied with our understanding of it? Would we wish to have it read out? And otherwise, Councillor Stoner, would you be seconding the motion?
May I make a friendly amendment or propose so that I can't remember what the exact wording was that you started the second portion of your motion with? But could it read that the following changes be explored prior to amendment approval? Or do you want them to be as conditions of?
I want it to be a condition. I would like that request of foreshore easement to be removed as a leverage on the property owner for exchange of access to their property.
Councillor Hamilton, this time I'm going to refer our conversation to Megan Latimer, who may have some input at this point.
Staff are requesting a brief 5-minute recess just for a point of clarification.
That will be a 5 to 10 minute recess. So you'll let us know when you're prepared, and so we'll wait on seconding this motion at that time. Thank you. Ms. Latimer, Mr. Valeniskis, Ms. Hamilton, that staff have had a conference and we're ready to proceed with your advice. Ms. Latimer.
That's correct. Thank you.
Did you want to articulate the advice? Okay, so
Councillor Hamilton.
thank you very much. So the advice has been, so I, in proposing a motion that requested an explicit change to the LDA with no conversation with the developer, that is a unilateral change to a negotiated agreement. And so we don't actually have the authority to do that. So I will withdraw my motion and pose another one. Yep. My motion is the alternative to the staff recommendation that the District of Squamish, that the alternative, and that the following changes be explored prior to amendment approval on October 17th. And the changes are all of those changes proposed by staff in the original amendment, in the original recommendation, plus the 3 following changes. A review of clause 11B5 to remove the requirement that the property owners of 1595 Scott Crescent provide a foreshore access easement in exchange for driveway access. A second, the use of the car share program be allowed beyond strata residents. And the third, that the kayak launch be delivered at occupation of phase 4, or that the cash in lieu be renegotiated with current CAC policy guidelines. Yes?
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Stoner. Discussion, Council. Mayor Herford.
Thank you. And I know now we've got a motion on the floor. I'm just thinking through this. We've added some things to the work list to be accomplished or ratified by us next week. And that strikes me as unlikely to be enough time to negotiate and come to a resolution on the items. So I feel like that timeline was appropriate when it was the pieces that had already been pre-negotiated, and I have concern that what we've just proposed just isn't possible because it's a new discussion, which is coming out of the consultation of the week. So some pieces of this were extremely time sensitive, I believe in one of the, and others substantially less so. So I'm just concerned that that this motion puts us in a position where it can't be achieved. The extra. So I suppose it's staff comment on timeline. If that's appropriate at this point, it's clarity. Is this possible? And if not, like how do we do so that we achieve the intent? I'm not arguing with the intent, but I'm really concerned with the timeline, given that there's new elements. The compressed timeline makes sense when it's a recommendation of this committee that's already been negotiated to next week. But with that added bit, I'm concerned. Could staff provide some clarity in this case?
Before going to Councillor Stoner, I'll let Ms. Hamilton respond.
So through the chair, the time-sensitive element is addressed in Councillor Hamilton's motion. So it would allow us to proceed with that change come October 17th. The 3 requests that are made would be a negotiation with the developer and could be possible through a conversation this week. And should there be issues, we could then propose to not bring that forward to October 17th and find another council agenda to discuss this. But should they be supported, we could then bring that forward for October 17th.
Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I will support the motion on the floor. I think despite my hesitation with the language, I hear staff when they say this is the most complicated land development agreement that we have. And we don't really do these very much anymore because we've learned that they are not great for our staff, they're not great for council, and they're not great for the community. This is actually one of the projects that has gotten me onto, my council colleagues will know that I often talk about putting sunset clauses on rezonings and land development agreements, and this is why. Because we end up many years down the road in a totally different context with thousands of units being built and not the amenities that our community needs. And so recognizing where we are, I do think that the motion that's on the floor is appropriate. It addresses the time-sensitive component that is being brought forward with respects to the park dedication and the park purchasing option, and the reality that that has all just been delayed. I think it also helps put some pressure on the developer in terms of the phasing of the LDA and some of the shifts. I think my biggest concern here is that the biggest amenity that was previously, or one of the biggest amenities that was previously in this LDA was the bridge, and it's being moved from phase 1 to phase 5. And we have no guarantee that phase 5 is going to happen. And so that is the concern, that if we push all of these other things, then something else has to come forward. And so that's why I support the piece around reviewing the cash in lieu of community amenities. Or as Councillor Pettingill had mentioned in some of his questions, how we actually, I'm forgetting the word, but actually provide some sort of like security to make sure that that is there in the long run. And so that is my concern when this comes back, whether it's next week or if those negotiations are more protracted. How do we make sure that our community is covered from the potential risk of phase 5 and 6 not happening, and the delay of the main amenity associated to this project not being delivered? So that is why I'm supporting the motion on the floor. Thank you.
I see Councillor Pettingill's hand. Please go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, just a clarifying question on staff's understanding of the resolution as proposed. In terms of the first item, which is item 11B5, I think, amending that, would it be staff's understanding that there would be a conversation with the Smoke Bluffs, the landowner, and the developer about what might happen moving forward, or is it, I guess I'll leave my question there.
Through the chair, it is staff's understanding that we're being directed to remove that element and that we wouldn't be having further negotiations with Smoke Bluffs or the property owner around that.
Okay.
Excuse me, if a quick follow-up, Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, I'll just say I'm not comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with a discussion to understand better, but I don't have an understanding. I hear one party would like that change. I understand that at some point all the parties seem to think something in this neighborhood was okay, and I understand people have, changed their minds and so on. So I would look to have a conversation between all parties and an understanding as a councillor of what the different tensions are. I don't have that right now, and so I'm hesitant to sort of direct staff to make this change. The rest of the motion, I am comfortable supporting. I think I was speaking to not cash security or phasing, but possibly a combination to ensure, for the reasons my colleague spoke to, making sure that that big amenity does get delivered. So that might need to be part of the conversation. I will sit on my comments there for a moment, but I may propose an amendment to remove the first item because I just don't have the information to require that at this point.
Mayor Herford?
Thank you. The way I read the motion is to be explored prior to, and to me, exploring means figuring out what the impact of that is and what's the trade-off. What are we, with the movement of the phasing, if another party is unlikely to agree to a change without asking for something in return, and what is that, and where's the trade-off, and what's involved in this? So that's what I expect with this motion, but I've just heard from staff that this is direction to pursue the removing of that. And I think that something needs to change in how this is is worded to be more explicit, that this is to have a discussion and to bring something forward that would outline what they find in the exploring, because I don't know enough about those pieces, or what the proponent's going to come back and say they would like in exchange for those, for advancing our position in the phasing, and also on this access issue that I do think warrants further conversation. This isn't about supporting it or not. I'd like to know more about that. I'd like to give us a chance as a council to really dig into it. It may even be a committee of the whole unto itself to resolve that particular issue, rather than it be an aside introduced into this conversation, where staff has told us that it is something that they intended to bring. So I'm having a challenge with sort of those concepts here with this motion, and so I'll leave that comment there. I'm curious to see what others feel about those pieces, and I'm contemplating an amendment, whether it's a removal of one of those pieces to be dealt with in a separate motion, or amending the language so that we can be more explicit about what that expectation is. And maybe this is the disconnect that I was having with the timeline as well.
Other comments, council? I'll then venture my own, offer my own here. References have been made this afternoon and in the report to engagement, and in fact, key engagement, if I remember the wording right, with the Smokeless Park Committee. The Smokeless Park Committee has always had diverse opinions. I've been a member for a period of a couple of years and an observer for much longer. It also includes members and long-serving volunteers not unfamiliar with the history, challenges, and complexity of the continuous shoreline trail concept. There is overall a general and long-standing issue of stakeholder engagement in the Scott Crescent development review process since 2006. And the obstacle has always been that vehicle access to and from highway has been such an overwhelming issue that a lot of the details we're talking about today were never perhaps properly thought through and addressed or have proper consultation about. It was an overwhelming issue for those who were participants in the community dialogue. On January 24th, 2014, there was a meeting and site walk to, in the end, determine the current recommended trails strategy and bridge alignment in the land development agreement as we have it today, to which only the Smokeless Park Committee and the Squamish Trail Society were invited. Adjacent landowners, including the Drenka property and the Beckham property and the Colica property and my property, we were not. And the first person to raise a concern about this were in fact the Squamish Trail Society and the Smokeless Park Committee representatives. They were curious as to why this was. Those two organizations are easy to identify, easy to find their doors to knock on. The residents are a little bit more complicated, but we need to address this in our principles of engagement. Regarding the Drenka property, it shares the same topographical issues of having a gazetted access that is a vertical cliff. It has the same issues shared with the Beckham property of encroachment, and it did not belong to the district until 2019. So I think that there's, in that context of engagement, I think that this clause of 11, is it B5? I think it is overdue for review. And for this reason alone, and I think there's lots of other details that we'll necessarily stumble into, I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you. Mayor Herford.
Thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment. And this would be to, so what we do is my amendment would be to remove 11B5 from the motion and add a further and that category, just because I think it's its own category, and I'll speak to it more in depth. And that additional and that would be, and that the LDA item 11B5 be discussed at a future committee of the whole to understand the impact of possible removal from the LDA. And if there's a seconder to that, I would, I'll speak to it.
I'll call for a seconder if there's a seconder. Mayor Herford, I don't see a seconder.
I see Councillor
Excuse me.
Pettingill.
I'm sorry. I missed you again, Councillor Pettingill. Are you seconding Mayor Herford's motion? You are. Thank you.
Thank you. And this I believe accomplishes the intent in a response of the original motion in a more responsible way, where it allows time for in-depth conversations with all parties and to understand the potential impacts of this decision, which I don't feel that I have at this point. And I without this amendment, I find it I won't be able to support the motion as originally proposed. So I think this gets us there, but it gives us more than 7 days to resolve this issue that's been simmering since 2014 or maybe even earlier. So I do think that giving ourselves more than 7 days to resolve this very important issue is reasonable. And I also think that that as much as removing it from the initial list and giving it its own category might be seen as downgrading, it's actually giving it the attention of council so that we move in a truly intentional way, and we move towards this LDA making more sense as we go by giving it the room to have the staff analysis and appropriate discussions with the community. So I'll leave it there. So thank you in advance for your support.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you very much. I absolutely understand where Mayor Herford is trying to get, and perhaps I've engaged with this property owner, so I have a slightly better, certainly not a complete understanding of this issue, but it seems quite clear to me that the district should not be leveraging their driveway access to their property for community trail use across the front of their property. I don't see how, if a property owner has been forced to give up their waterfront access for public trail use, I don't see how that's a recipe for moving forward in a fruitful way with either the property owner or the users of that trail. If the owners want to engage, and they have stated that they're willing to engage in negotiations of the right-of-way easement on their foreshore, they should do so without the leverage of access to their property that the district is currently holding.
Mayor Herford.
I'm not debating that point. I'm just giving us time to actually bring something forward that is more impactful. So I don't want to get into the merits of the current position, and I'm more focused on giving us space to do the job.
Any further comments? Then I will call the. Oh, excuse me again, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I will be supporting the amendment. I think it's important. I've just heard that there's only cliff access, and so there's just information I don't have. I don't feel prepared to make a decision on this particular property and clause and the access. I need more information, and I need to hear from sort of all parties involved. It seems like this was a multi-party agreement, formally or informally, that was formalized in this. And so I just need to understand better before I start tearing this out of this agreement. Thank you.
Seeing no further hands, I'm going to call the question on Mayor Herford's amendment motion. All those in favor? And any opposed? That would be Councillor Hamilton opposed. The motion passes, and now we'll proceed to the main motion as amended. And all in favor?
I have comments about like the bridge and the road access, and I don't know where to fit those in at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Greenlaw. I also have some further comments as well. So maybe we'll take a pause there before we come to, and we'll still keep it fresh there to allow for a round of comments and final. So I'll start with you then, Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks, Councillor Anderson. Yeah, I just wanted to make a few comments about the road access. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've made it fairly clear that I'm not a fan. But the proposed road access will have a significant detrimental impacts on our active transportation network that services Hospital Hill. The previous design impacted the use of Clark Drive by cyclists and pedestrians, which is commonly used. But this current suggestion will negatively impact the active transportation along Clark Drive and Burner, which is to say all of the pedestrian and cycling road access to Hospital Hill, and would likely require significant upgrades to that infrastructure by the municipality to ensure safe active transportation access. And as for the bridge, I am lukewarm on this. I would argue that it is not comparable to the amenity that was originally suggested in any other way other than it is a bridge. But the location renders the bridge very nearly redundant and does nothing to encourage a pedestrian access trail in an area that's not currently serviced as was originally proposed. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments at this time? I will then just hopefully be quick with my own. On the matter of the bridge alignment, I have never been a fan of the earlier proposed bridge alignment because it doesn't have a distance advantage over Scott Crescent and the bridge, and that's a very expensive project benefiting really only the residents there. It wasn't a sufficient net value to the people who would use it for commuting purposes. I would like to otherwise offer a suggestion. The Cascade Environmental Resource Group letter that is included in our package. It is dated September 26, 2023. Lets us know that a habitat compensation plan will be required to be developed with DFO for the project being the newly proposed bridge alignment and its abutment on the north side. I would like to suggest consideration of a March 18, 2014 letter to Kingswood Scott Crescent from Cascade Environmental that lays out the issue of hydraulic gradient in the upper blind channel and the opportunity to improve both aquatic habitat and other values in that channel. It suggests a program of selective dredging, but it mostly points out the situation of dredge spoil in that upper basin that originates from the dredging in front of the sawmill in 1986. It was dumped up there and otherwise flowed off of the south site of Kingswood, where some of that dredge spoil went. Anyway, I'm suggesting that careful consideration be given to that habitat compensation project. The last time we discussed such a thing was with Sirocco development, and we determined, or staff determined, that there's not a lot of life in front of that downtown waterfront, so we're going to have to invest elsewhere. Well, there's not a lot of life because there's too little freshwater flow. And then we did some planting in the upper channel, and now we're saying, well, we can't improve freshwater flow because we might endanger that planting. So let's have a coherent strategy for a habitat compensation plan, recognizing the observations made not only by Cascade Environmental in 2014, but by DFO many years ago with our dearly missed Matt Foy. Thank you. Are we ready to call the question on the amended motion? All in favor? Motion carries. Oh, excuse me, Councillor Greenlaw. Should we note you as opposed?
Well, I'm just confused as to what we're actually voting on. We're voting on basically the alternative to the staff recommendation. Yeah. Okay. Yes. I'm pro.
We have. You're opposed. My apologies. You are opposed. So
no, I said pro. I'm pro.
You're pro. All right, then. Then we have a unanimous vote in favor of the amended motion. Thank you very much. And just a final word to our staff. 17 years, 4 planning directors, 4 engineering directors, so much detail. I think we have to acknowledge the work you've done to strive for the orientation necessary for the public engagement demands and the demands of all of these different councils through all of these years. Ms. Hamilton, you've done a wonderful job to master the picture, and it's a very challenging one indeed. Thank you very much. Item on the agenda is the CAC contribution policy. Are we ready to proceed with this presentation, or are people desperate for a short break? We haven't got long to go. So we'll proceed then. Mr. Velaniskis, welcome to present to us a third report on the Community Amenity Contribution Policy Review Update.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just putting the presentation on. Perfect. So my name is Jonas Velaniskis, Senior Director of Community Development, and today I'm bringing you the third report on the CAC, or the Community Amenity Contribution Policy Review Project, which we started in early 2022. So just reflecting on the project timeline, and it's been about a year and a half. We initiated the project, like I said, in early 2022, when things looked a lot better for development than they do now. And the intent was to not come up with a new policy, but was to update the existing policy to catch up with some of the changes in the market we were seeing at that time. So we started with research on the CAC rates, and some of you may remember the presentation we did back then, kind of showing where Squamish falls in a list of about 17 other municipalities. And we fell somewhere, just above kind of the mid-range of CAC targets when compared to jurisdictions in the Lower Mainland and a few on the island. Not all jurisdictions have a CAC policy, so that was one of the challenges of that analysis. So once we've concluded the research phase, we developed initial policy change recommendations. One of those policy change recommendations was to drop the reductions for projects that are doing on-site affordable housing. So larger projects, according to our policy, should be targeting some on-site affordable housing. And so our current policy has a reduced rate for those projects, a cash in lieu rate. And that's a recognition that the project is incurring additional costs as a result of having to provide affordable housing. So that was one of the initial recommendations for changing policies, was to bring up that rate reduction essentially to just a single rate. We got council's feedback on these initial policy considerations. That was first report. We then retained a land economist to develop a pro forma model specific to Squamish and to test some of these policy changes for the pro forma model. And so essentially looking at the total cost for development, the revenues, the expected revenues for development, and seeing what the CAC impact is on the costs. We also started a project page, Let's Talk Squamish platform. We held a community open house. We did stakeholder engagement with the development community, and we came back to council with an update and the second report, which had further refined some of the policy changes we proposed in the first round. And that's where things started to change in terms of construction costs. So we, instead of proceeding with the policy updates that we were proposing at that stage, at the second report stage, we had to go back into testing these policies through the Performa model and work with our land economists to kind of ground truth what we were hearing from the development industry. And what we were hearing from the development industry at that time was that the costs were going up through the roof, the construction costs, so the hard costs, the interest rates were ramping up really rapidly in 2022. And that was not helping and still is not helping the revenue side of development. So we went back and literally every time we tested a new scenario, the cost had changed and we got different results. And so what was happening through 2022, the costs were increasing rapidly and the revenues were staying the same. Essentially, the housing prices had stabilized and had actually started falling by a little bit by late 2022, early 2023. And so we sort of got caught essentially in conditions that were not favorable to our policy changes. So we refined the policy changes accordingly. We did another round of stakeholder engagement. So this time we engaged with the Housing Society, which had been created recently. And we went back and engaged with the Urban Development Institute, which essentially represents the development stakeholders in Squamish. And so we have a specific group of developers that work in Squamish that we have a standing committee meeting, I think quarterly, and that's the avenue we used to engage on the policy. And here we are today with the third report. A number of policy changes have been drafted. They've been included in the in Council's report. In terms of what we heard from the Housing Society and from the UDI. So the Housing Society expressed a preference for units delivered to society's ownership rather than having units owned by developers in developments being non-market units, which was essentially our policy to date. It is already a practice that we've been applying in the past year. It hasn't been applied to every development, and we're realizing that not every development might be able to deliver that. So we have to be sensitive to this. Society is also looking to manage the waitlist for developer-owned units, which is something that we were expecting through earlier engagements with the society. And that is something that we've been securing in housing agreements already as well. There was a desire from the society to see spending policy for CACs, which included spending on affordable housing. And that is a commitment that we've made to Council that following the adoption of this CAC policy review, our next step would be to develop a spending policy. In terms of feedback from the Urban Development Institute, so the changes that you see in the report today, they've been referred to UDI. There's a concern that the 15% option for developer-owned units is not included in townhouse developments. So we still retain that option in apartment developments, but we've limited targets to dedication to the Housing Society. And it's because we don't see market rental townhouse developments, which we do see with apartments. And the revenues are higher in townhouse development. So the townhouse developments have a greater capacity to deliver more CACs, essentially. There was also a concern raised regarding the childcare space provision for medium-sized townhouse developments, and as well as allocation of housing units to childcare providers. So our policy now, as is proposed, would be very predictable targets for delivering on-site childcare, and wherever on-site childcare is provided, a minimum of 2 affordable housing units should be secured for childcare providers. So what we're hearing from the development stakeholders is that the 70-unit threshold, which is in the policy, if a townhouse development is 70 units or more, they have to target delivery of on-site childcare facilities and on-site affordable housing to be transferred to the society. So there was some concerns around the 70-unit development being able to carry that load. Our modeling indicates that it should be able to absorb it, but we are getting close to eating up essentially 100% of the land lift through the rezoning process, which is something we'll talk about a little bit later in the presentation. So I wanted to bring up the slide that we did at second report, which had all the changes that we had planned to do listed, and there were 11 changes. You can see some of them in this presentation now being crossed out, which is changes that we're not recommending pursuit of, and then a few red ones that have been added. So removing CAC rate reductions, we were no longer recommending it. Like I said, the cost scenario has changed significantly without the revenue scenario changing. So that means that essentially a development that was able to profit, say, 20 or 25%, now is only able to profit 20 or 15 or 10%. So that land lift has essentially evaporated to the point where we should continue to provide a reduced rate for developments that now will have to build affordable housing and either own it or transfer it to the society. We did review the rates, and the rates have changed slightly in some cases and significantly in others, and we'll go into that later. Increase affordable housing on-site contributions. So the policy has caught up with our current practice of 15% if it's developer owned, 5% if it's delivered to the housing society. Threshold for when on-site affordable housing is recommended. So the threshold used to be 50 units or more. Now the threshold is 30 units for townhouse developments. So 30 units or more will have to deliver, or will have to target delivery of affordable housing. For single family or single detached subdivisions. So if somebody comes in with a rezoning to allow for single family or duplex lots, the target for provision of affordable housing, probably property, goes down to 20 parcels essentially. Transferring affordable housing units to public agency, that is expressed as a preferred approach in the policy. Again, we need to exercise some flexibility because not all projects are going to be able to deliver that. Housing society managing developer-owned units, so we are making it specific to waitlist management of those units rather than actually managing the units. Flexible approach with land dedications. We didn't change much in the policy when it comes to land dedications for a variety of reasons. One is we already had a flexible approach when it comes to land dedications, and two, there's a more limited ability now than what we had at the beginning of 2022 when it comes to land dedication from development, because that is really their most significant aspect of being able to produce density is land. We do have a prescribed approach for single family subdivisions when it comes to land dedication. Guidelines for when cash in lieu is collected. So our previous policy didn't have much of a guideline on when the cash in lieu is to be paid. This policy establishes a preference for it to be at adoption, which is when the value in land is created by council. However, it also allows for deferral of those payments to development permit stage, because what we're finding is a lot of developments are now struggling getting financing at a rezoning stage. The financing institutions are wanting to see their development permit issued before they get that money. Accounting for near-term rate variations. Our analysis, pro forma analysis, is showing that we're taking, or the impact of CACs on land lift is quite significant. It ranges between 50% to 100%. So the policy we are adopting today, I think should stay or should be relevant when conditions change. So when there's more profit for developers to be made, this policy should still stand because we're already taking in, a significant portion of these potential profits that developers would have, and we'll go through that a bit later on. Criteria for large. The other thing I will say about number 8, which is accounted for near-term rate variations, is we are expecting the legislative landscape to change when it comes to CACs and land use in general from the provincial side. So I think, we're going to wait and see what happens on that front before we write in some specific provisions when it comes to near-term variations. Some jurisdictions have done a timeline, so they will, in their policy, say, in 2023, this is the rate. In 2025, the rate goes up to this. But because we're quite further ahead than some of the other jurisdictions are at, we don't recommend writing in increases at this time. Criteria for large project land lift. Again, we heard a strong preference from the development industry to not use a land lift approach. We still have policy that allows us to do that for OCP amendments. But I think trying to think of it in a spirit of development cost charges to be predictable, we would recommend to leave it as a flat rate rather than moving to a land lift again, because we are taking up a lot of the land lift already for a flat rate policy. A separate amended policy for childcare spaces. So Sarah McJanet is working on that, and she's getting very close to having a policy come to council. Credited public realm dedications. Again, we're going to have to use a flexible approach because there are so many conditions that influence the value of public realm dedications, whether it's environmentally sensitive areas, whether it's parkland that's in the floodplain that can be used. Having a prescriptive approach such as property value is not always reflective of the actual potential of land. So I think what we've done to date is a good job of recognizing that there's value in public dedications, but that every public realm dedication has to be assessed on its own merits and looked at it through the holistic lens of what the whole rezoning package offers. We are recommending to completely exempt market rental projects from the CAC policy. They are not financially feasible at the moment, even at discounted land prices. And that's kind of been, I think, a movement in a few places across the province. If we want to see market rental production, and we need a lot of market rental according to our housing needs assessment, we need to remove this financial burden on those projects. We also recommend removing greenfield side targets. So we had an additional premium target essentially on greenfield sides. I think we're again trying to align our policy with the development cost charges. And if the official community plan designates the policy as suitable for development, this is where we want to drive growth, there shouldn't be a premium associated with that. Okay, so this is really the potatoes of the policy. The table 1 in policy replaces all the other tables that we had previously. And it simplifies and lays out the target rates. So you can see that for townhouse developments, the rate has gone up. It's gone up from somewhere around $17.50 or $18 a square foot to $24.50 when you combine active transportation and general amenities. We've estimated what that actually looks like per unit on a typical development. So on the slide, you can see here that for townhouse developments that are less than 30 dwelling units, the impact of this CAC is probably $30,000 per unit. For townhouse developments that are 30 units or more, the impact is about $75,000 per unit. And that's because 5% of the floor area has to be dedicated to the housing society. So on a 30-unit development, that would mean probably, an approximate impact of $1.8 million in addition to the flat rate CAC, because the developers still have all the same costs. They have to produce those units, they have to build them, they have to finance them, and then they have no revenue coming from them. And so on a 30-unit development, that would be 2 units of 2 smaller townhouses, and that would have an impact of about $1.8, $1.9 million. So if we spread that out over the remainder of the units, we get to about $75,000 per unit. Now, the larger the project gets, the easier it becomes to absorb these costs, and so that ratio might go down somewhat. For apartments of less than 50 dwelling units, the rates are very similar to where they are currently in the current policy, and it works out to about $13,000 per unit. And this is just based on an average apartment size of 750 square feet. For apartment dwellings of 50 or more units, so a bigger project, having to deliver 5% of floor area to the housing society, the impact of the CAC policy is about, becomes somewhere around 35,000. And again, bigger projects will be able to bear that cost better than smaller projects. For single family projects, so the threshold goes down to 20 units. And the reason why the rates have gone up for single family up to 52,000 per parcel, plus the active transportation and parks cash and lieu, is that we wanted to align it with the townhouse development. So if we take a regular lot and we look at the size of the house you could build it, and then compare it to the townhouse and apply the townhouse rate of $23 per square foot, that's roughly what you would get. And so the impact of this rate per property in a subdivision that has less than 20 lots is $56,000 per parcel. And then you can see that the amount is a bit higher for larger single-family subdivisions. Now, we don't really see these subdivisions, especially at a rezoning stage. Any subdivisions that we still see today are under existing zoning. There may be some in the future. Those will likely also trigger an official community amendment, such as a neighborhood plan, to go along with it. So we'll have a bit more run-up time to negotiate CACs than what this policy may prescribe. The other aspect to this is having the specific on-site childcare space targets. And so the space targets are triggered on 70 townhouse units or more, or 100 apartment units or more. And so we've developed essentially specific targets that could be predictable, that a developer can put in their pro forma when they're purchasing land in terms of how much childcare space they're going to have to deliver. It is not expected that this policy will resolve the childcare needs for new development. We can't put it on the backs of developers to resolve our housing crisis and our childcare crisis, but it will be a significant contribution in terms of meeting our childcare target or childcare space provision target. So we have a formula that describes how to calculate the additional childcare needs any development will develop. And we use that formula with with larger developments to come up with what is the childcare space target that they should be targeting. These targets were based on previous negotiations with specific developments at different size, essentially. So they're not perfect targets. They're quite crude because every childcare space and the way it's finished, it can look different. It can accommodate a different amount of kids. Depends what standards you use. But this provides a really clear guideline for developers what to plan on. Okay, and finally, I think this is our last slide. This is a sample of a pro forma model. It's not in the report, but I did want to show council an example of a pro forma for a 17 townhouse development. So the 17 townhouse development would have an overall cost, and all the costs are in yellow, of 13.3 million. That's based on the average unit size in this development being 1,300 square feet, which is pretty average in Squamish. The land price being similar to amalgamation of two lots in the Wilson Crescent area. So you can see that the costs are divided into land costs, hard costs, which is the biggest segment of the cost scenarios, and then the soft costs. And then on top of that, we have interest costs. The soft costs and the interest costs are somewhat affected, especially the interest costs, the amount of time a development spends in the rezoning stage and development permitting stage. So a project that spends a year versus a project that spends 2 years will have very different interest costs, essentially. And not only interest costs, but the longer you spend in the approval pipeline, your hard costs come up if there's rapid escalation in the construction costs, as we've seen in the past. And then on the revenue side, you can see that a project such as this, 17 townhomes, is expected to make a $15.8 million in revenue after the commission, the sales commission is paid. That represents a profit of 19% to the developer. That's 2.5 million. Our CAC policy represents 50% of that land lift, because a developer can't finance a project unless they can prove to the banks that they can make 15%. So that 15% is already assumed as part of the pro forma, that the developer has to make 15% unless, otherwise they won't be doing it. So that leaves $1 million after you take out the land costs and all the other costs. That's the land lift. If we take out our CAC of $500,000 and we take out the 4% off a developer's profit, which they have to make 15. In this case, they're making 19. There's 1 million in land lift. And that's sometimes is difficult to understand what exactly is land lift. And that is the profit a developer makes after they've gotten their 15%. So anything on top of that is what the value being created through rezoning. So in this case, with our current rates, we would be taking 50% of that land lift. So we take $500,000 and the developer takes $500,000 through the CACs. And that's a good approach. Unfortunately, this is a best case scenario for a development. It's not going to take too long. The land is fairly affordable. I can tell you that on Wilson Crescent, you'd be struggling to fit 17 townhouses on 2 lots. Usually people are doing 10 or 11. But if you make them smaller, perhaps. So there are some pitfalls in this policy, and that's why we have to leave money on the table. That's why we shouldn't strive for 100% land lift. Trying to capture 100% of the land lift is that, you know, a project that has to upgrade a water line and has to spend $500,000 on that upgrade, all of a sudden, you know, the profit can evaporate really quickly in a town that has aging infrastructure, which we know we do. So today's recommendation is that the CAC policy review update be received for information, and that council approve the policy changes as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valinskas. Questions, council? Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, thanks for the presentation and the update to the policy. A few questions. The first being the clause in the CAC policy, the new number 6, which allows where a development project triggers targets for the provision of on-site affordable housing, the target amount may be replaced by cash in lieu. It goes on to say the value of the cash in lieu amount should be equivalent to the market value of the affordable units. And I'm just wondering if staff can speak about pegging that to the market value of the affordable units versus the market value of a unit within the townhome. So realistically, an affordable unit will likely have a lower market value than a market unit. But they're opting to not provide on-site affordable housing. So why would we peg that cash in lieu amount to the affordable housing unit versus a market unit? Or am I just reading that wrong?
That's a great question. I think you're reading it correctly. I might have written it wrong. Because the intention was to point to the affordable units being, there would be specific units in the development of specific size. And that's what that value would be based on, not so much on the fact that they're affordable, but on the size of those units.
So it's the market value of the units within that new development.
That's correct.
And then my other question,
Thank you for this line of questioning. So I just want to make sure I get this piece. So if the affordable unit would be 1,000 square, it's a hypothetical. It's not like, because otherwise it'd be the same as them turning over one of the units. So it's, if they didn't create the size, it's the hypothetical market value of that unit. So if it's 1,000 square feet, would have needed to have been affordable, but they don't have 1,000 square foot units to do that. It's a calculation that represents that. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. So the policy is written in 5% of floor area. So whatever the overall project floor area would be, we then get the 5% calculation. And then we would, in an instance where the units are being built and dedicated to the society, we then work with the society to decide how many units do you want? Do you want more units of a smaller size? Do you want a smaller number of units of a larger size? But that floor area is set. So we would be, looking at realistically, what is the floor area we have to work with and how many units could that produce?
And then my other question was, for apartments over 50 dwelling units, we provide two options for the affordable housing on site. One is dedication, which is preferred. The other is 50% of floor area secured as affordable rental housing. I'm just curious why we've provided that option to the apartments, but not to the townhouses.
For one, apartments make less money. They make less profit, and they're really challenging when we're looking at apartment buildings, large and small, at the moment, because of construction costs. The construction costs per square foot are higher in apartment buildings than they are in townhouses, without necessarily the revenue being there. So that's one reason, is to essentially provide more flexibility in an apartment setting. And the other reason is when we see instances such as the Sea and Sky development, where they're building a big building of market rental, and they're able to provide a larger number of affordable housing units that they're able to finance together with the market rental. So yeah, it was disadvantage, as well as trying to capitalize on opportunities where we can to maximize the affordable unit provision.
Okay, that's helpful. And then on the on-site childcare space target, so I appreciate that townhouse development tends to be more profitable, but we have the 70 plus threshold dwelling units for townhouses only. And I'm just wondering if you can, I'm guessing it goes back to the pro forma components, but it's still like the demand for childcare still exists, whether it's 70 townhouse units or 70 apartment units. And so how do we square that circle? If like the reality is like the demand's there. And so I feel like if we're setting the threshold in the CAC policy of like, you've created this many dwelling units, no matter what form they're in, they should have associated childcare.
Is because of feasibility. That 70 unit townhome is able to carry the load of what we're seeing with our own space creation for childcare, that could, upwards of $2 million, versus an apartment building of the same size. The other thing about townhouses is they often, they need more property. They have the room to put the outdoor space for play areas, which are required. I think if we were going to have one standard, then I would recommend that we just go to 100, because I think the apartment buildings will struggle to meet that 70% threshold.
Okay, and then my last question was just, we had previously talked about providing basically an annual increase in the CAC based on inflation or some other sort of CPI measure. Is that just not being considered right now because of the current scenario within the construction industry? It may go in their benefit.
That's correct. It also provides predictability in that, you know, anybody can look at this policy and calculate their CACs, but our policy is having a significant impact on development, considering current costs, and I wouldn't anticipate, like, I think the scenario has to improve profit-wise for developers right now in order for this policy to be successful. So I think there is room for us to give in this policy, and conditions have to improve. And everybody's currently sitting on a fence waiting for conditions to improve. We see it in our building permit numbers. You know, they're down. People are going through the planning process, getting to development permit, getting their development permit, and then they're waiting for things to change because they can't finance it currently. So for that reason, you know, keeping it as is for now is what we would recommend. We also expect that we might have to come up with a different approach to CACs if the province gets in regulating CACs, which we expect that they will do. And at that time, we'll have to likely cross that bridge.
Councillor Pettingill to be followed by Councillor Hamilton. You may be muted, Councillor Pettingill.
Thank you. Yeah, my first question is just understanding the land lift and to make sure I do understand it. In the example you had, I saw, and I'm going to butcher the accounting terms here, but I think 2.5 million in gross profit. But as I understood, 1.5 million is eaten up by interest at a financing rate the bank requires, and so that's where the sort of net profit is 1 million, and our CACs would equate to half of that. Is that accurate? Is that why we go from the sort of 2.5 to the 1 million sort of an actual land lift?
That's a good question. I'll share my screen again to bring up that slide. Just bear with me for a sec. Okay. So it's not exactly as you put it, Councillor Pettingill. Essentially, the profit of 2 million, which is 15% in this case of all the costs, is what the developers need to make in order for the project to be financially feasible. They have to make a profit, and it has to be, according to the banks, 15%. So they have to make their 2 million. Anything above that would be land lift. Otherwise, if they can't make 2 million, they won't be working on the project. So in this case, the land lift, if we had no CACs in this scenario, which we can see our CACs highlighted at 533,000, if we had no CACs, the land lift would be 1 million. Because we have CACs, that land lift, half of that land lift gets reduced by the CACs, and the other half goes to the developer. The land lift, leaving some land lift on the table, also ensures that if there's some unanticipated costs that we didn't model because there's something special about that property, that could be used. And in some cases, the developer, might find out that they can't reach 15%, and they might have to renegotiate with the bank or put the project on pause. But that is I don't know if that clarifies your question.
Well, I want to make sure I understand that because, I get that the bank has a sort of minimum threshold of 15%. And so if you don't hit that, you don't get your financing. But if you do hit it, you get your financing and you get to pocket that 15 million minus whatever you pay in interest. So your land lift, I would think, would be based on like in this case, the 19%. I guarantee you, am I misunderstanding, or does the bank sort of require that 15% and they automatically take that 15%?
No, the bank doesn't take it. I guess one way to think about it is the only way this would work would be if, say, a nonprofit was building a development where they were, paying themselves, and there's some overhead costs included in this pro forma, and then not expecting to make a profit. But developers won't do it unless they can make a profit. So that profit is already built in to their feasibility requirement. And the banks require it. Most banks it's an industry standard when it comes to performance now that most banks require to see that the developer will make 15%. Otherwise, the project isn't feasible.
Okay, I'll leave that for now. The other thing we've talked a little bit about earlier today, as I understood it, sort of expiry dates on land development agreements which fall out of CACs or are tied to CACs, and then also I think we've talked about tying some of these amounts to inflation if things take a while, and I suppose especially if they're paid at DP. Is there a reason why we are or aren't addressing those in this policy update?
I think the reason is because we can address them in the land development agreements. So our land development agreements deal with a greater scope of issues related to development servicing and things like sunset clauses and tying payments to inflation if the project doesn't start in a certain period of time. We can address that in our standard development agreement that then gets applied to all the projects rather than having it addressed in the CAC policy. The CAC policy anticipates that a development moves through the approval process and then they start building. If that doesn't happen, I don't think we don't necessarily need to address it here. I think we can have it in our standard land development agreements.
Okay, thanks. And then my last question, and it is a question for staff, but probably also for my council colleagues. And as if I understand things, if we put this policy update out a couple of years ago, projects could have absorbed this. In today's scenario, they can't, or something even more aggressive. They might have been able to, whereas now they couldn't absorb these CACs and go forward. And I understand the housing needs study and our desire to accommodate all that, but I guess a question I'm sort of wondering is it okay if things, it's just not viable to develop right at the moment, but we understand that interest rates will come down, costs will presumably come down relative to everything else, and so then we will see a big boom in development again. And given the current staff workload, we already have a lot in the pipeline. Is that okay if development slows down for a little bit, and then when things pick up and we have an aggressive CAC policy, then for the sort of the amount of land that gets developed, we are receiving much more as a community, and as opposed to really sort of reducing our CACs at this point, seeing land developed, then we lose that opportunity to capture a greater piece in the future. I guess why would we not sort of do that? Say, hey, we're okay if our CACs are so aggressive they actually slow down development significantly in a shorter term. Is there a reason why we wouldn't accept that?
I could speak from staff perspective. One thing that we are seeing currently is the province moving into the housing regulatory field. And I think the province is concerned about the housing supply, as is the federal government. And we see the province targeting municipalities that are not delivering enough housing in their community. So I think that is one of the risks of having a policy that cools down the housing supply. And then from a housing needs perspective, it makes things worse. And from an affordability perspective, it makes things worse because there's not enough supply in a community that has a lot of demand. There may be people that are not making decisions on housing right now because they can't afford to. But as soon as conditions change, we might see a frenzy again and when it comes to housing demand. So not having anything in the pipeline, which is what we're kind of seeing right now a slowdown in building permit applications, especially for multifamily projects. You know, that just kind of compounds the housing need that we already have, and it's kind of a boom and bust environment. And I think, you know, from a staff perspective, wouldn't recommend trying to use the CAC policy to influence the housing supply. We're trying to calibrate the policy that will have the least impact on housing supply while trying to also capture, you know, that land lift.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. CAC is a very difficult and very challenging issue to get right. This is I mean, development and prices, this tagging the land lift right is a very difficult piece. How much, in the slide you present, you said you started with the land cost of $3 million. How much do our CACs impact the land price?
They do, absolutely. Especially if you have a policy and it persists for a while, it gets established, and developers can take it at the CC policy, plug it into the proforma, look at the land price, and figure out whether they can afford it or not. Where the limit is on lot amalgamations, because you're competing with essentially what is currently permitted on that property. So say in Wilson Crescent, you know, we currently have properties with a lot of properties still have single family homes on them. They're zoned for townhouses. So people can avoid the rezoning process and just go to the townhouse development. If you want to increase the density for rezoning, then you're technically still paying for whatever density you have there, because somebody else can come around and say, I'll just build townhouses at a rate that's already permitted. In a lot of cases, when we see rezonings from single family to multifamily, you know, you're really competing with the single family price, which is expensive. So it's essentially, if the policy is too high, then you'll just, you know, you'll get more single family because people will start rebuilding on those properties or trying to build a duplex or something like that. Anything they can build under current zoning. So it has a limited impact on price. What it does have an impact on is large properties. You know, say a property that's zoned for a single family home that's large enough to put 70 townhomes on, you know, could be selling on the market for 10 million, but the policy might reduce the value to 7 million.
And my second question, and this is not something, I'm supportive of what we're doing now and the paradigm we're following now, because that's the current paradigm, and maybe I just need to understand more. But the entire paradigm seems to be how much money is left on the table. How much money does the developer make? How can we extract from that? Whereas I think, to me, a CAC is about how much money do we need, or how much do we need to build a connected, livable community? How much do we need to build the community that we want to see, given another 100 units placed in the community? Do we approach it? Have we ever approached it that way? And why wouldn't we approach it just as a cost to the community, as opposed to a potential extraction from the development?
Through the chair, that's a really good point. And that's how I think ideally CAC policy works, is similar to the development cost charge scheme, where you price out all of your infrastructure projects that are needed for growth, and then you base the rates based on that. We don't have enough information at this point to do that. I think my hope is to get to that point once we get our Rec and Parks Master Plan updated, combined with some of the other master planning that we're doing, should allow us to design a policy or a bylaw. Maybe at that point it's a bylaw that is very similar to the DCCs that can have, the rates are steeped into community need versus trying to capture some of the value through creating that value through rezoning.
Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, just in follow up to Councillor Hamilton's comments, like to my mind, if we aren't addressing the community's needs, and I understand that's not affordable for developers, but we're constantly playing a game of catch up and we're constantly basically digging ourselves into a deeper hole. And this is the biggest crux for me in the entire development conversation, is that like we need to think about the amenities that our community needs, not just in terms of critical infrastructure, but like healthcare and childcare and, you know, education, hospitals, all of this stuff, which I get is all provincial jurisdiction. But to me, it's a much bigger conversation than just infrastructure. And if we aren't addressing the needs of our community, and if development can't pay for growth effectively, then that is a massive accounting imbalance. And that was a comment, not really a question.
A follow-up, Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, sorry, into the specifics. Section 8C, the cash in lieu of community amenity contributions should be delivered at the time of rezoning, bylaw adoption. However, where project financing is not available, payments can be deferred to DP issuance. How likely is it that we will lose the community amenity contribution in a delay between in a property being rezoned, but then that individual not going to build, not getting a DP? What's the probability of just losing out? And then we have this rezoned property that we can't extract value from.
Through the chair, that's a great point, and that's why we put a preference on it being delivered at adoption when the value is being created. If the developer never follows through or sells the property to somebody else, which is what sometimes happens, that next person will have to pay it. What I think we need to capture in our land development agreements is the escalation or ability to renegotiate the CCs when the next developer comes in to talk about the same property and the same development. Because if nothing happens on a property, there's no new housing, there's no new population being created on that property. So technically it hadn't had an impact yet. And we are seeing a lot of requests currently from developers who had gone through the rezoning process. They're at third reading, waiting to get adoption, and a lot of them are asking, can we defer the CC payment to development permit? Now, in our public hearing reports, we've communicated to the public in a lot of these cases that CACs are coming at adoption because people have committed to that. So what we offer in response is, well, we can go back to public hearing and revisit this. And so far it's been successful at, people coming up with money. But I expect that there will be cases where that's not the case.
So what do you think the consequences are of removing that condition, the however?
The consequence will be that some projects are harder to finance.
Mayor Herford.
Thank you. Just on this point, do we normally get involved in or ask for confirmation of status of financing in projects? To me, that piece, that language, I found challenging. And is that a space that we normally operate in, or is this adding a new level of analysis that we may not normally be doing already?
That's a great question. We don't normally ask to see people's financing or developers' financing. It's kind of, you develop, the planners develop a sense for project viability. And one example would be, if somebody's trying to sell a project while also going through approval process. So pick up on those cues, but no, it wouldn't add. It would just be really working with developers to find out whether things are working or not.
Yeah, my question is, I guess it's more, I'm inclined to, get the CACs, particularly the cash ones, sooner rather than later, so we can all move on and put those into use. And my concern with waiting until development permit, yes, the impact hasn't been realized yet, but we also haven't. There's also a lag in taking the funds, budgeting for them, having a product, and actually realizing the benefit to the community. And I think so. I'm really struggling with this piece. Although, if we get a higher percentage of projects that never happen, then we're not actually getting more CACs for the community. So I see the balance you're going for there, but I'm struggling with that particular piece on timing, because it takes us time to implement as well, so that when those projects are occupied, those amenity funds have been actioned and are physically represented with whatever project it is we use them for. So that particular piece, I'm still struggling with, and I think it's either one or the other, because I think we're setting our staff up for these subjective judgments there, and I don't feel like that's really a goal that we generally have with our policy. We're trying to remove that. So if we can secure them through at DP with the LDA as the mechanism, then so it stays there and we're not having the risk of it leaving, I think that could be okay. Still takes time from DP. It's not an occupancy, so it's still early enough we can do something with it. But I think it has to be one way or the other, and that other way being public hearing again, I guess. But I don't know. That's where I am. That's a bit of a statement, I guess.
Mr. Stoner.
On this point, I wonder if we'd consider changing that language to being this cash in lieu of community amenity contributions should be delivered at the time of rezoning bylaw adoption. However, they can be delivered at development permit issuance with annual CPI increases. Then it's the clarity of, you don't really know necessarily what CPI is. So if you're going to delay them, then it's a little bit of uncertainty, but it gives you an option out if your financing isn't there, but it doesn't put it on staff to say whether the financing is there or not.
Through the chair, I think that's a good addition to the policy. One thing I will say is, and it's kind of irrelevant to this conversation maybe, but we sometimes see a difference in floor area between rezoning adoption and development permit. So sometimes things change, and then if things get bigger, then we may have to make sure that we account for that at development permit. When things get smaller, I guess the developer would just be losing out on it.
That's helpful context. I did have one other question, and I know that this is just carryover language from the old version of the CAC policy, but it's the active transportation and parks cash in lieu bucket. We collect DCCs for parks, and so I'm just curious why we continue to reflect them in the CAC policy as well.
I don't have a good answer for that. It is a carryover from the old policy. Sometimes developers are able to get credit for that amount if they're doing something in the vicinity or on their property that ties into our active transportation plans, or they're dedicating a pocket park on their, so that in a way it recognizes the value that development can bring and then reduces the amount they have to pay.
But then they still pay the parks DCC.
And that's correct, yeah.
So then we just lose out on the amount of active transportation amount. I guess we do get some form of park dedicated on the land.
Yeah, we, from practice, it is a very useful tool to have because it doesn't create a ton of cash value for a developer to get credited for, but it recognizes that they are doing, something on their property, like dedicating a park, and it doesn't have a huge hit on the CAC cash in lieu.
Further comments, questions at this time? Councillor Hamilton, do you have another follow-up?
Sorry. So I'm still understanding this delineation between DCCs and CACs. I know the broad scope of it, but so do I understand correctly? Roads are a DCC, sidewalks are a DCC, but the bike lane in between them is a CAC? Do I have that? Like active transportation is a CAC, so riding on a bike is a CAC, but cars and feet are DCCs.
No, my understanding is that bike lanes are also part of the road network. So active transportation project can be in our DCC bylaw. I'd have to do a little bit of research on that one.
So my line of thinking here is that things like if we want to frame bicycles as a form of transportation that our community depends on, then that's a developer cost. That's not a community amenity any more than a road is a community amenity. It's something that we have to have. And so pushing us towards active transportation as being a DCC instead of a CAC, I think would be a good move.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not I can't give you a clear answer on how the DCC captures bike packs and such. I think in this case, it was more anticipated, trails and park dedications essentially, or improvements.
Councillor, are we ready to consider the recommendations from staff? And they are to receive the 2023 Community Amenity Contribution Policy Review Update, third report from Community Planning, dated of this date, and approve the updated Community Amenity Contribution Policy as presented today. That is moved by Councillor Stone. Oh,
sorry, I just had a question. I had a question, which I think Councillor Stone might be getting to the amendment. We talked earlier about the cash in lieu discussion, and I believe that should be captured this needs to be captured in the motion. So is that what you have, Councillor Stoner? Okay, thank you. I hadn't gotten all the way there yet. So,
Councillor Stone, do you have an alternate wording of the recommendation to put forward?
I do. And Terry, I will email you the wording. So it is the staff recommendation, and then the second portion that says approve the updated community amenity contribution policy as presented in October 10th council report with amendment to section 8C so that it reads, cash in lieu of community amenity contributions should be delivered at the time of rezoning bylaw adoption. However, they can be deferred to the development permit issuance with annual CPI increases.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Mayor Herford? Sorry, Councillor Stoner.
We are running over time, so I'll keep my comments brief. But I just want to say thank you for all the work. This has been a long project. I know that there's been a lot of contextual factors that have changed our direction on it, but I do think it's really helpful to have an updated policy for myself as we guide negotiations. I'm sure it's helpful for developers, for our community, and for staff. And so even if provincial changes do come forward, we'll deal with those when they do. But I think it's really important to have this policy as updated as possible to reflect the needs of our community. And maybe we'll have some additional tools in a few months' time. But thank you for the work on this, and I'm happy to support it.
thank you. Yes, thank you for the work. I think CAC policies are a delicate balancing act. You've done a good job, and you're both reflected in the policy and explained to us through the presentation around really what that balancing act is. And an overly aggressive CAC policy doesn't necessarily achieve the outcomes that the community wants, even though it is very tempting to want to push further into some of these spaces. So I really appreciate the analysis, and I know gives me confidence that we're in the right space with this. And I will also say that I don't think there's any danger of this policy getting stale on a shelf somewhere, as there is active work from other orders of government into this space. So, but we're in the right space at this point. So I'm happy, and thank you. I'll be supporting.
Further comments, Council? Oh, excuse me again, Mayor or Councillor Pettingill, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I will support this. I think some of my colleagues have spoken to it. Is a tough balance. I do still have a bit of hesitation, just knowing what our growth has been and what our growth projections are, and wanting to balance that against the pressures to do something right now. But I do sort of wonder if we're overreacting to the moment a little bit, given some of the work that we have been doing. And I guess you know, my wish is that we sort of see CACs impact land prices in a positive way, and we sort of mitigate against some of the gentrification and extreme, particularly extreme changes in price here. We'd rather capture as much of that as we can and put it back into the community, sort of a bit of sharing of some of the benefits of all of this. And so, looking to build out affordable housing and really hit go on that stuff when costs have come back down, rather than trying to really forego a lot of those benefits just to get a little bit of affordable housing while costs are high. I guess that's the piece I'm sort of struggling with. And so I'll accept that we can update this policy and review it and so on. And so it's okay to move forward on that basis. But that, for me, is where there's a bit of tension. I understand it's not an easy one to pull through, and I appreciate all the work on this. Thank you.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. And just speaking in support of the motion, I'm having a thought that some of the folks that we're not talking about that are impacted by this delicate balance that we're grappling with are our tradespeople, like drywallers, plumbers, framers. What we do at this table is going to impact whether or not they are working a year from now. And so just speaking in support, I want to make sure that we're remembering that those folks need to work.
Thank you, Councillor French. I will be speaking in favor of the motion, but touching on another aspect. Mr. Valeniskis has related that the staff have been testing policy changes over a 14-month period last year. We had a report about 6 months ago on a project proposing 10% affordable rental, and now we're talking 15. One of the things that the province has been concerned about and has spelled it out is an uncertain policy environment of moving CAC targets and other amenity delivery expectations changing. So moving targets is an issue that can involve real dilemmas for the developer. And so I guess I'll just pass on the comment that I hope we are clear enough in our communicating the status of our policy reviews to the developer community, because that uncertainty can have some real impacts as well. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Q motion passes. Councillor Stoner has a hard stop at 6 o'clock and may be able to join us via calling in. In the meantime, we'll welcome Mr. Jesse Morwood and Sarah Bailey of our engineering department for an update on the Mamquam Ring road failure. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. I just need a minute to load up presentation. Do you know where it's loaded? Ready when you are. Trying again. Here we go. Good evening. My name is Jesse Morwood. I'm the Capital Projects Manager. Sitting beside me is Sarah Bailey, the Director of Engineering. Today I'm giving an update on the Mamcam Ring Road failure repairs. The recommendation is that the District of Squamish receive this report. A quick history. In November 13th to 15th of 2021, there was a atmospheric river that brought extremely heavy volumes of rain across the area, including 206 millimeters to Squamish during that time. And this significant rain contributed to damage to the Mamquam Ring Road, causing cracking, erosion, and a landslide. Here's a map of the area. So this is just below the university zone and above the Paco Road and golf course area. This is all this damage happened over about 600 meters. Those kind of solid dashed lines are where we saw significant cracking. And then there was also a slide on private property, which happened above the road. And that was on the downside or western side of this area. Here's a picture for perspective. This is cracking that happened in the middle of the road. There's a coffee mug there just to give you a perspective of the size of the crack. Here is an overview photo of the landslide area. This was assessed by a geotechnical engineer who recommended a significant amount of this bank material needed to be removed in order to stabilize the slope. This bank slope is approximately 35 to 40 meters high and extends approximately 45 meters wide as well. So as soon as the district realized that there was damage to the road, we closed it immediately. We hired a geotech engineer to assist with determining the cause of the road, as well as to develop a plan to fix the road. Also, when we had a base design, we also applied for disaster financial assistance from Emergency Management BC, which is a provincial organization. In 2022, EMBC did award the district funding, which was approximately $172,000. So as far as the design, we did a lot of analysis on the road about why it happened, including survey, and in this photo is kind of an aerial drone photo of the topography of the road and overlaid with where the damage was. Those kind of dotted red lines is the cracking of in this particular area. And what our geotech engineer determined was that this road was built many years ago. And it was built with over-steepened banks. It was built with unsuitable fill material, which had become saturated, as well as the water was not properly addressed in the original road design. So here's it's a little bit hard to tell perspective, but this is one of the outer edges of the road. And this was where one of those cracks was, and the whole kind of road slipped and slumped. And that's because, again, this is oversteepened, saturated, and the whole kind of shoulder has slipped down the bank. Looks like it's temporarily held up by trees in this photo. So what was the fix? Depending on the area, there was different fixes. The yellow highlighted area is that oversteepened bank on the right. And what the recommendation was to remove this excess material, move the road, depending on topography in away from the bank, reprofile and address the water. We address the water by not allowing the water to go to that outside edge and saturate it. We created a ditch and then properly addressed the water. So here's a couple photos of during construction. The photo on the left is us lowering the road and getting rid of that unsuitable material. And on the right is regrading that shoulder edge to kind of make an angle that would withstand rain and change. Here's a couple of the finished product. These were taken last week. As you can see, we've stabilized. We've got consistent slopes. We've stabilized that bank as well with a matting and grass seed. There's ditches there on the left-hand photo that you can see, as well as we added guardrail for additional safety. In a different area with different topography, we actually had to raise the road. Again, the yellow highlighted area is that oversteep and unsuitable material that we had to remove as part of the project. Here's the same area as a design drawing. The left is in construction. We had to build a lock block wall, reprofile the road, reprofile the grade, and then on the right is again a recent photo of the completed project. This was that slide area that I mentioned that's on private property. A whole section of the hill had kind of slid down, and remaining was these oversteep and slopes still, and undermined areas that cause an additional hazard to the road. As I mentioned, this was on private property. The landowner has done some work. They've removed the landside and started removing that overburden in those areas that can contribute to future slides. So what's the project status today? As of spring of this year, the district has completed all the work on the district road portion. The total cost for this work was approximately $434,000. As I mentioned, EMBC did contribute or is contributing $172,000. The district is appealing this amount, and this did come up at an earlier council meeting. The district submitted an appeal in late of 2022, and we're still kind of going through that process with the province. As recently as early as last week, they said they're hoping to get back to us within a week with the results of that appeal. As I mentioned, the private landowner on that slide has begun work on removing the hazard on that upslope area of the Mamcom Ring Road. Some closing remarks. The road is still closed because of the work that has to happen on the private land. I recognize that the public and council would like to know when the definitive date that will be complete, and so the road can be open. Unfortunately, at this time, I do not have a date, but on that note, we're putting on some more information on our website about the project, a question and answer section. As well, when we have a date when the road will be open, we make sure we'll post that for public information. Second of all, the road was previously gated to this atmospheric river and the damage that happened in November of 2021. So when the work is complete, we will reopen to the road to select users. And this is, again, the same condition that it was prior to the event. The reason that it's only going to be open to select users is that prior to the November 2021 event, there was previous damage to the roads and slides which reduced sections of the road down to one lane. It's been deemed, unsafe for general public. The vehicles that we are allowing there are professional industrial drivers with radios. They have to apply to the district for a key to the gate, and then once they've gone through that process, they're able to use this road as an alternate access up into the university zone and beyond. The project that we're doing right now is addressing the damage that happened during the atmospheric river. There are other sections of this road that are in their original condition and may be susceptible to future damage if there's a heavy rain event again. Our plan, as we have done in the past number of years, is to address these future failures if they arise. This brings us back to our recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morwood. Questions, Council? Councillor French.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the additional information, staff, in this report that wasn't included in the staff report. Excellent context and real value in the new information today. So I'm curious to know about this notion of recreational users. I'm envisioning bike riders, hikers, walkers. What about dirt bikers, ATVs, mechanical recreational users? Would they be allowed on this road section once it reopens?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, certainly I think it's anticipated that pedestrians and cyclists will use the road. Myself, I'm not knowledgeable about motorbikers or ATVs. The road is gated. It is something that we can get back to. We can research and get back to. But as far as cyclists and pedestrians, that is expected to be. They are expected to use the road once it's reopened.
Okay, great. And when we do get to the point of being able to reopen with the gates and the radio controls, would there be two-way traffic? I'm looking at those photos and it looks pretty thin, like two-way traffic wouldn't be an option.
Thank you for the question. Yes, it would be two-way traffic. Again, the intent of the radios is that drivers can communicate with each other and find those areas that they're able to pull over and allow the other vehicle, the other truck, to get by. So yes, they would be able to go up the hill and down the hill again, which was what was being done before this event.
Good. Thanks, Chair.
Other questions, Council? Councillor Hamilton?
So there's been a significant change in the use, the allowed use of this road from pre-2021 to what we're projecting it to be reopened to. Is that correct? Because before 2021, that was an open road, and now it won't be? Or?
Through the chair, no, sorry. Prior to 2021, the road was gated. So only industrial traffic was allowed to use that road. A few years prior to that, I believe it was about 5 years prior to that, the road was fully open. However, as I mentioned, there was a landslide event which impacted the width of the road. And at that point, it was gated and only certain traffic was allowed to use it.
Mayor Herford, to be followed by Councillor Stoner and Councillor Pettingill.
Thank you. I know this is an update on the Ring Road failure, but the pieces that haven't, you mentioned it briefly that there's other pieces of this road that are outside of this project that don't look like and thus don't operate like the repaired pieces. And I know that the landslide that led to the initial gating of the road is further up from this area. Just can you speak to like the process? Is this a wait to see what happens in those areas? Or are you going to be bringing projects forward to ensure the pieces of the road, the other pieces of this road are we're giving them appropriate thought over time to ensure that the whole thing works? Because it only works if the whole thing works, not just one or two isolated sections are good and the rest are sloughing off. So how are we thinking about that?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, to date, we've been utilizing more of a reactive approach. So as failures occur, we're assessing and then utilizing the approach Mr. Morwood spoke with the Build Back Better. We haven't taken a proactive approach yet of analyzing that whole road. That would be quite a big project to scope. It's something we can consider if council would like to direct us in that way forward. But that is a project we could scope, but potentially quite a large one to evaluate the feasibility of future repairs and proactively bringing that road up to a higher spec.
Yeah, I think the scope of that is a bit terrifying, but it's like whether we put a little bit more into ditching and culverts or some measures that aren't a full re-engineer of the road to protect what is there is more what I'm thinking. But we can revisit that in a different conversation. But yeah, thank you.
Councillor Stoner.
Chair, appreciate the update from staff and all the work that's gone into this. Also, thank you for the update on the appeals process through the province. I think this is one of the pieces that we have previously talked about at council and one of the challenges with the current emergency management regulations. I guess my request is just for staff to keep us updated if that appeal is denied. I do think that there is a growing contingent of local governments who are advocating for better response from the province on cost escalations and making sure that that those are actually reflective of the work that needs to be done, so that we're not just building back to an existing standard, but one that will actually withstand the future climate. So just a request that staff keep us updated on that appeals process. Thank you.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. Just want to understand the Build Back Better piece and sort of acknowledge that that might mean a move to different modes as opposed to building the roads better. But setting that aside, for the pieces we are addressing as it comes along, what is the standard we are shooting for? I heard you say it will be able to withstand a rain event, but one as extreme as we saw before, or more extreme rain events? Like what level of sort of construction are we targeting now when we rebuild these sections?
Through the chair, we followed the recommendation of our geotech engineer that helped design the road. So the intent was that if there's future damage or erosion to the outside bank, which was the instigator for the damage to the road, that the road would be okay. So that was the criteria of the design. As far as width, we designed it to 6 meters, which is a narrow 2-lane road as well.
Okay, thanks.
Excuse me, did you have a follow-up there, or any further questions or feedback for staff? Would you be putting forward the staff recommendation, Mayor Herford?
Yeah, I was going to move the staff recommendation. I would have one amendment to the staff recommendation. Well, I've moved the staff recommendation, so if there's a seconder, we can try to amend it, maybe is the process there. Can I second and then amend? I will second then.
Okay. Very good. And Councillor Hamilton.
And thank you. I have an amendment for the staff recommendation that staff investigate, provide a preliminary cost estimate to upgrade the road to be open to public access. Two-way.
Is there a seconder for that proposed amendment? Then I don't see a seconder, Councillor Hamilton. We'll go back to the original motion, and I'll call the question on the original motion to receive that Council Committee of the Whole receive the Malcolm Ring Road failure repairs update report as presented. All in favor? Any opposed? Mr. Morwood, I just wanted to briefly comment on your attention to the communications strategy of the District of Squamish. We have operators needing to make plans over the months ahead as far away as Chikai River, depending or needing to make a game out of access through this route. So your comments on how the district is informing the public are important and appreciated. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience. All. Thank you. And we have one more.
Councillor Anderson, I'd like to speak to this last agenda item, if that's okay.
Very good. And I did see Sarah McJanet, our contact person.
Yeah, I'll explain. So this letter found its way to our agenda, and it reads if you have a sort of an optimistic eye, I guess it reads to a request for an appointment. But when you actually actually in the letter, what they're saying is that there are 3 seats for local government appointees that are to be done through the regional districts. So this is not an ask for a position from us. So that's what the action requested piece was. But however, that's not the case. There's 3 seats for local government officials that are appointed through the regional districts. And at the recent SLRD meeting, I was appointed to that seat to represent the SLRD on this board. So there's not an action required from this piece. So this is so for that reason, I'll move receipt of this and shorten up our last agenda item.
Councillor French is seconding. Any comments? Councillor Hamilton? Just briefly, that I do recall that we did address this matter as to process in making appointments, and we were all in consensus on the approach that's been taken that Mayor Herford has related to us. Now we have I can entertain a...
You got to call a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Call a question on this receipt of the Howe Sound Biosphere Region Initiative report. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Carried. And I see 2 hands up. Mayor Herford, you are moving to terminate our committee of the whole meeting. Councillor Hamilton seconds. Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you very much, everyone.